Good morning and a warm welcome from Blackpool Cricket Club for day 3 of Lancashire against Essex in the LV County Championship. The ground staff have just about finished their preparations because we've had a delay, as I'm sure you are aware, for rain, which came well, actually for most of the morning. Actually, it was quite heavy at one stage first thing this morning, but it's thankfully blown through and the forecast is much brighter for the rest of the day. We have lost some time, so we're underway in the next 2 or 3 minutes. 11:45 is the official start time, and the ground staff just going through their final kind of preparations. Again, they've done really well to get this outfield all dry and ready in a pretty short space of time. Didn't kind of stop raining until about 10 to 11-ish. So within kind of an hour or so, we're going to be underway. We were due to have an extra long day. It was scheduled to be 104 over day, but because of the delay, we've lost overs. But we do have 92 to go today. So another decent amount of cricket to be played between now and the scheduled close at 6:30. Lunch will be at 1:30. And tea is at 4:10, so things have all been jiggled about a little bit. So 92 overs, with lunch at 1:30 and tea at 4:10. Our two umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Peter Hartley, they're heading out to the middle. The ground staff have dragged the rope around the outfield, and the umpires are heading out with Lancashire 37 for 1. In their first innings. We've had 14 overs of the Lancashire first innings, so the view, it would seem, certainly from Lancashire's bowlers I was speaking to last night and last week, because we are playing with this Kookaburra ball this week, is that you get about 30 overs in that vicinity and then it goes all a bit soft. 30 to 40 overs. So Essex know that with this Kookaburra ball, perhaps got a period now of around about 15 to 20 overs to try and make some big inroads into this Lancashire batting lineup. They've picked up 1 wicket so far, which was the dismissal of Luke Wells, who was bowled by Jamie Porter for naught. So Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon resuming this morning, in reply to that Essex total of 282. It was a stellar day for Tom Wesley. He batted beautifully, 135. His 3rd century of the season for Essex, and a very healthy, in fact record-breaking partnership for the 5th wicket with Paul Walter. 5th wicket partnership against Lancashire. Walter making 76 and then Harmer's 24, helping Essex in the end to 282, but Lancashire did fight back well and picked up 5 wickets for just 7 runs following the tea break yesterday, and then the partnership of Jennings and Bohannon getting Lancashire to the close of play, just the 1 wicket down. So the players are out there, and we've got cloudy skies at the minute, but it's as I say, the forecast looks relatively clear now for the rest of the day. Dick Davis is alongside me from BBC Essex. Sounding like you've had a night out in Blackpool, Dick.
I only wish I had. No, I've left a lot of my voice somewhere along the way. I'm not quite sure why, but we'll struggle through.
I'm sure we will. We won't strain your voice too much, Dick. Don't worry. But yeah, Dick will be helping me out through the course of the day as best he can. And then we'll be hearing from Jamie Bowman, who's a cricket writer, who's here today. He's going to join me for a little while as well. So. It won't just be Croaky Dick and me. It will be Porter in and bowling, and Jennings plays forward and defends, and there's no run. One of the casualties, not just Dick's voice today, one of the casualties of Stanley Park is our broadcasting tent. It is unsuitable for high winds. So the gusty conditions, which are forecast to be upwards of kind of 25-30 miles an hour, it reckons, potentially at some stage today, means that our broadcasting tent is no longer there. So there we are. We've had to move a little bit indoors into the main media marquee. It's a bit more securely fastened. There's Porter to Jennings. And through to the keeper. There's no run. The second casualty of the morning is the umpire's hat. Steve-O showing us his hat. That's blown off. So he's he'd have to go and fetch that. Yeah, it's a bit of a breezy day today, I'm afraid. So there's a lot to contend with. I guess for the two batters, most notably, is this ball, this Kookaburra ball, which you don't have long, it would seem, to try and make the most of. If you're a bowler, here's Porter again to Jennings, who's off the front foot, and that's eased away and towards the offside where Walter fields, and there is no run. Jennings 13 and Bohannon on 20. It was certainly a memorable day for Tom Wesley. I don't know whether you spoke to him yesterday or not,
No,
Dick.
I did, yes.
I was reading some of the quotes, which presumably you got from your interview. Jennings is down the pitch, just easing the ball away through mid-wicket and down towards the boundary, and that's the first boundary of the day, beating Lawrence at short mid-wicket, retrieved by a spectator in the crowd. And Jennings moves on to 17, 41 for 1, but he was saying that he doesn't have a particularly good record against Lancashire.
No, I hadn't realised that, but he was keen to point it out.
Somebody put that right yesterday.
Yeah.
Batted superbly. So that boundary 4 takes Jennings on to 17. Porter again. That's played softly by Jennings. It is an edge, but it runs down to third man. It won't reach the boundary rope. Sir Alistair Cook catches up with the ball, and Jennings comes back and runs 2. Yeah, he just played it softly, did Jennings, and he edged down into the ground. And there's Cook to field the ball. I saw Alistair Cook at breakfast this morning. He was one or two of the people in the hotel had spotted him. I don't know whether the cricket fans are there for a golf day. I think they're there for a golf day, but they all spotted Sir Alistair in the corner. And Jennings is off the front foot and plays a little defensive push back down the pitch, and there is no run. So they all went up for a little to say hello, and he was very polite, said hello to everybody. But it was quite interesting. Yeah, they just a little group of, and they were definitely golfers on a golf day. And just out the corner of the eye, they went, "Oh, hang on, that's England's leading run scorer of all time there at the corner of the breakfast bar."
That's right. Well, he is a very generous-hearted man, and he's always got time of day for everyone.
He did this morning. So that's the first over completed. 43 for 1. Bohannon taking guard from umpire Hartley. He's going to open up from that south end of the ground. Looks like Sam Cook. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Cook and Porter, two best bowlers in tandem first thing this morning. Porter 5 overs, 1 for 18. Cook 5 overs, 2 maidens for just 5 runs. So Cook it will be. There's a leg slip in place and 2 slips. And Bohannon plays a nice shot, clipped away up towards mid-on, where Tom Wesley fields. And there is no run. So we've got Cook at first slip and Harmer at second. And Mike Critchley is at leg slip. And a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's short mid-wicket and a regulation mid-wicket, and then a deep backward square leg. So 2 close in on the leg side. As Bohannon leaves that ball, and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Simon Harmer there, just watching. If you're watching on Lancs TV, could have quite an important part to play. He might potentially bowl quite a bit today. It's probably one of the reasons why Essex elected to bat first in pretty treacherous looking conditions on the first day, that they want Harmer into the game later on. It's turned out towards mid-wicket this time by Bohannon, gathered by Nick Brown, and there is no run. 43 for 1. 3 dot balls to start Sam Cook's first over of the morning. good season for Essex with the ball. 25 wickets, an average of 20. Balls to Bahanan again. That's defended. It's pushed out into the offside. Dan Lawrence comes up from cover to field, and there's no run. We were waxing lyrical about Lancashire's opening bowlers, and rightly so, because Williams and Bailey are a terrific combination. We're lucky we've got 4 outstanding opening bowlers in this game, because Porter and Cook are right up there as well. Superb skill from both. It's a good delivery to Bahanan, and that beats him. And through to the keeper, no run. 43 for 1. Good ball by Sam Cook. Yeah, between them this season, 25 wickets for Cook and 33 wickets for Porter. And you throw into the equation 36 wickets for Harmer. It's a strong-looking attack. It's nudged away by Bahanan. Just down towards backward square leg. And through he goes for a single. That's the first run, in fact the only run off the over as well. 44 for 1. Bahanan has 21 and Jennings on 19.
Yeah, as you say, I spoke to Tom Wesley at length last night. Well, he spoke at length to me. I didn't, because my voice was going then. But he's a very good talker, and he did admit that he was very disappointed that Essex only got 282. He was looking for well in excess of 300.
That was very much on the cards,
well,
wasn't it?
It was, yes.
It kind of unravelled a little bit from when that second new ball came.
Yeah.
5 wickets for just 7 runs. Porter to Bahanan, that's pushed back down the pitch. And there is no run. Yeah, in fact, Tom Bailey admitted something similar when I spoke to him, that when they were bowling in the afternoon, they were doing their best to try and, I think the phrase he used was to bowl dry, not concede too many runs, and just hang on in there as best they could until that new ball arrived. But he said they were fearing quite a sizable first innings total that Essex could post. Bahanan gets nicely in behind this delivery from Porter, and defends to mid-on. Things changed pretty quickly following the tea break yesterday. So Essex have got this little golden hour or so now with this relatively new Kookaburra ball to try and make some inroads, and conversely Lancashire and Jennings and Bahanan will know if they can get through this, and it should be a little easier later on. Oh, it's a play and a miss from Bahanan. Ball snakes through into the gloves of wicket keeper Buttleman, and there's no run. You know, forecast is brighter for later, and with a softer ball might become a little easier if Lancashire can get through this opening period. Tight start though by Porter and by Cook. It's Bahanan off the back foot and defends. There's Dan Lawrence at cover to field, no run. Remains on 21, Josh Bahanan. 44 for 1. Porter has been pretty miserly all summer. Continuing with a tight start here. Into Bahanan again. Just eased up his pads away towards square leg. Sam Cook comes round to complete the fielding. Bahanan comes back and runs 2. So it's 23 to Josh Bahanan. And 46 for 1 now, Lancashire. With 1 ball left of It's Jamie Porter over. And the balls, and Bohannon just squared up a little. The ball's pushed out into the offside. Brown will catch up with it. And just the single taken, so 3 in the end off that over. 47 for 1. Bohannon 24. Jennings on at 19. And our friends from Haydock are back in again.
Oh yes.
The flag been strapped to the arm rails of the steps leading up towards that little grass embankment on the southern side of the ground.
It's billowing like a sail.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. The Bolton Wanderers flag in the top corner. Well, that flag. Cook. It's cute from Bohannon, just run down to third man. It's 4 runs from Josh Bohannon.
50.
Yeah, Lancashire bring up a half-century there. Team score 51 for 1 with that. Bohannon moves on to 28. Second boundary of the morning. It's Cook. Loops around and comes back in again. Still with this leg slip and the 2 slips. Balls to Bohannon, who turns it onto the leg side. There's 2 fielders in mid-wicket positions, one a little shorter than the other. Nick Brown, who's slightly deeper than Paul Walter. And there's no runs. They've got a plan set up here at Essex for Bohannon with a leg slip, with 2 mid-wickets and the backward square leg. Sam Cook is in again and balls, and Bohannon off the back foot and played away into the offside. Just for a single. Takes him on to 29. And the score moves on to 54 for 1.
So it'll be interesting to see how this game develops. And we don't know what the forecast is like for tomorrow, of course. But both sides really want as many points. Well, I suppose you could say this always, but a draw's not a good to either of them in the pursuit of Surrey.
No, it's true, especially when you're reduction in points for a draw this season.
Yeah.
Jennings defends up to mid-off, no run. I guess when the first innings of the match is complete and bonus points have all been achieved and that type of thing, maybe then it becomes that again takes a slightly different look to it as to whether anything can be forced heading into the final day. At the minute, still bowling and batting bonus points at stake. Cook from around the wicket to Jennings, who again with the step forward just runs it down to backward point for a single. Jennings moves on to 20. The score moves on to 53 for 1. One ball left of the 18th over. There's Cook to Bohannon. That's clipped away off the hip towards square leg for no run. That does complete the over. And Bohannon remains on 29. Jennings on 20. It's 53 for 1. So we've had 18 overs and 15 minutes of play.
Just looking out there. Sorry. Alistair Cook, a man of many parts, not only one of England's finest batsmen and pretty useful captain, but he's ferrying bits of kit around. He's ferrying the helmet from one end to the other. And Jamie Porter's pullover from the boundary to the umpire. Really gets involved with the game.
He's a kind of definition of a team man.
Yes.
So he was saying this on the first day. Is he out of contract at the end of this season? Is that what?
Yes, he is.
Right, okay.
And everybody is asking, is he going to stay on for another year?
Will he do one more year? There's Jamie Porter from around the wicket. Handsome looking drive by Keaton Jennings. His runs here out through extra cover. Quite reached the boundary. Jennings and Bohannon, well, they run 3. It takes Keaton Jennings onto 23. It's 56 for 1. It's always an interesting conversation, isn't it, when you speak to players who have made that decision to retire, and those that are perhaps on the cusp of making that decision. Porter comes over the wicket and bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW there as Bohannon's gone back to work it to the leg side. Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpiring at this end, saying not out. But you speak to a lot of professionals who have retired, and they just or recently retired, and they say, well, you just kind of know, you get a feeling, you almost wake up one day and think, well, that's it, that's me done. I'm going to call it quits. You kind of just get that feeling. Porter sets off again. Yeah, delayed to the start of this third day, but we've been underway since 11:45, and Lancashire have taken their total onto 56 for 1. Keaton Jennings on 23, Josh Bohannon on 29, Essex all out for 282. Lancashire in reply, 56 for 1.
Yeah, I think in Alistair Cook's case, he'll pack up when he's no longer enjoying it, because he doesn't need to play. He's done everything. He's a wealthy man, but when he doesn't enjoy anymore, that's it.
Porter over the wicket and bowls to Bohannon, who's back and across. And defends into the offside, no run. Yeah, the love of the game can be the only reason it kind of keeps him going. I don't think he's doing it to improve his numbers, his career average. As you say, I'm sure he's made enough from the game to be able to live without playing it. Again, Bohannon defending to the leg side, no run. There's Paul Walter, the enormous frame of Paul Walter at mid-wicket. He feels and there's no run. They've not got the leg slip in place to Bohannon when Porter's bowling, but they have when Sam Cook's bowling. It's 3 slips with Porter bowling. Still 2 on the leg side in catching positions and a deep backward square leg. Again, Bohannon off the back foot. Oh, he gets a run here. He's just pushed it away into the offside. He gets past Dan Lawrence. And Bohannon shuffles back for a couple. And completes the over. Oh, that's the 50 partnership as well. So it's 57 for 1. And the 50 partnership between Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon.
And probably Essex were certainly hoping and maybe even expecting more balls to have beaten the batsman, but generally speaking the batsmen have sailed through fairly comfortably.
Yeah, there's been certainly one from Cook to Bohannon. Definitely beat him.
But I can't really remember another one.
No, I can't. No. Jennings waits for Cook. Oh, and that's deflected down towards fine leg. Leg buys just beyond the reach of Keeper Buttleman down towards the fine leg boundary for 4 leg byes. The score ticks along to 62 for 1 with that. In terms of partnerships in the match, well, in the Essex innings, that we mentioned that standout partnership of Wesley and Walter. But Wesley and Critchley kind of got something going at 34 they put on, and then Wesley and Harmer 65, but one big partnership so far in this game. Jennings looks to play forward, the ball squirts away off the inner half of the bat and getting down towards that fine leg boundary. Porter quickly around to pick up and sending towards the keeper, but they've come back for 2 in the process. Jennings moves on to 25 not out. 64 for 1 now. So can Jennings and Bohannon go some way to trying to match what Wesley and Walter did? Well, it's a start. It's Cook to Jennings, plays forward and defends. And up towards Dan Lawrence at mid-off, and there is no run. Jennings just recently back into the Lancashire side. He played and captained them in that win at Surrey, but that was his first game back for, it must have been almost 2 months, I think. Did his hamstring, quite a bad hamstring tear, when he was 180 odd not out against Somerset back in April. Forward again goes Jennings. And there is no run. Yeah, so he's spent a while on the treatment table. He's got to know Lancashire's physio, Sam Byrne, pretty well. Took some recovering, that hamstring tear. I was speaking to him shortly after he did it, and he said that it was a pretty nasty tear. It took some time. And on the walk down towards the bowler, just drops it away into the offside. Dan Lawrence with his sunglasses wrapped around the back of his head. Not quite sunglasses weather just yet. Maybe later, but not quite yet.
I admire your optimism.
I just looked at the forecast for tomorrow, actually, because since we mentioned we're not quite sure what the forecast is like tomorrow. At the minute, the BBC weather forecast, that's pulled by Jennings just behind square on the leg side for a single. I think that's the last ball of the over as well. It is. So it's 65 for 1. Jennings 26, Bohannon 31. Tomorrow the forecast, he's really nice. It's clear, it's nice and bright. There's absolutely, it's 0% chance of rain all day tomorrow.
Excellent.
So we should be fine, and it looks like kind of from midday onwards we're going to get large periods of sunshine. So tomorrow looks good. And I say today has improved, but I think there is certainly a risk of a shower potentially. That could blow in at some stage through the course of the day. Tomorrow looks good. It's the end of the Cook over. His 3rd of the morning, and Porter about to start his 4th of the morning. Jennings plays off the front foot with the keeper standing up. Forward defensive. Ball rolls back down the pitch. And there is no run. 65 for 1. Yeah, there's Will Buttleman, the wicketkeeper, standing right up behind the stands, probably because Jennings has used his feet to try and get forward towards the bowler. He can't do that now, so has to remain in the crease and defends this time towards the leg side. No run. Not sure if Jennings was batting out of his crease or not, but he was certainly using his feet to take a step down the pitch towards the bowler, try and remove that element of that threat of LBW. Brought it to Jennings, forward and defends again, no run.
Is that something he does quite frequently?
It is, yeah. It's something he's done quite a bit this season. At the start of the season, in fact, I think his first 3 dismissals of the season were as a result of the keeper standing up, and he was either balled or LBW. In fact, I think that happened in the game at Chelmsford in the reverse fixture against Essex in the first innings for Jennings. Just nudged away towards square leg, and there is no run. We saw it quite a bit during the Ashes series, didn't we? Or this current Ashes series, batters standing and batting out of their crease. .65 for 1, so 4 dot balls so far. If you can hear a bit of rattling around, this metal frame of this tent, I think, is getting battered by the breeze. Forward, Jennings again to Lawrence at mid-off. There is no run. Score remains on 65 for 1. Yeah, definitely time for a day for a cup of tea. Something nice and warm. Rather than maybe a cold beer, as we saw yesterday morning. Jennings defending. And, the ball just trickles its way up towards mid-off where Dan Lawrence fields, and there's no run. End of the over. If you're watching on Lancs TV, terrific picture here of someone with a cup of tea with his feet up in an armchair. I mean, that's outstanding.
We had an email late last night. Well, I say late last night, late afternoon, from Kevin, Kevin in Bury St Edmunds, lamenting the fact that when Lawrence goes off to Surrey, Brown, in his view, is not in very good form, and Alistair Cook going, maybe.
Cook comes in, ball driven down the ground by Bohannon, beats Cook, heading up towards the boundary, all the way for 4 runs. Glorious straight drive by Bohannon. Lovely shot, perhaps the shot of the morning so far. Oh, he enjoyed that, didn't he? Yes. Held the pose. 4 runs to Bohannon.
Yeah, then Kevin suggests that Essex must be looking for at least 2, possibly 3 new batsmen for next year. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. There's some good youngsters coming on, that's right, in all the counties. But you don't really want to introduce 3 new players all at once.
69 for 1. Bohannon in behind and defends to mid on, no run. Yeah, you speak to the coaches and they say about trying to get young players into the team, and as you say, Dick, it's, you want to introduce them, but you want to introduce them with a lot of senior pros around them.
Yeah. Succession planning, I believe they call it.
Dan Lawrence announcement take Essex fans by surprise, or were they expecting Lawrence to leave as Cook? He's in and bowls, and that's flicked away off the hip. That's what that man there's for at leg slip. Matt Critchley, 4 runs for Bohannon, into the left of Critchley in position at leg slip. And a flick off the hip, and he spun round, I'm sure, with a slightly anxious look to wonder whether or not Critchley was in reach of that. It's gone down to the boundary. It's 4 runs. It's 73 for 1.
Well, the answer to your question is I don't know for sure, but I think I would have to say that it probably did not come as a surprise. Right. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence making the move to Surrey for next season. Cook to Bohannon. Bohannon hopping away towards the leg side. Ball that just to jag back a little bit. 73 for 1. Two balls left of Cook's over. He's in again to Bahanan. It's pushed away into the offside, but for no run. Well, we're at that time of the year, aren't we, where players are making moves and there's different players moving counties and players announcing that they're leaving different clubs and signing elsewhere. Get to this stage of the summer, see a lot of kind of player movement, or at least the sign that players are going to be moving and changing counties. Bahanan driving, but straight to mid-on. End of the over. It is at 73 for 1. Keaton Jennings on 26 and Josh Bahanan on 39. So we've been going just over half an hour of this third day, underway at 11:45.
And also, of course, rather more prosaically, maybe a bit later in the season, some players are batting. It's their job, it's their way of earning a living, batting to preserve their contracts and get signed at least for another couple of years.
Yeah, players coming into their final few months of a contract and frantically trying to earn a new deal. First bowling change sees Doug Bracewell replacing Jamie Porter. Porter's 4-over spell this morning, 4 overs, 1 maiden for 14. And Bracewell is coming into the attack from the north end of the ground. He's got Keaton Jennings on strike. So there's Bracewell for Essex over the wicket and bowls to Jennings, who's off the front foot. Just easing that one away through the offside. There's no run. 73 for 1. We'll take a look at some of the games around the country as well through the course of today and keep you across what's happening elsewhere. I think it could be the type of day where you might see quite a few teams going on and off with showers dotted around the country. Forward Jennings in defence and there's no run. But as it stands, everybody in Division 1 are currently playing. No weather interruptions for the Division 1 fixtures. Indeed, Division 2, actually no, they've just gone off. In fact, they've not gone on at Durham's. Durham Gloucestershire, that's a delayed start to that third day. Driven away by Jennings. Now, does that have enough on it to reach the rope? It's disappearing towards extra cover. No, it's flicked back. That's good work out in the deep, saving a 1 run in the end, because they have run 3. Did well to catch up with that. I reckon Jennings thought he's probably got enough on it, but Lawrence was scampering after it. Critchley as well. And the flick back by Critchley. And then the return throw by Dan Lawrence. Saving a run for Essex, so it's 76 for 1. First runs conceded by Doug Bracewell this morning. He's in and bowling again to Bahanan this time. That's defended away into the offside.
Just looking around, it's the sort of day where by the end of play a lot of the fielders' trousers are going to be very dirty.
Yeah, it's a pretty soft outfield, isn't it, in places? And with a bit of rain around, there could be a few slip-sliding fielders knocking around today. You're quite right. Greasy surface. Bahanan gets in behind this next delivery. Guides the ball away to Paul Walter. He's at cover and there's no run. Bohannon 39 not out. He's played one lovely straight drive today. Looking to add to his total here by trying to clip the ball out towards the leg side, but Bottleman comes from behind the stumps and he's quickly on the ball. No chance of an additional run there, so that completes the over we had now of Lancashire's innings. 23 gone in the Lancashire first innings, 76 for 1. Jennings on 29 and Bohannon on 39. In Division 1 then, elsewhere, as Sam Cook gets ready to continue from that southern end of the ground, but take it to the Division 1 leaders Surrey, who made 355 in their first innings, and Nottinghamshire in reply of 312 for 6. So trail by 43 with 4 wickets remaining, and Will Young still going, 135 not out. Cook to Jennings with the keeper standing up, trying to work the ball away to the leg side, and there's no run. So that's the Surrey Notts game. Nottinghamshire 312 for 6, trail by 43. Bottleman standing up to Cook with 3 slips behind him and a short leg. So Nick Brown there crouching down under the helmet at short leg. It's edged and gone. Taken by Critchley at 3rd slip. And that's the ploy that Essex was searching for, with the keeper standing up and just cramping Jennings for room. Edge through to Critchley. He takes the catch. Jennings goes for 29. It's 76 for 2.
Yeah, Essex would be delighted to get rid of Jennings. Obviously, potentially an enormous thorn in their side. And as you say, and as you've said, referring to other innings, it's the standing up of the keeper that restricted him enormously.
Yeah, it's smart by Essex, isn't it? It's a good ball by Sam Cook, but he's just bowled beautifully to the field that he's been set, into the plan that's been set there. Short leg in place, 3 slips, keeper standing up. Edge through to Critchley, took a nice catch. Jennings is gone. So Lancashire lose their first wicket of the morning, the second of their innings.
How many did he make?
Jennings made 29.
Cute.
59 balls. And a couple of 4s in that 29 for Keaton Jennings. The partnership was worth 72 runs. The captain's been dismissed and the former captain's come out to replace him, Dane Villas, to join Josh Bohannon. Keeper stands back now, still with 2 slips and a gully. Jennings defends away into the offside for no run. So that's wicket number 26 of the season for Sam Cook. An average of 20. His best bowling in an innings, 5 for 42. His best match figures this season, 6 for 72. Jennings wants a quick single here. Be sharp on. I think he might be gone. He is. Just pushed it away into the offside. It looked like a really sharp single. And the pick up and throw, direct hit towards the stumps, and Villas is out. It looked like he was struggling from the moment he decided to run. He's gone for naught, 76 for 3.
As you say, he decided to run, yeah.
Short live from Dane Villas, run out. Sure, got the pick up and throw. I'm sure we'll catch that back soon enough on the replay, but frustration for Dane Villas. wanting that quick single, just dropped it into the offside. It's Bracewell. Oh, that's fine work by the Lancs TV crew as well. Excellent pick up and throw. And Villas has been run out for naught. 76 for 3. So Rob Jones comes out to join Josh Bohannon. 2 wickets in the over here for Essex after a pretty calm kind of 40 minutes of play.
Yeah.
But, got rid of Jennings and they've quickly dismissed Villas. Josh Bohannon walks down to meet Rob Jones on his way out to the middle. I mentioned this morning, and this is what Tom Bailey was saying last night, that it's kind of the first 30 to 35 overs with this Kookaburra ball where, albeit the ball there obviously is not done for Villas, has it, but still the sense of pressure being built. This is where they, as a bowling side, what we're being told by the bowlers is this is where you're going to try and make hay with this Kookaburra ball. It's not the usual ball that we play with. The second round of fixtures with this Kookaburra ball being used. It's Cook to Bohannon. Oh, it's a sharp delivery. It's a good ball to Bohannon. Beats him and through to Buttleman, the wicket keeper. No run. 76 for 3. Good work by Bracewell to run Villas out. With an hour left of the morning session. Cook in to Bohannon, and that's left, and that's through to the keeper, and there is no run. So wicket maiden that for Cook. Completes the over as well. 76 for 3. Let's have another look at this this dismissal here. There's the edge of Jennings' bat, caught by Critchley. And the first wicket followed by the Villas dismissal. Pushing it away into the offside. I think he knew straight away. Well, look at him watch Bracewell. He knew he was struggling. And Bracewell right-handed pick up and throw towards the stumps. And Villas has to depart. 76 for 3.
As Boycott says, 1 wicket brings 2.
Indeed. Indeed it did. Frustration for Lancashire, but good news for Essex. Here's Bracewell to Jones. He gets his first run of the day. Guides us away to backward square leg where Sam Cook comes up to complete the fielding, and there is no run. Jones, sorry, get through for 1. Jones moves on to 1 with that. I'm just going to have a little look around some of the other games elsewhere in Division 1. I started with that match at the Oval. Nottinghamshire 319 for 6. Trail Surrey by 36 runs. We'll take a look at the other matches in a moment. Here's Bracewell to Bohannon. Defends, and there's no run. So at Taunton, Hampshire are 109 for 6 in reply to a Somerset total of 500 all out. Ben Brown unbeaten on 22 and Felix Organ on 5. So Hampshire 109 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 500 all out. It's dropped away into the offside by Josh Bohannon. And there is no run. Kent are 93 for 3, so they're taking on Warwickshire this week. Warwickshire got a big first innings total of 549 for 7 declared. With a double century for Rob Yates, in fact an unbeaten double century for Rob Yates. 228 not out in that total of 549 for 7 declared. As Bracewell's into Bohannon. It's a nice shot, eased away through the leg side. be worth 2 for Josh Bohannon. So it's a pretty sizable first innings lead that for Warwickshire, because Kent were all out for 171 in their first innings. Second time round, Kent a 93 for 3. Joe Denley made 45 before becoming a victim to Oliver Hannon-Dolby. So Kent 93 for 3, and they trail Warwickshire by 285 runs in their second innings. Bracewell to Bohannon, who's back and across and defends, and there's no run. There's one other match in Division 1, and there's actually a little bit of rain around Middlesex Northamptonshire match. And Northamptonshire are 109 for 2 in their second innings, and they have a lead over Middlesex that's worth 51 runs. Bracewell to Bohannon. Oh, it's edged and dropped by Harmer at second slip. It went low to Harmer, but it was about shin height, and you watch him all the time, Dick. He's an outstanding slip fielder, isn't he, Harmer? He will be
yes.
surprised to have dropped that.
Yeah, he'd take that, I don't know, 85% of the time.
Lifeline for Bohannon dropped by Harmer off Bracewell, with Bohannon on 41. And the score on 79 for 3. Just a few uncomfortable moments here for Lancashire. They've lost the captain. Velas has been run out shortly after that. They had the 3 wickets to go. Wells last night for naught, but this morning Jennings for 29 and Velas in the same over for naught. Bohannon's just been dropped. Wicket each for Porter and Cook. It's quite a lengthy opening spell this by Sam Cook. He's going to have a 6th over on the bounce. As Jones gets forward and defends to mid-on, and there is no run. So probably the scores in Division 1. I mentioned Durham against Gloucestershire. Of course it's raining because Gloucestershire are playing. The rain appears to follow the Gloucester boys around. So Gloucestershire are 0 for 0 in their second inning. In fact, they've not even started their second innings, have they? No. Much delayed, and Gloucestershire trail by 137 runs. Durham making 453. Gloucestershire 316 all out. So a healthy first innings lead for the home side, thanks in no small part to that excellent 195 by Alex Lees. It's Cook to Jones off the back foot. It's pushed into the offside, no run. So Gloucestershire starting their second innings, or they will do at some stage, trailing by 137 runs. Glamorgan taking on Leicestershire. This match is into its 3rd day, like they all are, but this is only into its 26th over of this match. Barely played. Glamorgan is 70 for 4 against Leicestershire in Cardiff. It's Cook to Jones, who follows that ball and through to the keeper. There's no run. Derbyshire are 299 for 6 in their second innings. Brooke Guest made a century, making 105. In reply to that, Sussex total of 402 all out. So Derbyshire still trail by 103 runs with 4 wickets remaining. And there's one other Division 2 game, which is at New Road. As Cook is in to Jones. Jones drives to the left of mid-on. Might get 4 for it, he does. And down on one knee, Jones, and steering the ball to the left of Tom Wesley at mid-on. And down towards the boundary for 4. So Jones moves on to 5. Lancashire 83 for 3. Final Division 2 fixture. Worcestershire taking on Yorkshire this week. Yorkshire making 407 in their first innings. Cook to Jones. It's pushed into the offside for no run. And Worcestershire, in reply, are 106 for 5. 3 wickets for Ben Code. So Worcestershire trail Yorkshire by 301 runs. Is currently how it's all playing out across Divisions 1 and 2 of the County Championship. Cook to Jones, again forward in defence, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. It's 26 of the Lancashire first innings. 83 for 3. 41 to Bahanam and 5 to Jones.
It'll be interesting to see when Harmer comes into the attack. You'd think with this strong wind going across the ground, he might have troubles controlling it. But on the other hand, that could be another part of his armoury.
Yeah, just 3 overs so far in the match by Harmer. No sign of him just yet on day 3. It's defended by Bahanam. Walter Fields coming across from mid-wicket. And there is no run. Deficit now 199 between these two sides as it stands on first innings. It's Doug Bracewell from the north end of the ground. Balls left alone by Bahanam. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. We'll bring you score updates as well of the continuing Ashes series, the Women's Ashes series. There's a one-day international taking place in Bristol today. I think it's a sellout in Bristol. There will be a bit of Lancashire interest in that, I'm sure. You can see a picture of Kate Cross on the cricket pages of the BBC Sport website and app. Short by Bracewell, and Bahanam doesn't go fully through with the pull shot. Steers it down into the leg side where Critchley comes up from mid-wicket, and then he's sent right back towards the boundary. Actually, there's Matt Critchley jogging away in front of the kindergarten on the far side of the ground. So they've got a deep square leg and a fine leg, and short mid-wicket and mid-on, so leg side field is reasonably strong. It's worked out in front of square towards Critchley, who jogs up from that boundary. And the score ticks along to 84 for 3. And it takes Josh Bahanam on to 42. Relatively sparse crowding today, but forecast, I'm certain, would have put quite a few off. But there's a little sprinkling of spectators, certainly on the southern side of the ground. Jones working the ball out towards the leg side. Jamie Porter gets across to his right from mid-on to field. Jones gets a single, he moves on to 6. 85 for 3. Brings Josh Bahanam back on strike. Comes Bracewell to Bahanam. Deep in the crease. On top of the bounce, steers the ball away into the offside. Dan Lawrence is there to field, and there is no run, so remains 85 for 3. Watching on Lancs TV, that's the media tent. Plenty of cups of coffee being consumed today. So a bit of a battering with the breeze. There's our marquee.
Yeah, the trees in the distance at the far end, the southern end of the ground, are really blowing like sails in a gale.
Yeah, there's a sense that this wind is just starting to pick up. I say there one or two people inside Blackpool Cricket Club this morning predicting it could get up to 30 mile an hour, the wind. Spell from Sam Cook has come to an end, so it was a 6-over spell on the south end of the ground this morning. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. And Cook has been replaced by Porter, who returns and bowls to Jones, who drives down the ground. It was past the bowler, down towards the boundary. A straight drive from Jones. He gets 4. Moves into double figures. 89 for 3. Takes him on to 10. So yeah, Porter returning to replace Cook. 8 overs, 1 for 26 before this over started for Porter. Squeezed away into the offside by Jones. And Shane Snater is there, just backward of point. And there is no run. Snater on as a 12th man. Sure, for who? Maybe Cook, who's just finished his spell, perhaps. It's Porter to Jones. Jones off the front foot again to defend. And there is no run. .89 for 3. Porter to Jones. Let's just run down towards backward point. Snater catches up with the ball. Jones jogs through for a single. He moves on to 11. Score ticks along to 90 for 3. There has been a wicket at the Oval. Will Young has been dismissed. Out for 145. Caught by Ben Folkes off the bowling of Will Jacks. Nottinghamshire are 7 down now. And gets in behind this next delivery from Porter and defends to mid-on. Play about to resume in, well, I say about to resume, play will resume in the game between Durham and Gloucestershire at 1:20. So that's the scheduled start time in that fixture. 1 ball left. Porter's return to the attack, in and bowls. And Bohannon gets forward and defends. And there is no run. It's up towards mid-off. It's 90 for 3. Bohannon on 42, Jones on 11. The flag right on the top of the tower there on Lancs TV. Well, that's going to get a fair battering today, isn't it?
Yes.
Be a windy day up the tower. It's 94 for 3 here, then at Stanley Park in Blackpool. So an hour of play, Dick. We'll let you have a little break, but just maybe your thoughts on what you've seen so far in this first hour.
Well, I think Essex will be happy to get a couple of wickets. The second of which was obviously a bonus.
As Bracewell comes in and bowls, it's defended to point, no run.
But they've still got a lot of work to do, obviously, and I'm still inclined to think that Harmer, generally seen as a 4th innings bowler, might do pretty well later today.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a role to play, isn't it? Some stage through the course of the day. Bracewell to Jones. And that's eased away to backward point where Dan Lawrence will field, and there is no run. We've got about 40 minutes left of the morning session. Lancashire have lost those 2 wickets. Jones 11, Bohannon on 42. Still behind, 192 runs. One way behind still. But Bohannon going nicely at one end. And Jones forward in defence. And there is no run. Brown fields at extra cover. So we've got 3 balls left for Bracewell. Has been involved in the action this morning. That run out of Dane Velas, it was good pick up and throw by Bracewell towards the bowler's end to run out the former Lancashire captain. Jones steers it away safely up to mid-off where Tom Wesley fields, and there is no run. 4 dot balls for this Doug Bracewell over. 3 slips in place, point, cover, mid-off. There's a mid-on, there was a mid-wicket, but Matt Critchley's been pushed back towards the square leg boundary, and there's a fine leg as well. Short ball that by Bracewell, and Jones just drops his hands, allows that one to go through to the keeper. And there is no run. Reminder for you, lunch is at 1:30 today. And timings have been changed to accommodate the loss of the overs. Bracewell to Jones. Has he edged it? He has. Little flick behind to the keeper. Frustration for Jones. Success for Bracewell. And that is the 4th wicket to fall of this Lancashire first innings. Little nick behind to leave Jones a frustrated man. Caught by the keeper. And Lancashire are now 4 down, 90 for 4, and Dick, that was an absolute bonus wicket for Essex. She was saying about wanting to try and get one more out potentially, and they've done just that. So 42 to Bohannon and 11 to Rob Jones, 90 for 4. Just those 11 runs for Jones, and Bracewell strikes for Essex. So partnerships for Lancashire. Well, there's just that one that stands out. Jennings and Bohannon, 72. Those two did put on, but coming to an end. The first wicket for Bracewell, 1 for Cook and 1 for Porter as well. And with the run out, because you know they've got some work to do here. They're still trailed by 192 runs. They are 90 for 4. Phil Salt is the next batter in, who's in pretty good form, both in the red ball and the white ball game for Lancashire. But in terms of red ball cricket, he comes into this match on the back of a 54 and a 56 against Surrey, and in the game before that he recorded his first class century for Lancashire. This is down the leg side by Porter at the start of a new over, with Bohannon on strike, taken by Buttleman, and there is no runs. Assault's in good form for Lancashire. continue it on the blustery west coast. It's Bohannon on 42. In comes Porter. It's just pushed into the offside by Bohannon, and there is no run. Josh Bohannon this season for Lancashire. He is the club's leading run scorer in county championship cricket. 610 runs, an average of 50. He's in behind this next ball from Porter and just works up towards the leg side, where there is no run. Poor Walter Fields, top scorer of Bohannon of 108 this season, so 1 century and 3 50s to his name. It's Jamie Porter from the south end of the ground. Bowls to Bohannon off the back foot, and it's chopped away into the offside where Critchley fields, and there is no run. So Porter following up an excellent over from Doug Bracewell so far with 4 dot balls. Comes Porter to Bohannon again, can't get the ball away, and there is no run. Yeah, the Bracewell over was a wicket maiden, something similar to what Lancashire did yesterday after tea. In particular, they had 6 successive maiden overs, of which 1 was a double wicket maiden. Yeah, applied the pressure and they tough going for the Essex batters. Likewise right now, this is Bohannon defending off the back foot up towards mid-on, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. It's 90 for 4. Bohannon has 42. Salt yet to face a delivery, and excellent over from Jamie Porter. He's able to back up a good over from Doug Bracewell. The fast food outlets are not run off their feet today, but there's 1 or 2 options dotted around the ground, including one right behind our media tent. I suspect their hot water tanks are nicely full. Maybe there'll be a lunchtime rush, perhaps, for the food outlets around the ground. Here comes well, Bracewell's about to start a fresh over. Turns and gets back to the top of his mark. It runs here for Salt off the back foot, nicely timed. Timing of a man in form. 4 runs for Salt, eased away through the covers, and he gets his innings up and running. And Lancashire slowly edging up towards 3 figures. They're 94 for 4. Boundary off the first ball of Bracewell's 7th over. In comes Bracewell, balls to Salt. And that'll be 4 more. Short and wide, carved away down to 3rd man. And Salt doubles his score, moves on to 8. The ball has disappeared somewhere around the advertising, which have been battered by the wind. A little short and wide. Mentioned Salt's form. He's in good touch. He's cracked that one away down towards the 3rd man. Wide 3rd man boundary for 4 more. So Salt's on to 8. It's 98 for 4 now. Just dropped away into the offside by Salt. And there is no run. Nick Brown there. He's been doing a bit of work under the helmet at short leg. He's got the pads on. He's kept his pads on and his protective gear. There they are. Just in case he's required again to don the helmet and crouch down somewhere in the vicinity of the batter. Bracewell balls to Salt. It's worked up to Walter at mid-on, and there is no run. I mentioned they might see a little bit of rain around the country today, and it kind of is starting to show, because they've taken an early lunch at New Road, and they're off at Canterbury as well. Bracewell balls left by Salt and through to Buttleman, and there's no run, so rain stops play at Canterbury with Kent on 127 for 3. Still a long way behind, isn't it? 251. That's a lot of runs to make up for Kent, but they're taking the lunch there. Salt defends to mid-off for no run, and I mentioned early lunch at New Road. We're at Worcestershire at 119 for 6. There's a trail Yorkshire by 2-2 at 8. Here we're approaching 1 o'clock, but which is the kind of usual lunch time, but got another half an hour or so of play. 1:30 lunch today. So 98 for 4. Porter from the south end of the ground to continue. 2 slips in place. Cook and Harbour. He runs for Bahan, and he's driving this to the left of mid-off. Through he goes for a quick single. It's Dan Lawrence. Mid-off for Essex. Scooping up the ball, but Bahan gets 1, so he moves on to 43. Brings Salt back on strike. Oh, there's a problem with Porter's boots here. Some running repairs required. Tighten up the spikes. You can see actually a little bit of the turf and the soil wrapped up in those spikes. The ground has dried really well for the amount of rain that we've had. Certainly on the first day. And rain around this morning for that delayed start, but the work that's been done by everybody at Blackpool Cricket Club, and I mentioned this before actually, I mentioned it yesterday, that back in 2019 the ground underwent quite a lot of work. Salt defends for no run. They replaced the surface and they improved the drainage, so quite a substantial amount of work done in 2019 to get this ground into a position where it would drain better, I think, mainly. Got a good pitch here, got a good drainage now, and it's played host to some good cricket in the last couple of years. It's worked away by Salt to the leg side, no run, but this is its first championship game for over a decade. Lancashire have been to Stanley Park in between times, but only for one-day cricket. For T20 games and for one-day cup matches. Not been here for a 4-day match since 2011. Porter to Salt. And that's 4. Down towards straight mid-off. Porter stuck out his left hand. Salt driving the ball beyond the reach of the bowler. And 4 more to Salt. He's only working in boundaries at the minute. All 12 runs have come with him hitting 4s. And the score moves on to 103 for 4. Update Radio Manchester listeners in the next couple of moments. The ball has been retrieved from somewhere in and around the covers on the southern side of the grounds. It'll be a little damp. Eased away by Salt again for a single. And through he goes for 1. So he moves on to 13. It's 104 for 4. 1 ball left of the 32nd over of the Lancashire first innings. Trailed by 176. So Porter comes in to complete his 11th over into Bohannon. Again driven. It's gone straight to Lawrence at mid-off, and there is no run. So that's the end of the over. It's 104 for 4. Salt on 13, Bohannon on 43. We'll round things up in the next moment or two for BBC Radio Manchester listeners who are about to join us here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Bracewell set to start his 12th over. Having a chat with his captain at the minute, Tom Wesley. He's got Phil Salt on strike. With 3 slips in place. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a deep square leg. And then there's a fine leg as Bracewell bowls, and that's defended by Salt. We're approaching lunch on this 3rd day, and Lancashire are 104 for 4 with Phil Salt on 13, Josh Bohannon on 43. The wickets this morning of Keaton Jennings for 29, Dame Villash run out for 0. Bohannon is unbeaten on 43, Salt on 13, and Jones, the other wicket to fall, was caught by the keeper off the bowling of Doug Bracewell for 11. So work to do here for Lancashire. 104 for 4, still trailed by 178 runs. It's defended away into the offside by Phil Salt, and there is no run. Jamie Bowman, cricket writer, he's alongside me.
Good afternoon, Scott.
Good afternoon, thank you for joining me. I'm very
warm
well.
enough?
Well, I've got my hood up.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're watching on Lancs TV, I'm hidden behind the monitor, which is probably for the best. But I've got my hood up. I'm feeling the chill today.
Even I've put a coat on.
You were very summery when you first arrived.
I think it was a kind of...
Bracewell into Salt, that's flicked away down to fine leg.
I think it was kind of psychology. I thought if I dress for summer...
As they come back hurriedly for 2, Salt has to put the dive in, but they do successfully come back for a second. He moves on to 15, 106 for 4.
Day at the seaside, I wanted to dress properly, but it backfired somewhat when it was... but yeah. Yes, it's blustery. It feels more like April, doesn't it? It feels like an early game in the season, not July.
In contrast to Lancashire's last championship home match, which was at Southport, and it was absolutely baking.
Yes.
Bracewell to Salt. It's defended to mid-off, and there's no run. We had 4 days of hot weather in Southport, but not quite the same in Blackpool. But back out on the road, Lancashire, taking the game away from Emirates Old Trafford. You fan of outground cricket, Jamie?
Yeah, of course. Who isn't? I mean, it's wonderful to get these. I mean, we've not been here since, is it 2011?
2011, yeah.
Yeah, it's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, they waited a while for Championship cricket to come back here. Salt just drops it away into the offside. This will be a quick single.
Oh, Essex are one of those counties that seem to have given up on outgoing cricket, haven't they? Don't seem to play any outgoing cricket anymore. So I think we're pretty lucky, aren't we, to make these trips to Southport, Blackpool, Liverpool not so much these days, it seems.
No, that appears to have just dropped off, doesn't it?
Sedbergh, of course, that's a recent addition.
Of which Essex will be there for that game at Sedbergh. In just a few weeks' time. There's Bracewell to Bohannon. Bohannon pushing forward, the ball beats him through to the keeper. And they've just played inside the line, that by Bohannon. It's the end of the over, so it's 107 for 4. Salt on 16 and Bohannon on 43.
Feels like a big innings this for Bohannon, doesn't it? He's sort of got to be the rock now. Around the rest of the batters can score the runs. 43 off 100 balls. He's made for it. It's a good situation for him.
Yeah, he's had a pretty solid season, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Bohannon.
Not too long ago, lots of clamour, wasn't there, for an England selection? Seems to have quietened down a bit, but I think he's still, you know, he'll still be in the forts.
I think there's a game a few weeks ago. Porter comes in and bowls to Salt, pushed into the offside for no run. One of the national journalists asked Glenn Chappell that question actually about Bohannon, and Glenn was saying he thinks, you know, he's got the game and the style of game that would appeal to the current England Test setup.
Yeah, lots of debates, isn't there, at the moment about England's batting lineup. 2 games of the Ashes to go. You never know what might happen by a few weeks' time.
Porter to Salt.
He's certainly developed his game, isn't he, in the last couple of seasons? Sort of become a bit more attacking, I think. Which obviously chimes with the new style that England are playing.
What have you made of it this summer, Jamie, or the last few weeks of watching?
You can't keep your eyes off it, can you? It's thrilling.
Porter to Salt forward and defends, and there's no run.
I think those of us who watch county cricket a lot would maybe like to see a few more forward defensives.
Forward defensive? You can't have them in Test cricket now.
No.
That's been absolutely thrilling, hasn't it? Yeah, it's been brilliant to watch. I saw this morning that I think that all tickets, all general sale tickets now for that Test match at Emirates Old Trafford have been sold out.
You managed to get one?
I'm an Edgbaston. This is work to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, Lancashire at Warwickshire next week when the Test match is on.
That's the real game, isn't it? That's the one that's really going on next week. All eyes there.
Nobody's bothered about what's happening in Manchester next week.
Well, I remember the famous game in 2005 where there were the queues outside. I was one of those people queuing back then. Managed to get in somehow. Can't quite remember how.
Probably leapfrogged a wall.
Oh, it was madness. It was madness. But yeah, it feels similar this year.
Keeper takes the helmet and stands up here. Salt flicks a ball away to the leg side. Again, through he goes for a quick single.
Salt's another one, isn't he? Who, you know, he's beginning to sort of make his way in international cricket, and obviously there's a few doubts and worries about England's keeping position at the moment. He's another one who might be able to throw his hat in the ring. He certainly made the transition back into red ball cricket look easy, isn't he, the last this season? Yeah, I was just having a look at his recent scores. Porter's into Bohannon. Sends it straight to Walter at mid-wicket. No run. End of the over. 108 for 4. So the match at Surrey is 61 in the second innings, 56 in the first innings, and then before that his first-class century for Lancashire in that match in Southport, 103 against Hampshire. Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have done much better, really. Got 20 minutes remaining of the
morning session. And Paul Walter twirling his arms around there. And doing a few stretches. We might see Walter before lunch for Essex. Sam Cook's going to return from the north end of the ground, so he replaces Bracewell. 6 over spell for Bracewell from this north end. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. Sam Cook comes back into the attack. So 3 slips in place: point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. Fine leg. Cook's into Salt, is off the back foot. Plays it to Brown at cover, and there's no run.
Really attacking field from Essex, isn't it? I think they sense this is their time. Just before lunch, another one now. They're going to go into the break really with the tails up.
Yeah, Lancashire still 174 behind. Went to the 35th over with this ball, and bowlers keep telling us that it gets to about this stage and it's guided away to point and there's no run. It gets a little softer, a little tougher to bowl with.
I'm guessing this won't be an experiment we see again then.
It's a good point, Jamie. I'm not sure. I think it was all part of this Andrew Strauss thing, wasn't it? That's where there's the Andrew Strauss high performance review, which most of it has been chucked in the bin. But this is one element that they've stuck with. Cook to Salt. It's a nice shot, just eased off his hip away to square leg, down towards the boundary. Doesn't reach the rope. And they've run 3 in the process. There's Porter did his best to stop the ball.
Just about.
Yeah. It seemed a bit hard work, that, didn't it, from Porter? But
I'm guessing it's still pretty damp down there. Quite hard to judge your slide sometimes, isn't it? You just keep going.
He put the dive in. Yeah, he did keep going a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
Certainly heavy fall, but saved a run for his team.
A bit like the did you see the Moeen Ali stop in that they kept replaying? And it was like a sliding football tackle. He slid in and kicked the ball away.
Cook to Bohannon, edged, and I think in short of Harmer.
Yeah, I think that just fell short.
He did drop one earlier on, Harmer. This one off the edge of Bahannon's back, bouncing in front. Well, but he's usually an outstanding pair of hands that Harmer's got.
It's a pretty safe slip cord, and that, isn't it? When you look at who's there.
Yeah, Cook and Harmer have taken a few catches in the slips in their career. Hopping back this time, Bohannon defends away to Brown, and there's no run. 111 for 4. Yeah, so I think there's a few hospitality tickets available for that 4th Test match.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. I think that's about it.
Who you know then?
Treat yourself to a day at the hospitality.
Yeah.
Dig out the credit card. Buy now, pay later. There's Cook to Bohannon.
I think between us, Scott, we've probably
You reckon?
made enough friends at Old Trafford, haven't we, over the years?
Well, you might have done. End of the over, 111 for 4. Salt 20, Bohannon 43. But do you get a sense of it being a little bit like 2005? It could be a series that could be kind of looked back on in 20 years' time as being a bit of an epic.
Yeah, I think so. I think the win, obviously, keeping it alive, it could have been so different, couldn't it? If we'd gone into this match 3-0 down, it would have felt, not even mid-July and the Ashes is gone. Yeah. It would have been pretty depressing. But yeah, I get the feeling people are talking about cricket and who don't usually, and it's on the front pages as well as the back pages, isn't it? And it does feel like there's that clamour.
So next Wednesday, first day of the 4th Test match.
The big difference is the free-to-air TV situation, isn't it?
Walter is into the attack. Balls to Salt. It's turned out towards square leg for a single. Salt to 21, 112 for 4.
Of course, 2005, it was still on Channel 4, and I remember going to pubs and people were watching it around the pub, and obviously people could tune in at home, and kids on summer holidays, that kind of thing. I suppose that is the big difference now, and lots of people lament that change.
I noticed that I think Sky was saying that their viewing figures are good, are up quite substantially.
Yeah, very good, I think. Yeah.
But I understand what you mean. It's still a relatively small number of people compared to the broader population that actually have subscription TV. Edged again by Bohannon, bouncing to the left and in front of Cook. I think he's done really well there, Cook, to stop it. There's a little bit of a gap between the keeper and Cook. Just down to one slip and the leg slip. Looks absolutely frozen, Alistair Cook.
Yeah, hands in his pockets.
Walter to Bohannon. It's just flicked away off the hip, down towards backward square leg for a single.
It's a huge testament to Cook's professionalism, isn't it? His love of the game. He's still there, standing at slip on a cold, blustery day with his hands in his pockets. And I'm sure there's many international cricketers with his record who wouldn't be doing the same.
Yeah, Dick was saying before his contract's up at the end of this season, and it's that time where he's starting to get those questions asked. It's defended by Salt. There's extra bounce here for Walter, who's a tall man. He must be 6'8", maybe taller. That little extra bounce just is a different threat, and you could visibly see both batters so far in the first 4 balls having to deal with that.
Up on their toes, aren't they?
Yeah.
Trying to get on top of the bounce. It's definitely offering something different.
Bowled much this season, Walter. This is just his 7th over of the summer. Is that caught at leg slip off Bohannon? It is. Well, they've had that leg slip in place for Bohannon for a while, and it's created and produced the big wicket of the in-form Lancashire's leading run scorer this season, Josh Bohannon, caught at leg slip off Harmer this time. Little nudge around the corner, and Walter strikes in his first over, and Lancashire lose their 5th wicket, and they're still a long way behind here. They're 168 behind, and it's Bohannon caught at leg slip by Simon Harmer.
You have to say that's fantastic captaincy, isn't it? I mean, they put the man there deliberately. They put on the big man bowling short pitched. You could say it's a simple trap, but it's one that's worked really effectively there. Leg slip, not used that much in cricket these days, but really effective there. You could see Josh just didn't want to go, did he? Just looked, he couldn't believe what he'd done.
There was a delivery, I think, off Cook a little earlier on, that with that leg slip in place, that Bohannon nudged away off his hip and had a slightly frantic look over his shoulder, and it went to the left of Critchley. He was in that position at that moment. He's quite short, Bohannon, as well, isn't he? So I think that extra bounce immediately caused him something new to think about. So Paul Walter strikes in his first over. He's into Colin de Grandhomme now. That's driven away on the bounce to Critchley. That's extra cover, so that's the end of the over. And Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, bringing tall Paul into the attack, and it's produced a very important wicket potentially here for Essex, because Bohannon has been in excellent form this season. But he's gone. Lancashire are 4 down, and they've got a bit of work to do here, the Red Rose. So 168 runs behind at 114 for 5. 10 minutes remaining of this of the morning session. Have a little look at some of the scores elsewhere. It's Sam Cook sets off again. And Salt gets in behind and defends. There's no run. The one-day international match between England and Australia is underway, and Lancashire's finest, Kate Cross, has picked up a wicket. It's Alisa Healy she's got as well.
Good scalp.
LBW to Kate Cross for 8, so Australia are 23 for 1 in the 5th. Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston in that England team. Cook to Salt, and that's worked up to mid-on. There's no run.
She's done well, Kate, isn't she? She had a real hard time with this virus she had. Really come back and bowled well. Leading the attack for England.
Yeah, it sounded really horrible, that, didn't it? Listening to what she was saying. It's a parasite that she picked up, and rounds and rounds of antibiotics to try and get rid of it. Salt defends to cover, no run. So in Division 1, Nottinghamshire are 366 for 7. It's lunch in that match at the Oval, so Nottinghamshire 366 for 7, and they lead Surrey by 11 runs with 3 wickets remaining. It's lunch right across the country in Division 1 with Hampshire 138 for 6. Cook to Salt. That's dropped away into the offside, no run. I don't think they've played there this morning in Taunton. There's been some rain in the West Country, so Hampshire 138 for 6. Trail Somerset by 362 runs.
The West Country seems to have been really badly affected a bit. Our friends Gloucestershire and Somerset have had some terrible days, haven't they?
Yeah, there's been a bit of bad luck around in that part of the world. Run for Salt here, just flicks the ball away off his pads for a single, moves to 23. It's 115 for 5. At Northamptonshire are 109 for 2 in their second innings, and they lead Middlesex by 51 runs with 8 wickets remaining. And finally, for now, at lunch at Canterbury, they took an early lunch actually with rain in Kent, and the home side are 27 for 3. 127 for 3. They still trail Warwickshire by 251. De Gonda on strike. LBW is the question, and the answer is out. And de Grandom's gone for naught. And Sam Cook picks up his second wicket, and Lancashire is 6 down. It's turned into an outstanding session for Essex. De Grandom, LBW. Cook went up, backed up by the keeper in the slips, and the deadly finger of Steve O'Shaughnessy is not the sight that Colin de Grandon wanted to see. He's gone for naught, and Lancashire have lost their 6th wicket, 115 for 6.
He came to Lancashire this season with a big reputation, didn't he? As well as a big name, but it's not really working out for Colin at the moment. Possibly a bit high. Not a lot of feet movement though, wasn't there? Kind of almost invited the umpire, I think, to give that one.
Yeah, he didn't get forward with a big stride, did he? Certainly seemed to hit him above, or at least on, if not just a little above the knee roll. So height could have been a factor that...
He didn't look too happy, but whether that was just the reaction to getting out. As I say, he's not really set the world alight since he's arrived.
Yeah, I think you're probably, as a batter, reviewing that, aren't you? I'm not saying that it would have been overturned, but you're probably just wanting to have a look at the technology with that one. Well, success for Cook. Lancashire lose their 6th wicket, 115 for 6. Here's Walter to Salt, nips back in.
Yeah, outstanding session for Essex. I mean, they've really taken a grip of this game now. Be looking to have quite a substantial lead, add a few more to it, and then Lancashire are under real pressure in that last innings.
They are, yeah, and you've got the harbour factor too, haven't you?
Yeah.
In Lancashire. Batting last. Forecast is good tomorrow. I think we're going to be all right in terms of
it's interesting. It's interesting, isn't it, how that sort of lost day has almost added to the game. You know, it sort of sets it up even better.
And that's Tom Hartley. He's Lancashire's new batter. And here's Walter into to Hartley. Edged, gone. Taken by Cook. And Walter strikes. Second wicket for him. That might be lunch. 28 minutes past 1. But Hartley with the edge. Cook, we mentioned the safe pair of hands in the slips, and Cook's not dropping that one. And Lancashire are 7 down now, 116 for 7. Still trailed by 166 runs. It will not be lunch. And Essex are eyeing up potentially here a very healthy first innings lead. Hartley out, first ball for naught. Walter picks up his second wicket. So Alistair Cook with the catch. And Jack Blatherwick is the new batter to come out and join Phil Salt. It's turned out to be a super morning for Essex. Really disappointing one for Lancashire. 37 for 1 was the score when play started at 11:45 this morning, and it's now 116 for 7.
Yeah, I was talking to some Lanc supporters on the way in, and well, we're battle day, and we'll maybe only bat once, and it seems that's all gone up in smoke now. Dreadful morning for Lancashire.
Yep. They're going to go with this leg slip ploy again, aren't they? Critchley in that position, so they've got 2 slips. And Critchley at leg slip. Just on Lanc's TV to the right of screen there, the leg slip field, there's Matt Critchley, and then to the left of the keeper as you look at the 2 slip fielders, Cook and Harmer. It's left by Blatherwick. And taken by Buttleman. Well, this is going to be the last over. I'm pretty sure it's 29 minutes past 1 now, so slightly awkward little 4 balls potentially here that Blatherwick has to face before lunch.
Could have sent in a lunch watchman.
That sounds very Bazball, doesn't it? I kind of wanted Essex to declare their first innings just yesterday. I thought, just get 9 down, 280 for 9, just declare, you know. It's in vogue. A short leg in place. It's Nick Brown under the helmet.
I think he's going to get some short pitch bowling here, isn't he?
He might do. In balls, appeal for LBW by Walter. It was massively convincing, in truth.
He's instantly caused problems, hasn't he, though? As soon as he's come on, that height, that bounce he's getting. Great ploy from the visitors.
So 2 slips, short leg, leg slip, wide mid-on, mid-off, point. Walter to Blatherwick, driven away. Bracewell's at point to field.
I've not seen much of Blatherwick bat this season. Has he done much?
Me neither. I don't. He's not batted much.
He's played a couple of first-class games, is it?
This might be his 3rd or 4th now. It's his 3rd.
Yeah, I thought it was just 2. Yeah.
Final ball of the morning. Oh, that's fired in full. It's a Yorker by Walter. Blatherwick's gone. LBW, and that completes an emphatic morning for Essex. 3rd wicket for Walter.
We thought he'd get short pitch bowling. It was another bit of clever captaincy, or clever bowling, really. The men were there, leg slip, short leg, and he fired one in, Yorker length. And there wasn't a lot Blatherwick could do about that. Caught right in front. Great bit of bowling. A fantastic spell there just before lunch.
Absolute toe breaker, that, isn't it? To Blatherwick.
Yeah, I think he is limping a bit as he goes off. Dear, oh dear, what a session. When was the last? We'll have to check when was the last time Lancashire lost 7 wickets in a session.
Yeah, that is some going for Essex. They'll be absolutely thrilled. Be, I'm sure, a rather quiet lunch break for Lancashire, because 37 for 1 at 11:45 is 116 for 8 at lunch on the 3rd day, and Essex have a lead of 166 and are eyeing up potentially a very, very strong and commanding first innings lead. Thanks, Jamie.
Not at all. I better not come back if that's what that's what I bring with. Sorry, Lancashire fans.
Thanks, Jamie. Well, enjoy your lunch. We'll have a little break here on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and the app. So Lancashire are 8 down at lunch, 116 for 8, trailed by 166 runs. We'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
We're really excited here at Lancashire Cricket to be working with New Balance Team Sport. It's always good to have a fresh approach, and New Balance Team Sport is certainly bringing a fresh approach to everything we do.
Lancs were great to work with. They had a really clear direction of where they wanted to take it. We really wanted to incorporate both the old and the new within the kit design.
The design of the kit's really important for us here at Old Trafford. We look at the Red Rose, we look at the history that's established with us, and everything's got to weave together.
We met up with Lancashire Cricket and the design team to learn about their values and what they wanted the kit to represent.
The team really focus on what works not only for the players and the professional environment, but what works well for the fans.
New Balance and Lancashire Cricket share the same values of inclusivity, so it's really important for us that the shirts can be worn both on the pitch but also when people are hanging out with their friends.
There's a sense of pride there that we've found a partner that just fits with everything we're trying to do.
I think a club with such a rich heritage such as Lancashire Cricket allows for much more of a story to be built into the shirt and what the club stands for.
And it's just really exciting to think about our ladies and gents going to be walking out onto the pitch before long in their New Balance Red Rose tops.
If you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought...
What do you mean as a youngster?
Did think... Not that I didn't believe in coaching. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from? Why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011, and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glen, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic, I think so, certainly. Certainly grounded people, but they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwin. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the 3rd team, and there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket, basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think my school was more football. Played 2 games, I think, at school. Won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club, and the Lancashire age group setup.
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. The representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancs and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do, you know, challenging you, can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way.
Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it,
No.
coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
So you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school. You know, a lot of what you call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other. But that, you know, that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian,
Lloyd, Crawley, De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play. I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games. No,
a handful.
So you're learning on the job, basically.
Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92. And I think the team was struggling with illness and injury. And
old age.
And old age.
Me.
You were still around,
yes.
Telling us what to do at Crosby one day.
I remember, yeah. God.
But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to make my debut down there.
And when you came into the first team, it was predominantly as a bowler.
Yeah.
And obviously you were raw. But you would have had some thoughts and ideas about what your main strengths were. What were they?
I think my bowling was quite developed from a young age. I think at 13, 14, I had the skills and the accuracy required, probably better than most at that age. So I was always confident of those areas of my game. The bit I remember, and it's probably completely different to lads nowadays, is that I didn't have any contact with professional cricket as a youngster, because we lived quite a long way from Old Trafford. There was no thought to come and watch a game here. I think my first game that I watched, I was probably 16. Maybe watched a couple at Headingley when I was 9 or 10. But the concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. So that was the thing. Different to now, we've got the academy, we've got lads coming through who believe they've a chance to play professional cricket. Didn't really dawn on me till maybe when I went on the under-19s tour with England, and then getting the contract. So it was all pretty quick, and it's like, oh my word, you know.
There's already an element and a theme of being self-taught and self-reliant in your development. Would you say that has carried through now into your coaching mantra, if you like, your philosophy on coaching?
Well, I keep trying to learn and become more aware of certain things. Certainly as a young player, not that I didn't believe in coaching, we didn't know what it was to that degree. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected, rightly or wrongly. People I thought knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought
What do you mean as a youngster?
I did think I knew best quite a lot of the time. That's something I try my best not to let enter into my coaching theory. And as a coach now, I think where I'm at is that try and constantly make it about the player and the team rather than about yourself. Obviously, we still make mistakes, but I think that's the key. The players know a lot more than you think sometimes. So try and get the knowledge they have out into the open.
Yeah, it's an interesting progression, really, for you as a bowler, coming from where you came from, not having an awful lot of what you would call formal coaching, that you decided that that's where you would go once you were coming towards the end of your playing career. What actually prompted that? Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
Oh, I think as I got older as a player, probably around 28, at the kind of age, I began to see what good people running teams could do and what they could do for a team. And it's not always about technical coaching. There is a big element of that at certain parts of the year. But it's how a team performs as a unit, and there's a whole load of things that go into that. And I think one thing that teams do now, probably in some ways better than we used to because they've more resources, is they perform day in, day out with energy, and that comes down to all sorts of different things. You know, I think the players I played with early on, given the facilities and the training today, would be superb players. But, you know, absolutely. But I think if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players. So more players come through into the system. The best are still going to be the best, but there are ways you can help, and sometimes that might just be to help them think about their game. And there's a load of other things that impact on players negatively nowadays. Distractions, more distractions than ever. You know, we spoke about the game constantly because there wasn't the elements of professionalism that there are now. So we were in the bar talking about the game, learning from each other, inadvertently, if you like.
You're the last of a whole long line, I think, of players who used to do that, spend time after the game talking about cricket. And you were very much an individual, a player who led by example. Bowling fast, opening the bowling plenty of overs a day, it's tough work. It really is hard work. You have to go through all sorts of strifes and stresses to be able to perform. So you led by example as a bowler and then as a captain. How does that transfer into coaching now? Because it's much harder to do that.
You can't do it. You can lead by example in the way that you do your job as well as you possibly can, and I think that's the overriding concept, that as a captain and as a bowler, you wanted to be seen as someone who could do the hard yards. However tough it got, you always wanted to set that example. And you had to enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, I enjoyed that. The only way that I can think right now that transfers into coaching is do your job as well as you can. And that, you know, that's not me bowling 20 overs in the nets to show them I can do that. It's do the right things as a coach.
Do you get frustrated as a coach? Whether it be about tactics, players, attitude, what is the thing that does frustrate you, or do you put those frustrations to one side and concentrate on the good things, if you like?
Well, it's not a perfect world, so you can't walk around saying I don't get frustrated about anything. Players have massive challenges nowadays. The county clubs have huge challenges. The schedule of world cricket has changed massively over the last few years. They're challenges we've got to overcome. We've got to understand what our job is, because we can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. We're going to be pulled around a bit by different players' schedules, be that international cricket, franchise cricket, tour games during the season, all sorts of things. So we've got to plan accordingly and try and be as strong as we can, day in, day out, all year long. In terms of players' attitude, I try not to get frustrated, because what we do is a lot of work to make sure we've got good people, good lads here. And we have, absolutely. So there's not much frustration there. If there is, you pick it up and you try and get better. But over the course of time, especially when a team's being pulled around, you need people who come into the environment and out of it and come back with energy and enthusiasm, respect for their teammates, and want to do well for the club. And if you've got those, then things tend to run a bit better.
Let's come to that, back to that in a minute. I just want to wind the clock back a little. It's over 10 years now since Lancashire won the county championship. You were captain at the time. There were all sorts of constraints placed upon you then. You didn't have Old Trafford as a base because it was being transformed. The square was being turned round. You'd already been playing the best part of 20 years. And that win, that county championship win, just came out of the blue to those that weren't really associated with Lancashire. How did you formulate that season's plan? Was it down to you? There must have been elements from outside as well. But that was a phenomenal effort to win the county championship then.
So Peter Moores came to the club in 2009. I think we'd finished 4th in both of those years leading up to 2011. But at that moment, the team had theoretically weakened a little bit. We lost some senior players, Stuart Law, people like that. And I think there was an area of naivety. I mean, I was a senior player, but I wasn't a coach yet. But
you had much captaincy experience?
Yes, I'd done the previous 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I was into the role then, and I was not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place. And I think there was an attitude around, we just said, right, we're going to win the championship this year. And that's not always the best thing to say, because that can create early issues. If you start losing games, you can go from thinking you're going to do that to being nowhere. But we had a group of young players who were hungry, and I think we just decided to let's challenge ourselves, because there's nothing lost with that. We just said we're going to win the championship. That's our aim, simple as that, and that's what we said. We needed a good start to do that, but fortunately that's what we got.
The final game of the year was down at Taunton, obviously. You were suffering from all the strains and stresses that bowlers suffer from as they go through a season. You'd got a slightly, I don't know whether it was pulled or torn, or it certainly wasn't torn ripped, but it wasn't clever, your hamstring. And you just powered on through. I think that sums you up, to be perfectly honest. If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably will be it. Would that be fair?
I hope so. I still can't work that game out in terms of my personal injury. I've torn a lot of muscles in my time, and I know what a torn muscle feels like. And I think into about the 4th over on day 1, I tore a hamstring to the point where I couldn't walk. So I'm thinking, all right, so I had to go off, get some ice on it, get some strapping on it. And for the rest of the next 2 sessions, it was just behaving like a properly torn hamstring. So I thought I was done. I think back end of the day, might be remembering this wrong, but back end of the day, we had a point where, there was nothing to lose. So I went back out there, and you can always bowl a little bit, hobble around, but it wasn't much better. I had some incredibly tight strapping on it by Sam, the physio. But as I went on, it sort of eased a bit. It was still tugging, but it eased a bit. But bizarrely, by the end of the game, it was probably 70% right. And,
Talk about bowling through injuries. Well, we talk about that a lot as bowlers.
Who knows? Because I never got it scanned. Maybe it was me inventing something. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe it was a weird cramp. Didn't feel
Tension.
like that.
Could have been something like that.
No, I mean, who knows? But yeah. I can't say that, I can play with a torn hamstring, because that's obviously not true. But for whatever reason, fortunately, it got better and allowed me to play a part in the game.
You've been, would you say that's the pinnacle of your career, winning the county championship in 2011? In
terms of a long-term achievement, because it's just look at the history around Old Trafford. It's hard to win a championship here for whatever reason. We haven't managed it. Maybe that's a load of different reasons in different years. But to do it with a young team, 16 games I think it was in those days, it takes a collective effort for a long period of time. So I think, yeah, in terms of effort-wise and focus, because it's an achievement over 6 months. It's not just a final.
You've been fortunate enough to play with a number of top class, maybe the best in the world, cricketers in your time at Lancashire. Two would be Wasim Akram and Murali. There are others as well. Who would you say was not necessarily most influential, but the best you've played alongside?
Well, those two are obviously right up there. I mean, watching Waz bowl was just, it made fielding enjoyable. When we didn't enjoy fielding so much, but you know, I'd stand at fine leg watching Warren flying around behind the stumps, and the batters, you know, basically
Clueless.
either petrified or amazed at what's coming down.
Did he teach you much?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to master reverse swing, which he was the well, I suppose he was one of the pioneers of.
Yeah, I think I was decent at it. I wouldn't say master it because he mastered it, so I didn't do what he did. But I learnt from him, and you know, early on, yeah, it was going against the way it should go as a reverse swing. But learning what length to bowl with it is quite important sometimes on different surfaces. And he was very influential. He used to be standing at mid-off and say, you know, he used to say, drop your shoulder, hit back of a length, because people used to think you put it up there when it's reversing. Well, he said if you hit back of a length, it tends to look like it does more. Obviously, there's a reverse swinging Yorker that demolishes the stumps, but you don't always have the pace for that, or the batter might be up to that. But, you know, a few subtle tactical things he was great with. The other players, well, there's a load of them. I bowled at Stuart Low for a few years, and then
When he was playing
yeah,
for Essex.
so he played for Essex. And in the crazy days when we had a Sunday League game in the middle of a championship game, I'm pretty sure he got 100 first innings, 100 on Sunday, and 100 second innings. So we were pretty pleased when he came and signed for us. And
yeah, he was a phenomenal batter.
what did he
wasn't
average for Lancs? 60 odd, 70.
Yeah.
So class-wise, in the brilliant Aussie team of that era, in my mind, he was as good.
Only played one test.
One test, 50 odd, not out.
Does that rankle with you that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England?
I always say no, and I can see the reasons why I didn't at certain times. I also think they made a mistake quite a few times, if I'm honest, because I look at the people who've played, and I've no problems with the good players who played a lot of tests. That's absolutely fine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite clear that I wanted to play. If I want to look back on an England career, it wants to be 50 tests. So 2 or 3 wouldn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. So way over it now. Not a problem. It's just cricket at the end of the day.
Exactly. Nothing you can do about it now. Suffice to say that you can take great joy from the career you've had at Lancashire, which isn't over yet, quite clearly. Let's just move it forward now, because your playing days are obviously gone, even though you'd quite like to carry on. They've gone, but you've been head coach for a number of years now, and you must still enjoy that challenge. What is it that really sustains you and keeps you going as a head coach?
I think the big thing is I want to see a team go out there and play together and be strong together and win. Obviously, I want to help put together a team full of quality. But it's that idea of building a team to win something, and to know that you've earned it over a period of time. So then every season's quite demanding, but by the time you've had 4 or 5 weeks off, you start to be constantly thinking about what you need to do January, February, March to get ready for the new season. But I think with the club I've been at for so long, I just want to help us bring some success back, because we've now been through a period where if you put our collective results together, I think we'd be the most successful team in the country. We just haven't won. But we need to keep putting ourselves in those positions, playing good cricket all year to give ourselves that chance. but just keep believing that when we keep getting there, we'll be successful. But the overriding thing is to get a squad together who enjoy playing together, and we'll go out there and give 100%.
How does the head coach role differ from being, say, just a bowling coach?
Less time with individual players, and that's the big challenge, is to make sure you spend enough time with the individuals who want that time. You can still coach, and we do, so currently we don't have a specialist full-time batting coach, but as experienced coaches, I think we're all feel that we can help in those areas, and obviously last season our batters had an incredible year. But less time spent with individuals, because you're always thinking about what the whole needs.
Yeah. During your time in the game, 30 years, I think we've already touched on this. Coaching has become, it's developed away from the periphery, and I think it probably was on the periphery when you started, to becoming a mainstream function now, where teams they don't just have one coach, they'll have specialist coaches for bowling, batting, spin bowling, fielding, wicket keeping, etc., etc. And the skills within those different coaching elements have become greater and greater. Let's just take bowling, for instance, fast bowling. When you played, started playing, variety and variation wasn't really on the agenda. It was about consistency of performance. Now we're looking at variety in all forms of the game becoming predominant, aren't we? We're looking at bowling, wobble seam. I mean, wobble seam's become a standard ball. I don't know, it used to be, oh, I've missed the seam this time, but reverse swing has come through all sorts of different adaptations have come into the game in your time. So you are constantly adapting from the old school type of player and coach into very much a modern phenomenon. Has that been difficult?
It's enjoyable, to be honest. So as a player, I grew up, as a bowler, I grew up certainly with in-swing and out-swing and holding length. They're the key principles to fast bowling in England. And you'd have bowlers who weren't swing bowlers, they were called seam bowlers, and that might be because they bowled a wobble seam or a very straight seam, but that's a skill in itself. As soon as you tilt the seam in swinging conditions, it will swing. But there's a whole raft of different things now. So, for instance, the skill of a bowler in white ball cricket at the highest level, they have to bowl everything. They have to be able to bowl the old-fashioned Yorker, but they have to be better at it than they used to because the ball's harder now, and the batters have practiced hitting the full half volley or the low full toss. You have to cramp for room. You can't give any width. When the batter moves, you have to know whether to follow or to go wide. When you go wide, you have to be able to hold length. If that's what the ground dimensions of the pitch need. Slow ball, if you bowl a wide slow ball, you need to be able to bowl, the best will be able to bowl a full one, a length ball, a slow ball. And people watching on TV from the old school will be saying, he's just bowling a load of rubbish. He's all over the place. Slow ball bouncers, all these things. But that's in coaching, it's in players' minds now. So when they're prepared to play against good players, powerful players who can hit it 15 rows back, when you're running into bowl with the right field, which who knows what that is unless you've planned properly, and even then the good players can deal with that sometimes. But you're not just thinking, I'm going to take him one side. What's his body shape when he's trying to hit the ball? Will a length ball be better than a short ball? Will a full ball deceive him more? It's unending, never ending. And that's really exciting as a coach, learning these new tactics as you go along.
It's a classic topic, and it's very relevant at the current time, because essentially what we're talking about here is one-day white ball cricket and variation and being able to adapt. But you and I well know that over the last 6 months, with the way England are starting to play red ball cricket under the influence of McCullum and Stokes and Key, that those sort of elements are coming into red ball cricket, nowhere better served than that test in Rawalpindi that England have won on the flattest pitch you would ever wish to see. So my point being, the game continues to evolve, and all for the better in my view. So let's just concentrate on red ball cricket for a minute. Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
Without question. Already has. I think it's been documented that Brendan doesn't like the term Bazball, so he's not suggesting there's any element to that. But the principles they're playing by is their willingness to lose in order to win. Shake off the fear of losing red ball games, which is inherent in all of us, because a draw was always seen as valuable. When you play in a relegation system, a draw will always be valuable. But how can we get ourselves to think win above all else? And if we lose, fine. So I think that mantra, that idea, is going to influence everybody in the game. Even more importantly, it makes red ball cricket enjoyable, because they're watching, and hopefully the supporters are thinking, yeah, we can take a loss because they're playing such enjoyable cricket.
So welcome back to Blackpool Cricket Club for the afternoon session on day 3. 16 is the magic number, because 16 more runs will see Lancashire avoid the prospect or the possibility of being asked to follow on. Should Essex should Essex decide to do that, if that becomes available to them?
Wouldn't it be 17?
Or 7? Is it 17? Is it 7? 17 is the magic number, where Lancashire need to get to see if they can avoid the follow-on. Dick Davis and Scott Reed with you for the start of this afternoon session. That could not really have gone much better, Dick, for Essex this morning.
It certainly couldn't. And I really should have come off here earlier, because it was soon after I came off here the wickets collapsed.
Yeah, it all unravelled pretty quickly, didn't it? When
yeah,
and you left us. So 116 for 8.
I've been talking to, more listening than talking to a lot of people, and Essex fans who are of divided opinion. If it's a big if they're more than 150 behind, whether the follow-on are being enforced or not.
Here's Cook to Salt, and that's drilled out through the offside for the first run of the afternoon session.
The general opinion was that it wouldn't be enforced, but I'm of the other opinion, because I think we're running out of time in this game, aren't we? Anyway, it might not happen. I mean, while Phil Salt's still there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, we've all watched enough cricket. Lancashire could get a first innings lead yet.
What have you had for lunch? 117 for 8. Trail by 165. Here's Cook into Williams. And that's left and through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yeah, 37 for 1 at 11:45 when play got underway this morning, and that it all changed pretty quickly. There were 70 odd, wasn't it? 75 for 1, I think, when Jennings got out. Or 76 actually when Jennings got out. So 76 for 1 to 116 for 8. Let's run down to third man, Will Williams, and he'll come back for 2. Williams is on the back of a terrific knock in 4-day cricket last time out. So in the game at Surrey, he came out as a night watchman. What did he get? He got 61. He got it was his maiden first-class 50, that. So he came out as night watchman and actually batted with Phil Salt for quite some time. So he's fresh from some runs in 4-day cricket. It's nicely forward and defends this next delivery up to mid-off, and there's no run. So yeah, there's Williams out there at the minute with Salt, and then there's Tom Bailey to come as well. See how many of these runs that Lancashire can chip away. Perhaps try and take away the possibility of Essex even contemplating the idea of enforcing a follow-on. Cook in, bowls again, and that's played away into the offside, and there is no run. You can certainly understand the arguments, as ever with follow-on.
Yes.
I can get both arguments for and against pretty well. Yeah, you can understand with time having been lost in the game, but tomorrow's forecast is good. Looks pretty spot on for tomorrow. Williams defends away into the offside. Critchley fields at gully, and there's no runs. That's the first over of the afternoon session. There's 3 runs have come off that. So 3 chipped away at this possibility of as to whether or not the follow-on will be enforced. 2 batters there. So these 2 batted nicely at the Oval a couple of weeks ago. Will Williams with his maiden 50, and Salt making a half-century as well. While Salt is still there, if someone can support him, there is a possibility that Lancashire could chip away at some of this deficit, but they're staring into the possibility of a sizable first innings deficit. Paul Walter is going to start up after lunch from the south end of the ground. Phil Salt steers this one out towards deep back, will point for a single. The score moves on to 120 for 8. Brings Will Williams back on strike.
So much for my theory that Harmer could have a big say in the first innings. He's only bowled 3 overs, and they were yesterday.
Yes, not seen since.
Not needed.
Not needed. No, absolutely not. No, it's been the seamers who've done all the work for Essex. Walter, 3 wickets for just 4 runs. What an inspired decision to bring him into the attack before lunch.
Yeah.
Williams on strike. And it's left and through to the keeper. And there is no run. He's barely bowled, but I know he's not played much championship cricket, has he, this season for Essex? Paul Walter, but I think he's only bowled 6 overs prior to these 2.2 he's sent down today.
Apparently, Jamie Porter was saying at lunchtime that he was finding the wind really helpful in taking the ball away.
Oh, okay.
So that's probably an element as well.
Walter to Williams down the leg side into the gloves of Bottleman. Yeah, that breeze we have mentioned is a strong wind. It's pushing across the ground from kind of right to left as we look from this northern end of the grounds. It's coming in off the sea and blowing the trees, leaning to the left as we look on the far side of the ground. It's jabbed up towards mid-on by Williams. And there is no run, 120 for 8. Back here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. Day 3 between Lancashire and Essex in the County Championship. Got Walter to Williams. Again, that's played back along the pitch and gathered by Walter off his own bowling, and there is no run. Williams on 2. Yeah, it was a terrific knock at the Oval by Williams. He came as a night watchman and then battered through about an hour and a half the following day. Gets a run here. Steers it up towards Tom Wesley at mid-on. Actually goes through for a single, and that keeps the strike as well, because that's the end of the over. Paul Walters ball 3 overs, 3 for 5. Lancashire 121 for 8.
Thanks to Ron for his email. Lancashire fan, clearly. He says if they're not careful, they could lose this one, having had 2 really good wins on the trot. Well, yes.
Yeah, the victories against Hampshire and Surrey in the previous games for Lancashire. Cook is in, bowls a short ball to Williams. Gets out the way of that and through to the keeper, no run. Lancashire are unbeaten this season. In fact, they've gone 15 championship matches without losing. The last time they lost was to Essex in the game in Manchester last year. Williams works the ball out towards the leg side, and there is no run. Dan Lawrence comes up from mid-wicket. A victory for Essex in Manchester might have been either at the end of April or the start of May last year. A victory that Essex had in Manchester was the last time Lancashire lost a championship match. So 15 games since, and they've got a lot of work to do in this one. Cook to Williams. That's a nice ball that beats Williams, and to the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. Plenty of Essex players have got their hands in their pockets, keeping their fingers warm. Sir Alistair Cook at first slip there. He's taken a catch in the slips today. It's Cook. Edged and gone this time. Williams out for 3. Bottleman takes another catch, and Lancashire lose their 9th wicket, and still staring down the barrel of potentially being asked to bat again. Williams caught behind, and Sam Cook picks up his 3rd wicket.
With still another 12 needed.
In comes Tom Bailey for Lancashire, so 121 for 9. Yeah, 12 more required. Like the conversations being had, I'm sure there was at lunch, as to whether or not, if Essex were to bowl Lancashire out, would they put them back in? Lancashire's scorecard, you might see that flashed up on the screen perhaps at the end of this over, but yeah, it makes sorry reading, I'm afraid. Just at the minute, 4 players into double figures. One of them's currently there. It's Phil Salt, not out in 25. 3 wickets for that man, Sam Cook. 3 for 34. So Bailey, the new batter. Here comes Cook over the wicket and bowls. It's a short ball to Bailey, and he ducks underneath that into the gloves of Bottleman, and there is no run. It seems like a few moments ago that Tom Bailey was out there bowling Lancashire back into a game yesterday. That brilliant spell after tea on the second day. He's now out battling the wind and the Essex bowlers. Half an appeal from Cook. As the ball loops away into the offside, and there is no run. That completes the over. It's a wicket maiden that for Sam Cook. It's a 3 for 34 from 15 overs for Cook. And Lancashire 121 for 9, and that card, including noughts for Villas and for de Grandhomme and for Hartley and for Blatherwick. And just the 3 runs for Williams. Yeah, it doesn't make pretty reading, I'm afraid, from a Lancashire point of view, but it does if you're an Essex listener or viewer, because they've got Lancashire in a very, in a position which they would have, I'm sure, dreamt about this morning. Still 161 runs behind. Here's Walter, left arm over the wicket, balls. Salt with a play and a miss, and the ball into the gloves of Will Buttleman, and there is no run. So 3 wickets for Walter, 3 for Cook, 1 for Bracewell and 1 for Porter. Salt waiting, and playing and missing again from Walter, who has caused real problems since he's come into the attack. That little extra bit of height, extra bounce he can generate. Three for 5 for Walter. He's having a little change of the field here. He's dropped his mid-on back towards the boundary, so there's a long on and there's a long off. And Salt takes a single through the offside, but Essex will want to be bowling at the new batter, Tom Bailey. Just dropped the field back, allowed Salt to take a single. Brings Bailey back on strike on 22 for 9. So Walter's got 3 balls at Tom Bailey. The field will change now. In fact, there's going to be a short leg in place. Nick Brown under the helmet at short leg. There's 2 slips. There's the gully. There's the point. The short leg fielder crouching down just behind the batter, and mid wicket as well. Walter into to Bailey. Swing and a miss, and taken by Bottleman. And there is no run. Enjoys his batting, does Tom Bailey, and pretty solid first-class contributions with the bat, including 8 50s. Clobbers that one out towards the leg side. It's plenty of height on it. Should land safe. It does. Doesn't skip over the rope. And Bailey comes back for 2. It seemed to get more height than distance on that. It went way up towards the leg side. Bounced and didn't really spin on. Bailey adds 2 to his total. Actually, they're his first runs. It's 124 for 9. Here comes Walter to Bailey. It's a terrific take by Bottleman, the keeper, away to his left, one-handed take. The ball was speared in down the leg side. Excellent work by the keeper. It's the end of the over. It's 124 for 9.
9 more needed for the possibility of the follow-on being enforced.
Cook to continue. He's into Salt. Salt takes a single actually off the first ball of the over, but as I say, Bailey's certainly a capable batter, so I don't think Salt's too concerned about that. No, if they want to, I'm sure that they do want to move away that threat of a follow-on, and every run important towards that. So Salt takes one off the very first ball of the over. 125 for 9. Cook sets off again into his 16th over. It's a 4-ball to Bailey that's turned up to mid-on, and there's no run. Just looking elsewhere around the country, Nottinghamshire have been bowled out. Jake Ball, last man out, Notts all out for 399. So they've got themselves a lead, a first innings lead over Surrey. Cook again. Barely off the back foot and turned away into the offside, no run. It's a 44-run lead for Nottinghamshire at the Oval against Surrey. So Surrey 355 all out. Nottinghamshire 399 all out. So 44 in front. And Hampshire have lost an 8th wicket in their match at Taunton. 156 for 8. Cook bowls to Bailey. He steps to the leg side, almost trying to flail it over the slips and down towards third man. Through to the keeper. So Hampshire trails Somerset by 344 runs with 2 wickets remaining. 156 for 8. Cook with a full ball this time to Bailey, right on his off stump, and that's worked away into the offside. And there is no run. Keith Barker, by the way, was the 8th wicket to fall in that Hampshire innings. Casey Aldridge with the wicket, and James Rue took the catch. He's had a memorable game with a double century for Somerset. James Rue. Short again by Cook to Bailey, and he ignores that. And through to the keeper it goes. It's the end of the over. It's 125 for 9. 43 overs gone.
And the speed with which Paul Walter took his pullover off and hurried to that end, the far end, suggests he's rather keen to stay in the attack. As well he may. Taken the 3 for 8 so far.
Yeah, he's had a terrific spell, hasn't he, from that southern end of the ground. Left arm over bowls. Salt across the stumps and sends the ball out towards the leg side. It's an excellent shot by Salt. He quite enjoyed that. A smile on his face. He's hammered it out towards that mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs. He moves on to 33. It's 131 for 9. It's 151 the deficit, and that 6 has taken Lancashire to the brink of making sure that Essex come out and bat again.
It's also lost the ball.
Ah. New ball required. Has it cleared the ground then? And presumably it has. It's gone over that little wall and amongst the trees into the park. Perhaps some innocent dog walker is dodging cricket balls. Dispatched by Phil Salt. Walter sets off again. Loops out into the offside by Salt for a single. 132 for 9. Well, Essex are going to have to come out and bat again. A little flurry from Salt after lunch. I think they may have been tempted to do so anyway. Forecast is good tomorrow. Perhaps you want harbour bowling, don't you, on the final day of this match on a 4th day pitch. In comes Walter to Bailey. Oh, that's wide. Left by Bailey, through to the keeper, no run. Bailey swings and misses, and the ball's through to the keeper. He put plenty into that, Tom Bailey. Not sure where he was aiming. Somewhere towards the boating lake, I think, in Stanley Park. Walter again to Bailey. That's a good looking shot. Carved away through the offside. 4 runs for Bailey. He moves on to 6.
And the follow-on is avoided with that shot.
A little short and wide, and Bailey absolutely jumped right into it. Lovely cut for 4. It's a deficit now, 146. Run down to 3rd man this time. Bailey on to 7, and he keeps the strike as well, so it's 137 for 9. So 145 runs behind. Essex still in a position where they'll be dreaming of quite a sizable, commanding first innings lead, unless Bailey and Salt can hang around and add a few more to this partnership. Cook to start his 4th over after lunch. It's deflected away to square leg. Not so sure there's much bat. No, there isn't. Leg by signal. In fact, Bailey's down on one knee. That's obviously caught him somewhere in an uncomfortable position. It's deflected somewhere off his hip, maybe. Yeah, he's just rubbing it there, isn't he, Tom Bailey? Of course, in the Essex first innings, he actually was telling me last night, he actually dislocated his finger with that the wicket of Dan Lawrence, which was one of the most bizarre dismissals. It's Cook bowls to Salt, and there's a run here for Salt, just nudged out towards mid-wicket. So he moves on to 35. It's 139 for 9. So that the dismissal of Dan Lawrence yesterday where Lawrence hit the ball back down the pitch. It burst through the fingertips of Bailey, and it looped to Bohannon at mid-off, who took the catch. It was, we were saying we'd never seen a wicket like that before, and Tom Bailey said the same thing when I spoke to him last night. But actually, he injured himself in the middle of all that. It's Cook's in to Bailey. He swings through this one. He's gone high out towards the offside, down towards the deep point boundary, and that's going to be 6 more for Bailey, who's come out swinging for Lancashire. He moves on to 13, 145 for 9. Deficit of 137. But yeah, when that ball burst through Bailey's fingertips, his finger was dislocated, and it went straight back in. So the physio came up and strapped it up, but he said that it kind of popped out, and by the time he'd hit the ground, he looked at it and it had snapped back into place. So it could quite have been quite a serious problem for Bailey. Thankfully, in the end, not too much damage was done. Oh, it could be. Well, it's a Cook sending down this delivery to Bailey. In the end, it looked like a beamer, but I think it was just a slower ball that dipped. Bailey tried to get out the way of it, and he's been bowled for 13.
Well, that'll make interesting viewing.
Lancashire are 145 all out, but I think Bailey just completely
lost it.
Lost it, yeah. I think at first he was thinking that it was going to be like almost a beamer, a full toss. There it was, but it was a slower ball that dips down. And it's not too dissimilar the way that Bailey got Cook out, actually, yesterday. That was with a slower ball that dipped on Cook, and he didn't pick the slower ball, and actually Cook has got his revenge. He's sent down something very similar that Bailey's not picked up this time. So that's Lancashire's innings done. 145 all out. So a deficit of 137. That is a sizable first innings lead for Essex. With a good forecast for the rest of the day and tomorrow, Lancashire are going to have to bowl again and try and bowl themselves back into the match. But Essex in a very strong position at the end of the first innings of this game, lead by 137 runs. Innings break here at Stanley Park in Blackpool. We'll take a break for a few minutes and we'll catch you shortly.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
So there's Tom Bailey back, ready to bowl. Just feels like a few moments since we last saw him with the ball in his hand. We're waiting for Dave on his heavy roller to make his way off. It won't be rushed. This it'll have to be in its own time. Here he goes, just cruising off. So we're waiting for Dave to roll this, to roll his way off the outfield, and then we will start the Essex second innings. Like a little cruise around Stanley Park in that. There we go. Slowly, here we go. Here we are. There we go. 4 slips in place. There's Bailey to Brown. Played away towards mid-wicket. And there's no run, so Lancashire all out for 145. With Wells for 0, Jennings for 29, Bohannon for 44, Villas for 0, Jones for 11, Salt 35 not out, and then 0 for de Grandhomme, Hartley and Blatherwick, 3 for Williams and 13 to that man Bailey, who's in and bowling now to Nick Brown, who defends, and there is no run. Tom Bailey with a break of 44 overs before being asked to get out in there and bowl again. 44.4 to be precise. And the bowling figures, well, Porter 12 overs, 1 for 38. Cook 16.4 overs, 4 for 42. No shot offered there by Brown, who's gone LBW to Bailey. And Brown departs again off the bowling of Bailey. He's out for 0 in the first innings, out for 0 in the second innings. And Lancashire pick up the first Essex wickets. No shot offered. I think he knew straight away. His head was down. He was waiting for the celebration to be confirmed by the umpire before making his way off. Well, Lancashire picked up the wicket of Brown, out for a 0 in first time round and 0 second time round. Not an enjoyable trip to the Fylde coast for Nick Brown. Essex, just like they were on the first day, on 0 for 1. And Tom Bailey strikes nice and early for Lancashire. Not been a good game, Dick, for Nick Brown.
No, certainly not. In the views of many spectators, he's been living on borrowed time anyway, because he's having a poor season, and that will only endorse the cries for him to be rested for a game or two.
366 runs this season for Brown, average of 26. That includes a top score of 159. But his work in this match with the bat is done. He's been unable to add to those runs in this game, out for 0 on both occasions. So it brings out the Centurion in the first innings, Tom Wesley. And Bailey bowls to Wesley, but down the leg side and taken by Salt. And there's no run. Well, he faced 4 balls in the first innings, Nick Brown, for 0. 3 balls in the second innings for 0. de Grandon Fields at mid-wicket. And there's no run. And here comes Bailey for the final time in this first over. He's asking out for an LBW again with Wesley on strike. Shake of the head from umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, who I think is equally concerned about losing his cap. As the wind picks up, I'm not surprised. It's got a little bit dark and gloomy, hasn't it, actually? In fact, is it raining? It is raining. Yeah.
And they're off.
Yeah, so the
Just a
colours.
very small, dark grey cloud above. Probably be only 5 minutes.
It's hammering it down at the minute, and the players are heading off. So it's 0 for 1 over gone. It feels like day one all over again. This, doesn't it? At the very start of the Essex innings, having lost an early wicket, and the rain falls, and everyone's taking for shelter and taking for cover. And I'm not surprised if it is a short shower. It's a pretty heavy one. So I'm going to put on the executive sheet cover to protect our broadcasting equipment, and we will get everything covered up as best we can. So the ground staff, as you can see on the live screen in the distance, are frantically pushing out the covers as quickly as they can to try and protect the pitch. And yeah, well, we'll all take a bit of shelter, I think, for a few moments. We'll make sure everything's nice and secure in the commentary box. It's great fun in Blackpool. We'll see you when it dries.
Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right because our two favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called a Herbert a few times. But how, I mean, your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer but as a person as well. I mean, what's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket, and as I was growing up, he played at Earlstown, which is Newton-le-Willows. So I can remember as a 6, 7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappenhall, so Grappenhall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlstown, and Grappenhall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappenhall.
You weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. You know, I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually, it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lymm Rugby Club, and enjoyed myself immensely up there. I still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections, and you know, I used to go and watch. And
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82. Yeah. Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field, and that was the end of that.
Well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever? I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
When you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he was fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he?
He was.
He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park, was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time? And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah.
And
purely.
So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours, and I remember we were both flailing it around everywhere, with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire schools and club cricket at Grappenhall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So I played at Grappenhall, which was Cheshire. Went to Lymm Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all. But that enabled me to play for Cheshire schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. I did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But that you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire schools?
Yeah. So
and he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe.
Yeah, he was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So you know, it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer? I
think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around. We'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play in the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grappenhall. And there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports. And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about £3 too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, the heavy bat and a quick pitch, no,
not good. Not good.
Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used Gray Nichols in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7. And there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? You know, I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and hit my fair share of sixes on this ground, not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game, in one-day cricket especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. and run hard, and that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball, and then latterly I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realise that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. And I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, you know, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil DeFreitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82 you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically.
Yeah, I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 8:45, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. He talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
and
the
he
word he
mumbled
was
a bit
saying.
as well.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm around me, and I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home. I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at the end of his career,
Yeah.
and he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were 2 knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my 3rd or 4th game.
we're all dusting off. That was a surprise shower. That took me right by surprise. But thankfully we've dried out a bit. It's quite heavy, but only pretty short and sharp. A short, sharp shower. That was it, thankfully. And I think we've lost some time. I don't know how many overs we've lost, but I think we've lost a few extra overs as a result of that. But I'm sure it'll all get readjusted, and we'll find out what's what in due course. We just completed the Tom Bailey over, hadn't we? Yeah, so he got through his 6 deliveries. A wicket maiden, a dismissal of Nick Brown, and Tom Wesley then facing 3 balls, wasn't it, to complete that Bailey over. So we're going to be seeing Will Williams bowl to Alistair Cook. So here we go, back underway. And Cook defends to mid-off, and there is no run. Let's have a look, see if we can work out how many overs have been chipped away. I think it's 5. I think it's 5 overs that have been lost with that. Here's Williams bowls again to Cook. Caught at point by Villas. Cook's gone for 0 and Essex are 0 for 2. Villas takes the catch, and both openers out without scoring. A wicket for Tom Bailey, and then straight after the rain break, Alistair Cook flashing one away to Villas, who takes the catch. And he takes a catch. Just look back on the replay of that. Villas up off his toes, takes a good catch up above his head, and Essex lose their 2nd wicket. So 0 for 2. It's been a rattle of wickets through most of the day, really. Lancashire losing 7 wickets in the morning session, and the afternoon session starting with wickets as Lancashire's innings was wrapped up pretty quickly, and then 2 straight away as Essex come out to bat. Dex alongside me, and a lively start.
Extremely lively, yes. And I think they have lost 5, because it now says 53 on the board. You might not be able to see it from there.
Can't see it, no. Got you. Oh yeah, the scoreboard says 53. Got you. So yeah, that sounds about right then. 5 overs lost. So yeah, 53 overs remaining in the day. So Dan Lawrence is the new batsman. Brown 0, Cook 0. Here's Williams to Lawrence. It's down the leg side and taken by Salt. And there's no run. Well, it's been a lively day, hasn't it? Lancashire resumed on 37 for 1 at 11:45. So lost 9 wickets for 108 runs. It's off the back foot and there's no run, and now we've seen 2 more wickets fall here, so it's 11 wickets for 108 runs in total across the day so far. 0 for 2 Essex. Dan Lawrence and Tom Wesley. So Williams turns and sets off again. It's nudged away in towards the leg side by Dan Lawrence, and again there's no run. comes Williams and bowls, and it's off the back foot and worked away through the offside. So the Essex innings is up and running. The first run on the board, and it's for Dan Lawrence, steering the ball away off his back foot away through the offside for a single. So it's 1 for 2. So 136 run lead. Sorry, 138 run lead. Apologies, 138 run lead. But 2 wickets have fallen.
So within a matter of, well, not very long, this game has, if not turned on its head, it's certainly put both sides in now with a very good chance.
It has been quite unpredictable, hasn't it, really, the game so far? Even with the amount of time that's been lost in this match. Bailey bowls, but down the leg side to Dan Lawrence. Through to the keeper, no run. Don't worry too much about your on-screen details there. They will, I'm sure, update in due course, but I can tell you that it's Dan Lawrence. It's on strike at the minute. It's Tom Wesley at the non-striker's end. That's Lawrence. He's got 1 run. And Essex have got 1 run, but I've lost 2 wickets. Bailey to Lawrence. It's a nice shot. Just steers it away through the offside out towards the point boundary and comes back for 2 more. So it's 3 for 2. It's a lead of 140 runs now for Essex as Luke Wells is at point, catching up with the ball. There are 3 slips in place. Bailey coming in, his hair blowing in the breeze. It's off the front foot by Lawrence and played up towards mid-on where Will Williams fields, and there's no run. Reminder for you, if you're just joining our coverage, Lancashire, well, Josh Bohannon top scoring with 44, Phil Salt making a 35 not out, but 4 wickets for Sam Cook and 3 for Paul Walter, reducing Lancashire to 145 all out. Lawrence off the back foot this time and clips the ball away to the square leg boundary. I think it actually hits the white concrete kind of steps and bounces back onto the outfield. But it's gone for 4. So that gave Essex a first innings lead of 136 runs, and they're doing their best to try and build on that now, but they've lost both opening batters. Either side of a short rain break, actually. It's been quite a lively start. As Lawrence defends back down the pitch. And there is no run gathered by Josh Bohannon. Runs for Lawrence, nicely timed. Just a little back foot push in front of square. The ball races out towards the boundary for 4 more. That completes the over as well. So it's 11 for 2 now with that. And the lead of 148 runs. That's the first 4. Pivoting onto the back foot, pulling the ball away to deep backward square leg. And he followed it up with a lovely back foot punch for 4 more. Bailey and Williams in conversation. Everyone's battling the conditions here. The umpires are very concerned about losing their hats. I'm not surprised. The bails, I think, have blown off at least once. Williams stands with a sets off again and bowls once more, left alone by Wesley. And through to the keeper, Phil Salt, and there is no run. So it's 11 for 2. Lawrence has all 11 runs that Essex have scored in this second innings so far. And Wesley off the back foot defends away into the offside, no run. Williams in, balls eased away to mid-wicket by Tom Wesley, and again there's no run. Villas there for Lancashire. He took the catch to see the end of Sir Alistair Cook. Williams in, balls pushed away into the offside by Wesley, and there's no run.
And what a difference 24 hours makes. It's this time yesterday, Tom Wesley and Paul Walter were making batting look very, very easy. And now it's looking very, very difficult.
It looks anything but easy now, doesn't it? It has done all day. Williams over the wicket, left by Wesley. Through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, yesterday afternoon in particular, it's hard going for the bowlers, and Essex were building nicely. Second new ball comes and things happened pretty quickly. Lancashire were bowled out inside 40 overs today, or 44 overs today. Again, the new ball worked. Essex are 2 down at the start of their second innings here. Forward goes Wesley in defence, calmly pushing the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over, 11 for 2. I don't know whether tea's been moved. Tea was scheduled to be at 4:10, so that's only in 40 minutes time or so, whether that might well have changed since that following rain break.
As you say, there's been no word, has there?
No. See if we can, I'll message the scorers and see if we can find out what's happening with T. Bailey bowls and it's dabbed away by Lawrence, no run. Dan Lawrence this season with 492 runs, average of 41. Played with an angled bat across the pads towards mid-wicket for no run. He's got 150 and 2 centuries in that collection of runs. Highest score of 152 for Dan Lawrence. He is leaving Essex to join Surrey. It's this season is finished. It's through to Salt. Got his captain Keaton Jennings for company to his right hand side. Bailey with 7 wickets in the match so far. Turns Lawrence round a fraction, tries to work it to leg side. Tom Hartley comes up from point to complete the fielding, or from third slip actually coming up to complete the fielding as the ball deflects away into the offside. These runs for Lawrence here. Way to mid-wicket. Williams gets across the ground, able to stop the ball. Sends it into the gloves of Phil Salt. And Lawrence gets through for another run, so he moves to 12, having indeed to Essex. It brings the captain Tom Wesley back on strike. Little bit of advice for Lawrence. He's faced more deliveries. He's faced the previous 5 balls that Bailey sent down, so just advising his skipper as to exactly what the ball is doing. He just moves a little back in towards Wesley, but he's in behind it and defends. And that completes the over. 12 for 2, so 5 overs gone of the Essex second innings. 12 for 2 is a lead of 149 runs. Lawrence on 0 and Wesley on 0 and Lawrence on 12. The one-day international match between England and Australia. Into the 40th over of that Australian innings, and they're 195 for 6. 1 wicket for Kate Cross and 1 for Nat Sciver-Brunt, and 1 for Alex Capsey as well. It's defended by Lawrence. I might have just kept a little bit low on him from Williams as de Grandon comes up to scoop up the ball.
Yes, it did seem to scuttle through a bit, didn't it?
Did, yeah. He wanted to keep it out, did Dan Lawrence. He's a tall man, but to get the bat on that and keep it out. Might just have skidded through a little. And he wants a single here, Lawrence. Just nudging the ball up towards Tom Bailey, who's at mid-on for 1. For 2. Need of 150 exactly now for Kent.
End of the over.
Wesley defends to mid-on, no run. Syria into their second innings at the Oval. They're 58 for 1, so they lead by 14 runs. Burns a man out for 0. Flashed away off the back foot by Wesley, but straight to de Grandon. So Dom Sibley's 33 not out. Tom Latham on 19. Syria 58 for 1. Lead by 14. Hampshire 224 for 8. And trail Somerset by 270. 76, that's left and through to the keeper by Wesley, and there's no run. So Hampshire trail by 276 against Somerset. Northamptonshire are 161 for 2 and lead Middlesex by 103. Essex are 13 for 2 here. They lead Lancashire by 150. And Kent are 186 for 4, and they trail Warwickshire by 192 runs across the Division 1 games. Forward goes Wesley in defence. And there's no run. That's the end of the over, so 6 gone with the Essex second innings. 13 for 2. Wesley on 0, Lawrence on 13. Bailey to Lawrence to start a fresh over. He just loops away off the thigh pad. The leg bye has been awarded by the umpire, so still keeps Lawrence on 13, but the score moves on to 14 for 2. Jamie Bowman's back alongside me, and replacing Dick, who's struggling a little bit today with his voice, as I'm sure you can tell.
Poor old Dick, he is, isn't he?
He's a bit. Must have been a heavy night in Blackpool, that's what I reckon.
Does that to you?
Yeah, round the clubs. It's Wesley off the back foot, pulls the ball away to square leg for 1 run, gets his first run as Blatherwick fields. The score moves on to 15 for 2. It's been an eventful couple of hours, Jamie.
It has, isn't it? Had everything. Torrential rain, wickets.
I don't know what's more surprising, the rain or the wickets. It certainly moved everything on a little bit. This is left alone by Lawrence and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I was just wondering if there's any unfortunate children who've, you know, maybe taken a day off with their dads to watch England's greatest batter score some runs and are now sitting there in the cold and the rain wondering what they've done.
Why have we bothered?
Yeah.
Oh dear, yeah. 11 in the first innings, Sir Alistair Cook without scoring second time round. It's driven by Lawrence. Bannon gets across the ground at mid-off, no run. Yeah, both, well, combined, both openers across both innings, 11 runs, all to Cook in his first innings. Brown's only faced 7 balls in the entire match and hasn't scored a run.
Long way to come, isn't it? 7 balls.
And then to field at short leg. And there's a run for Lawrence though, to square leg where Blatherwick comes up from boundary to field.
It's tough conditions for openers though, isn't it? You know, they suddenly, even today, they wouldn't have probably been expecting to bat as soon in the day as they did. Suddenly got to prepare yourself, weather about.
Bailey to Wesley. Oh, that's beyond the diving Williams. Up towards the wide long on boundary. It's going to have enough to reach the rope. It's 4 runs for the Essex captain. With a century in the first innings, gets his first boundary in the second innings. Williams with the dive, just couldn't quite get fingertips on it. down towards the boundary for 4 runs. That completes the over. And it's 20 for 2, so it's a lead of 157.
It's probably the brightest it has been all day now, isn't it?
Yeah, that shower just seemed to kind of creep up from nowhere.
Suddenly went very dark, didn't it?
Yeah. I'm not so sure many were expecting that. The forecasting to tell us at lunch that we were all clear for most of the day. It blew its way in and did its damage.
I bet there were some people walking along the beach who got in trouble there a bit.
Williams into to Lawrence down the leg side, taken by Salt, and there's no run. Yeah, and the tide goes out quite some way here, doesn't it? So you can be quite some distance from the shore and from shelter if you're out walking along the beach at the right time. Not too far away from the beach, from the coastline here at Stanley Park, just inland from the shore. Lawrence gets nicely in behind this next delivery. Sees it off the back foot towards mid-on, and there's no run. Where Bailey and Williams are back in combination again. It sure would have felt 5 minutes ago since they were last bowling together.
Yes, it's not much rest, is it, for
No.
fast bowlers? We've seen that in the test matches as well.
It's driven up towards mid-off when there's no run. Did you see the dismissal of Dan Lawrence in the first innings, where he hit it back to Bailey and it went through his fingertips and looped up to Bohannon at
So he
mid-off?
sort of tipped it over the bar, didn't he?
did,
And
yeah.
sort of, yeah, it was unusual, that, wasn't it?
And he was telling us last night that his finger actually popped out.
Ooh.
And then popped straight back in. No. Could have been quite a painful, lengthy blow, that. It's a good looking shot by Lawrence, down towards wide third man.
Yeah, he sort of celebrated, didn't he? And then suddenly realised he was in quite a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Sort of went down on his knees, didn't he?
First we were thinking, oh, he's struggling here. This is quite a lot of damage, but Sam Byrne, the physio, came out and strapped it all up, and he was all right to continue. But
It's a shame he wasn't credited with an assist, really.
Yeah. Get that flashed up on your screen in football, don't you? You always find out who made the assist.
Your fantasy points.
Yes. Wesley defending to Bailey at mid-on, and there's no run. It was his left hand, so it wasn't his bowling hand that had to be strapped up. Yeah, but it was an unusual dismissal. Dan Lawrence would be hoping he can make amends, because I reckon he's probably gone back to the dressing room thinking, well, I could play that shot probably another 10 times and it would never loop up towards mid-off as it did going through the bowler's hands. It's left by Wesley. Good leave and good judgment shown by the Essex captain through to Salt.
We've had some unusual dismissals, hasn't he? I think I was Bailey at the end there when he was bowled. It's quite a strange one, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. That slower ball.
It reminded me, I think I showed you, didn't I, on YouTube. It reminded me of the famous one Chris Reed was out to Chris Cairns many years ago. Many years ago, must be 20 years ago, when New Zealand were playing England in a test match, and a very similar ball. Sort of, poor old Chris Reed made it look very foolish when he sort of ducked down thinking it was a beamer, and it just sort of yorked him. I think it's really easy to lose those, isn't it, if you're expecting a fast ball. All of a sudden you just see it looping into your stumps.
Yeah, it did for Bailey a little bit earlier on. Into Lawrence. That's going to be 4 down to fine leg. Rocks back and pulls the ball to the right of Villas on the fine leg boundary. Lawrence gets 4 more.
I don't know if did you hear all the noise from behind the brick wall over there? Did you see there was a load of kids having a athletics sort of meet or something like that?
That was it this morning, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, we could hear that from in here. Yeah, the athletics track in Stanley Park. So that's pushed back down the pitch for no run.
I wandered over there at lunch. I was watching them, and I was thinking maybe Dane Villes could have picked up some tips on the some of the running I saw.
Well, we were saying on commentary at the time, yeah, it would look like a bit of a sharp single, and in the end, it was never there really. It's a bit of a mad few moments, wasn't it? That it all unravelled pretty quickly for Lancashire. Defended by Lawrence, and there's no run. There's all sorts in Stanley Park. I actually didn't. I mean, I've been to the cricket club many times, and I'm sure as a kid I must have come across the Stanley Park. But as an adult, I'm completely oblivious to just how big it is and to how much goes on there.
Have you been to the zoo?
I haven't. No. Well, years ago as a kid, but not recently. Yeah. Left by Lawrence.
Yeah, you tend not to go to zoos on your own as an adult, do you?
Well, you say that. I went to Melbourne Zoo on my own as an adult. Yeah,
yeah.
I was a bit hungover, and I thought a bit of a walk around the zoo might help me out.
Did it work?
Not massively.
No. It's one of the more unusual hangover cures I've heard of.
2 balls left for Bailey in his 5th over. Single for Lawrence out towards point. 26 for 2. So yeah, there's the zoo, and there's a boating lake and athletics track, and there's tennis courts and skateboarding parks, and there's obviously loads of open grass. With last night, as I was walking back through it, various kind of 5-a-side teams warming up and coaching sessions taking place, as well as your dog walkers out there and joggers around. There's just a huge amount of activity.
I hope there's a bandstand. I like a bandstand in a park. Like a brass band.
Didn't see any brass bands last night, but I can imagine them being there in the bandstand. Yeah. And the boating lake's pretty sizable too. A few swans dotted around in the boating lake. Who's over in the nets on the far side? I think that's George Balderson, and I think George Bell would be the other one that's out.
Oh, you've got good eyesight.
Yeah, George Bell. Over in the nets on the far side of Stanley Park. So 26 for 2. We've had 9 overs. Lawrence tells Wesley that there isn't a run there. He plays it off his back foot towards mid-on.
He's had a strange season, isn't he, George Bell? He seems to be in and out the side and keeping and not keeping.
Yeah, and he had I thought, pretty solid start to
the
season. It looked
looked good behind the sticks.
Yeah. Williams in, a sharp-looking ball. Beats Lawrence. It's a little extra bounce there for Williams.
Rob Jones liked it, not many others.
Well, I think both of those players that were just on screen before in the nets, Bell and Balderson, could quite comfortably be in this Lancashire team. It's got good numbers and got a big squad to select from. Lawrence to cover, but for no run. I think both played in the reverse fixture. In fact, Bell got runs in that match at Chelmsford. I would have been back in April. That was a weather-related draw, which I think Lancashire were probably across the 4 days the better team. Yeah, Bell got 56 in the second innings and 60 in the first innings.
Yeah, it's a good game for him. Yeah, he's certainly impressed, I think, this season. Definitely one of the better prospects for the Red Rose. But it has felt like one of those seasons, isn't it, where sort of players have come in, done well, a couple of games, come out again. Players have come back from, you know, internationals, and then they've come in, or come back from the IPL. It's all felt a bit, I don't know, I suppose a lot of teams, it's just the way domestic cricket is now, isn't it? You never sort of seem to know who is the 11 you're going to see.
Lawrence leads this ball from Williams through to Salt. Yeah, because Phil Salt there was away at the IPL, so he wasn't available for the first couple of months of the season. Bell was in the team, as you say, keeping wickets. Salt comes back, so he plays, he gets the gloves. Of course, Lancashire had Bell keeping wicket in the T20, then Salt, and then Butler when he was available. Bell was third choice by the end of it.
And then you think, we had Dane Villas keeping wicket last season as well, and Lavelle.
Yeah, not seen George Lavelle this year just yet. It's the end of the over, but as well, that's 10 overs gone for Essex in their second innings. Time's 10 to 4. I have no idea when tea is. Tea was at 10 past 4, but it might have been changed. So we could have 20 minutes left, or we might have a bit longer.
It feels like we should have longer.
It does, doesn't it? It's 26 for 2. It's got a bowling change. Our first one of this Essex second innings. Colin de Grandon replacing Tom Bailey. So Bailey 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. Williams has bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. De Grandon coming into the attack. This season with the ball in the county championship, de Grandon. 5 games, 7 wickets at an average of 40. He's going to be bowling from the south end of the ground.
You'd feel these are good conditions for his kind of bowling.
Let's see if they suit. In and bowls to Wesley. Skids through to the keeper, who takes his glove off. It bounced rather awkwardly just in front of him. Tom Wesley on 5.
As I say, as I said when I was on commentary earlier, it felt like de Grandon was a good fit for county cricket, but it hasn't quite worked out yet.
Wesley defends off the back foot. No, I guess that can happen, can't it? You know, sometimes perhaps they go exactly to plan. Sometimes maybe not quite fulfilling the role you were hoping would happen. It's through to the keeper. There's no run. 29 test matches for New Zealand, 45 one-day internationals and 41 T20 internationals for New Zealand for Colin de Grandon.
I always remember how well he bowled in that famous World Cup final against England. Really bowled well in that game.
Into Wesley, who defends.
You see his compatriot Daryl Mitchell, you know, he seems to have really relished it, doesn't he? He seems to have just enjoyed himself as well, really taken to Lancashire really well and batted well, bowled well, really thrown himself into it, whereas Collins struggled a little bit.
He's into Wesley. It's wide and left and through to the keeper, no run. I think this might be his last game for Lancashire. I think there's a chance that Daryl Mitchell might play one more.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mitchell's involved in the 100 now. think he has a 100 contract. And then, of course, there's the one-day series for New Zealand against England. Driven away by Wesley off the back foot. Farnham Fields at mid-off, no run.
You looking forward to the 100, Scott?
That's an interesting question, that. 11 overs gone at 26 for 2. I mean, I am covering some games again this summer.
As I'm sure I will be.
And of the games I covered in the previous summers, they were decent games of cricket. There were some poor ones. I thought at times last year the men's 100 was particularly poor. I thought the women's competition was terrific last year. Yeah, I don't really know what to make of it, really.
My kids are looking forward to it, which I suppose you could say is one of the reasons it was created. So, you know, they really enjoyed. We went to a few games last year. They loved it. They loved the whole razzmatazz around it, all the things they could do. But then they also came to the Blast on Friday with me and loved that. So you do wonder sometimes.
Williams sets off again to start his latest over. It's nudged away to square leg by Lawrence for a single. 27 for 2. Well, and there's certainly can't argue that with the fact that the crowds have been good.
Yep.
I mean, whether it's 100 balls or 120 balls, I'm not that really fussed about, to be honest with you. It's just a game, another game of cricket, isn't it? But the potential implications on other aspects of the game, that is still an ongoing problem, isn't it? An ongoing potential issue. Oh, that's a really good ball by Williams. Yeah, Wesley's edged it. 3 down now, Essex. Essex skipper departs, the Centurion in the first innings. Lovely delivery by Williams, just finds the edge of Wesley's bat into the gloves of Salt. 27 for 3, lead of 164.
Lancashire creeping back into this game.
It's this new ball, isn't it? You've got like 30 overs with it.
I mean, that's unplayable, isn't it? What a fantastic ball.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ball. That angle in, just holds its line, gets the edge of the bat. It's a lovely delivery by Williams. But the view, we were having this conversation yesterday, Jamie, and we were chatting about it the other week when we were at the Oval. This is the second round where this cooker of a ball is being used, and the observation that we're getting from the bowlers is that you kind of get about 30 to 40 overs with it, and then there's nothing after that. It's pretty dead after that. Albeit Jordan Clark was saying the other week at Surrey that the older Kookaburra ball, they did get to reverse swing later on in that game. But it was particularly dry conditions at the Oval for that 4-day match.
So you need to make use of it while you can.
Basically,
which Williams is certainly doing today.
This is kind of the period where Lancashire have got to capitalise on it. Which is what they did at the Oval. They had that little window on the evening of the 3rd day. I think they had 20 overs, and then the following kind of 10 or 15 the next day, where they had to bowl themselves back into the match, which they did with the new ball. Matt Critch is the new batter. And that's left and through to Salt. So 27 for 3. Lancashire losing 9 wickets today. They resumed 1 down, and we've seen 3 wickets fall in the Essex second innings. 12 wickets have gone down in the day for about 140 runs. 4 August Critchley pushed away to the offside for no run.
If the weather does improve tomorrow, we could be in for a cracking game, couldn't we?
I'll double check it again. I looked about an hour or so ago, and tomorrow the forecast was good. There was a 0% chance of rain.
That's what we
all
like
day.
to hear.
Yeah, and it's still at 0% chance of rain all day tomorrow.
I mean, Lancashire will feel if they can bowl Essex out cheaply, they have a glimmer of a chance. I mean, it's already a big lead, but if its conditions are good and they've got all day to bat.
Yeah, lead at the minute is 165. With 3 wickets down.
Chasing targets is all the fashion at the moment, isn't it?
It's all in. It's all in.
All the rage.
It is, yeah. Chasing ungettable targets is all in fashion, definitely.
Maybe Essex should just declare and now make a game of it.
Williams over the wicket. And played off the back foot. Back down the pitch. Williams goes leaping away to his right.
He's been such a great discovery, hasn't he, Williams? I mean, he seems to sort of come from nowhere, really. No one, he seemed to be on no one's lips. No one sort of knew much about him when he arrived here. Been playing a bit of club cricket, and he's been superb.
Yeah, this season he's now 31 wickets for Will Williams. Tom Bailey currently has 35, so they're almost identical in terms of overs bowled. They're almost exactly the same. 232 for Bailey and 231 for Williams. So they're catching each, they could go neck and neck with the overs bowled. The amount of maidens they've sent down is almost identical, 55 and 58. Wickets almost identical, and the average is pretty much the same. Well, that's gone through the fingertips of Wells, who's at point. And Critchley will come back and add 2 to his total.
It must be great when you have 2 opening bowlers working in tandem like that, almost egging each other on to do better. And I'm sure there'll be a bit of competitiveness there in the dressing room. Who can come out on top?
Grandom in, driven. Bohannon with excellent piece of work. He feels superbly for Lancashire in that position. They've got through for 1, but could have been more without the efforts of Josh Bohannon.
You often think of opening bowlers working together, great pairs of opening bowlers, don't you? It's great to have that. We were just talking then about the sort of almost inconsistency of Lancashire selection. I'll just wait till Cronholm comes in. There's a forward defensive there. The inconsistency of Lancashire selection, but those two have been pretty much, inked in, haven't they? They've always been there, always leading the line, leading the attack, and I think that consistency has really helped Lancashire.
There's de Grandon to Lawrence. And there's one of the 2 frontline bowlers, Williams, fielding at mid-on, no run. I asked Tom Bailey last night, Jamie, about kind of that. Is there a little mini battle between the 2 of you as to who will come out as leading wicket taker? And is he driven to mid-off, no run? Bailey said, not really, we're just both desperate to get off the field as quick as we can and put our feet up.
They're quite simple animals, I think, fast bowlers, aren't they? They just want to bowl and rest.
Bowl and put the feet up for a bit. Yeah. Here's de Grandon to Lawrence. Steers the ball away into the offside. Through they go for a single. So 34 for 3.
And both nice chaps as well, aren't they? Always good with us, and good to have a chat with.
That's it. Critchley tries to get forward, and the ball deflects away into the offside. I think the umpire signalled a no ball then. He did. That's the second of the over. 36 for 3. Critchley will push this one away into the offside, and Bohannon with a quick throw in towards the glove of Sol. They do successfully get through for a single.
It's a good example there of how wicket keeping's changed, doesn't it? Did you see the way Sol took that? Certainly wasn't in the book when I was a lad learning cricket. They always used to say, didn't they, stand behind the wickets, let the ball come into your hands softly. He sort of stood, I suppose, to the side of it, took it one-handed, and without looking, went to sort of throw it towards the stumps. I mean, it looks fantastic, but as I say, it just shows how much fielding and wicket keeping's changed over the years.
Yeah, he was barely looking as he took it with his glove. 37 for 3, Essex in their second innings. That's 3 early wickets for Lancashire, trying to bowl themselves back into the match with 2 for Will Williams and 1 for Tom Bailey. Dan Lawrence is on 22, Matt Critchley on 4. 37 for 3, Essex lead by 174.
It's danger of the sun peeping out here, I think.
Steady on. Not to take my hood off if the sun comes out. Defended by Critchley. We'll take a single for it. Blatherwick comes up from the boundary to complete the fielding. Critchley moves on to 5, 38 for 3. With an excellent day yesterday. A full day, no interruptions. Temperature was lovely. It was nice and calm. There was a good crowd in. Been a bit more of a battle today. It's worked away by Lawrence to mid-on. Oh, Luke Wood is out there at the minute. He's at mid-on.
Had a good season in the 2020, didn't he?
He did. He's only played 1 championship match, which was the first game of the season. But he had an outstanding blast. Worked across the pads by Dan Lawrence. Up comes Villas, sliding up from the boundary to scoop up the ball. Lawrence moves on to 23. It's 39 for 3.
Do you think Lancashire are almost moving towards almost like a 2 teams system now, aren't they? There's some players who really are specialists. Obviously, Joss Butler, Liam Livingston appears to be that now.
There's Williams over the wicket to Critchley, forward and defence, and there's no run.
Luke Wood, obviously another one.
Yeah. Supposed to compete across the 3 formats, you're probably going to have certain players that are kind of specialists in that particular competition.
Well, the Royal London almost seems to be a sort of way of introducing younger players now, doesn't it?
Final ball of the over for Williams. Short, actually. Critchley pulls down towards fine leg, where it's well fielded by Luke Wells. Critchley gets 1 run and he keeps the strike. He moves on to 6, 40 for 3.
Be interesting to see what kind of teams we do put out in the one-day cup.
Well, that man there fielding the ball would be a big loss for them. Luke Wells, he's got a 100 contract. And Wells is part of the Welsh Fire, so it'll be a big loss for Lancashire in the one-day competition.
Of course, did very well last season.
Yep, all the way to the final. Losing at Trent Bridge against Kent. I suppose if you look down this particular 11 that Lancashire have fielded this week, and Jennings, and Bohannon, and Jones, and Blatherwick, Williams, Bailey. They'll all be available. It's turned out towards the leg side, and there's no run.
It was great for someone like Rob Jones, wasn't it, last season? He batted really well. Sort of almost reminded people what a good batter he was, really. He wasn't getting many opportunities in the 4-day team, and here he is again.
De Grandhomme to Critchley. Picks out Bohannon at cover, no run.
I suppose it can be an opportunity for young players, but it can be an opportunity for older players too, who've slightly fallen out of favour. It can get an opportunity to remind the selectors that they're still around, still got something to offer.
Critchley runs us away to point for a single. Stephen Croft, I guess, he's not currently in Lancashire's 4-day team.
He'd be gutted to miss this one, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I would thought so. Yeah.
This home ground.
Croft came out with the phrase the other year of the One-Day Cup being a dads and lads competition.
It's not far off, is he? It's not far off. He'd be very much in the dad category now, I suppose.
Lawrence drives back down the pitch, and it has Critchley hopping back into his crease just in case he's straight out of his ground and maybe the ball is going to be deflected onto the stumps.
I wonder if the older players have to drive them to the game. Younger players, like in 13 cricket.
I enjoyed it last year, the One-Day Cup.
Yeah, it was good.
Again, hit firmly, and again, De Grandhomme trying to guide it onto the stumps.
It really benefited, didn't it, from sort of good weather, not a lot of other distractions. It was kind of, it got a bit of attention.
Final ball for De Grandhomme.
It's funny how it's almost become that competition that people who aren't keen on the 100 kind of rally round, isn't it? And think of as proper cricket. A few years ago they probably would have dismissed it as just 1-day cricket.
That's true.
Players are heading off.
So tea was at 4:10. And off they go, which is going to leave 39 overs in the final session to bowl.
They all looked a bit confused then whether it was tea or not, didn't they?
Yeah, there was a little bit of hesitation as to whether it was or not, but the players are heading off for a bit of tea. So we'll take a break as well. Lawrence on 24, Critchley on 7. And 42 for 3, so a lead of 179. So Essex still in a strong position here with 7 wickets remaining. 39 overs to go tonight. We'll catch you in about 20 minutes. Jack Blatherwick will open up the bowling for Lancashire after the tea interval, with Essex at 42 for 3. And they lead by 100 and something. There it is on the screen. 179. With 7 wickets remaining. Lawrence and Critchley batter for 24 balls. And that's probably more significant than the 15 runs actually, because the dismissal of Wesley to get them Essex down 3 down. Got to find a partnership, and they've got one here. This is worked away off the hip by Lawrence, and through he goes for a single. So it's 43 for 3. So Blatherwick into the attack for the first time. It's in 3 overs from Colin de Grandon, 7 from Will Williams, and 5 from Tom Bailey. That's deflected away down towards the gully region. There's no bat on that. It's a leg by. Score moves on to 44 for 3. Left alone by Dan Lawrence. It's been an eventful day actually, because Lancashire resumed their first innings at 11:45 this morning on 37 for 1, and then bowled out for 145. So a rather commanding first innings lead for Essex, which now stands at 181 runs. But they have lost 3 wickets in their second innings. The 2 openers gone cheaply. Brown for naught and Sir Alistair Cook for naught, and Tom Wester, the Essex captain, who got a century in the first innings, out for 5. 2 wickets for Will Williams and 1 for Tom Bailey. So Essex into their second innings. We've got a decent chunk of play to go tonight. A 44 for 3. Actually just now moved on to 48 for 3. That's a lead of 185 runs. Flicked away down towards fine leg for a single, and the score moves on to 49 for 3. So a lead of 186 runs. So you're with Lancs TV and BBC Sport website and app for this final session of the third day. Quite a lengthy session, isn't it? It's 39 overs that we had in this final session. 1 ball left of the first of those overs now. That's a nice straight drive by Critchley, fielded by Tom Bailey, who is at mid-on, and there is no run. So 49 for 3. And the lead of 186. Dick is alongside me for the first part of the evening session. And well, despite those 3 wickets falling, Dick, the lead is building nicely, and Essex still in a pretty commanding position.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree. I was thinking, it was only when I was listening to your report, I thought, well, yes, 180 odd for 3 isn't so bad from the Essex point of view. So, yeah, I mean, they'll just at this stage try and get as many as possible, I should think, and review the situation if they get a chance. But then the way things have gone today, they might all get bowled out for 100.
Well, I mean, getting bowled out often probably creates the better chance of winning, doesn't it?
Well, yes.
They might have to think about. Well, I guess it depends what their ambitions are from the match. That Bailey comes in and bowls to Lawrence that's driven to mid-off and there's no run. I mean, they're obviously in a position where they can try and dictate it, Essex, because they're in front. How quickly would they like to try and score? What lead would they like to try and have? And how long do they think they need to try and bowl Lancashire out tomorrow? Things to consider. Bailey to Lawrence. Again, that's run down towards the point boundary for a single. Brings up the 50, that, for Essex in the second innings. 50 for 3.
Well, if they oh dear, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
If they don't lose too many wickets and carry on scoring at 3 and over, they'll be about 280 ahead at the close.
He's into Critchley, that's defended, no run.
That wouldn't be enough, but yeah, it might give them something to think about in the first hour tomorrow.
Yeah. 96 overs tomorrow, so we'll have the full day. The forecast still looks like it's going to be absolutely fine. There's not a hint of any rain at all tomorrow, so should have a full day's play. Critchley gets forward again to defend, and there's no run. So we shall see, but Essex have got themselves into a position, 7 wickets left and 200 in front, where they can try and dictate how they see things progressing. Lancashire still by no means out of it, far from it. Grand Arms at cover to field this time, and there is no run. Matt Critchley coming into this innings with 582 runs, an average of just under 42. His score of 121 for Critchley. 550, says he defends the final ball, and that completes the over. So that's over number 17 of the Essex second innings. 50 for 3. Lawrence on 30, and Matt Critchley on 8. It is an overcast day here on the west coast of Lancashire, on the Fylde coast. A breezy day, plenty of cloud cover ahead, but dry at the minute. There's Blatherwick in and bowling, pushed up to mid-off by Dan Lawrence, fielded by Josh Bohannon, and there is no run.
How much of the Lancashire coast is considered Fylde?
Oh, that's a very good question. It's a question I'm going to type into Google and find the answer out for you, because I don't know. I mean, kind of Blatherwick's in and balls again through to the keeper, no run. Certainly kind of going right up to and beyond Fleetwood. Definitely would be at the very least, but I suspect he probably goes further than that. According to the borough of Fylde, the Fylde coast is 13 miles long, running up towards Fleetwood. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Flicked away towards backward square leg, and they come back for 2.
So that's everywhere north of the Ribble, that is, isn't it?
It is, yeah, from the Ribble, kind of so looping round through Lytham and then St Anne's, then Blackpool and Thornton and Fleetwood.
Yeah, thank you.
Is the Fylde coast. 52 for 3. Blatherwick to Lawrence. Oh, it's down the leg side. Now, keeper's got a glove on that. Oh, and there was bat on it too. So it's 4 runs. Salt led on his stomach, doing his best to try and get a glove on that and try and catch the ball, but beyond the reach of Phil Salt and down towards the boundary. 4 runs for Dan Lawrence. He moves on to 36 now. 56 for 3. It's played to mid-on this time and there is no run. Final ball for Blatherwick, 6 from the over so far. Defended to Tom Hartley. Completes the 18th over of the Essex second innings. 56 for 3, so lead of 193. Looking around the country, delayed tea at New Row because Worcestershire are 9 down. So they're 207 for 9 in reply to Yorkshire's 407. Here comes Bailey, balls to Critchley. Gets forward in defence, and there is no run. Elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey 93 for 1. So they lead Nottinghamshire by 49 runs. Rory Burns, the man out. A pretty lean summer, Burns, out for naught. In Surrey's second innings. Critchley plays to mid-off for no run. Hampshire still kind of hanging on in there with their first innings. They're 8 down now. They're still 220 runs behind at 280 for 8. But this partnership between Felix Organ, who's 62 not out, and Kyle Abbott, who's 74 not out, frustrating Somerset. Critchley rolls this down to third man. Comes back for 2. Moves on to 10. And the score moves on to 58 for 3. Northamptonshire still building a lead over Middlesex in their match at Merchant Taylor's score. Northamptonshire 218 for 2. Luke Proctor is 63 not out. Critchley plays this one out to de Grandon at cover, and there's no run. So Northamptonshire lead Middlesex by 160 runs with 8 wickets remaining. And Kent are 231 for 5. And still trail Warwickshire by 147 runs. Critchley to mid-off the bowling of Bailey, and there is no run. Harry Finch 57 not out. Jack Leaning making 64 for Kent. Going a little better second time round. There were 171 all out in their first innings, so 231 for 5 Kent. Trail Warwickshire by 147 runs. Are the Division 1 scores away from Blackpool. Final ball for Bailey with Critchley waiting. It's pushed away to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. 58 for 3. Lead of 195 for Essex, with 35 overs remaining in the day.
Stephen in Hockley says thanks for the commentary. I always enjoyed seaside cricket, so it's good to see Lancashire taking games to Southport and Blackpool. Ironic that Essex, the English county with the longest coastline, hasn't staged a seaside game for over a decade.
Here's Blatherwick bowling, flashed out towards the leg side, no run.
Yes, that would be Southend, and they used to play it on the coast at Westcliff and further, and yeah, Clacton-on-Sea as well. So yes, great shame.
Essex has the longest coastline in the country.
Yeah, well, it goes in and out, lots and lots of little river inlets.
Right, okay, so kind of in terms of, right, I got you. Right. Again, Lawrence finds Hartley at mid-wicket and there's no run. Be a cracking quiz question, that, because I suspect that'd be quite low down on the list. You think of the kind of the county with kind of long, straight coastlines, and you just assume that they would be kind of top of the list. But that's quite a good quiz question, though.
I think that Yorkshire usually assume they are, but oh no.
That's because Yorkshire usually assume everything, don't they? 58 for 3, Blatherwick to Lawrence. Defender back down the pitch and there's no run. Yes, we've had successive home games by the coast. We've been at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club for Lancashire's last home game, and now Blackpool for this one. Leaded 195 as Blatherwick is into Lawrence. It'll just be one, I would think. Villas will come round from square leg to field, and it's just a single. Score moves on to 59 for 3. So the lead slowly edging up towards 200. Comes Blatherwick. Swatted out through the leg side, again just for a single. There's Villas once more. $199 is the lead. 62 for 3. Lawrence on 37 weights. Just tries to run it down to third man. Just bouncing away to backward point there. Williams fields. Dan Lawrence takes his total on to 38. That lead now at exactly 200. So yeah, we've got 34 overs left today, so there's a strong chance that Essex are going to have a pretty big lead at the close of play, unless Lancashire can find a session or a spell like they had late last night. But that was with that new ball. It was with a new ball, and in the end it produced 5 wickets for just 7 runs. This is the final ball of over number 20. Scratches off the back foot and defends back to Blatherwick. End of the over. 63 for 3. A lead of 200 to take you into some Division 2 games. Where I mentioned that Worcestershire-Yorkshire match, so they've delayed tea with Worcestershire being 9 down. 213 for 9 trail Yorkshire by 194 runs. Sussex 80 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Derbyshire by 75. Glamorgan are 242 for 8 in their first innings in a rain-affected match in Cardiff against Leicestershire. And Gloucestershire are 140 for 7 and they lead Durham by 3 runs in their match at Chesterley Street, with 4 wickets for Matthew Potts. Glance down towards fine leg, but Hartley coming round with his red socks on to scoop up the ball. Score ticks along to 64 for 3.
Thank you to Paul in Lancaster for your email wishing me well. Thank you. Bearing in mind Essex's last outground was Southend. How does Southend compare with Blackpool? Wow, I'm going to upset somebody here.
Yeah. Is Bailey to Critchley. That's to the left of backward point. Luke Wells is going after it. We'll get to it. And they come back for 2. 66 for 3.
If you mean the cricket grounds, then they probably balance each other out, because I've been singing the praises here at Blackpool, but the old South Church Park at Southend was equally historic. They had 99 years of playing there.
Bailey to Critchley, it's defended, no run.
And invariably when the tourists used to come, it was always Southend they went to. Famously, the Australians scored 721 in a day at Southend. So from the cricket point of view, they're probably on a par. As towns or cities, well, BBC doesn't like to be biased, so I shall say
Bailey to Critchley, no run.
So I shall say that they balance each other out. In many respects, Blackpool is bigger, brasher, brighter, better. Blackpool's Golden Mile really is a mile. Southend's Golden Mile is about 200 yards. Blackpool has 3 piers, Southend only has 1, but the total length of Southend Pier is longer than all 3 at Blackpool combined.
Bailey to Critchley, that's a good shot. That'll be 4 runs to pierce that gap through extra cover.
So how's that for a BBC balanced view on things?
I think you've summed it up beautifully there, Dick. You've done well. You've even got the comparison with the piers, the Golden Mile and the Golden 200 yards.
Oh, and Southend doesn't have a tower, of course.
Ah.
But
well,
it is much nearer London.
Oh, that definitely means Blackpool wins. (17 to Critchley, lead of 207. Blatherwick's around at square leg this time. And there's no run. 70 for 3 at the end of the over. .33 left to go today. Blatherwick's bowled 3 overs. De Grandon's bowled 3 overs, 3 for 11. De Grandon, Blatherwick 3 for 17. Williams 7 overs, 2 for 7. And Bailey 8 overs, 1 for 32. Orange just takes a single off his pads here, nudged away to square leg where Luke Wells completes the fielding.
Paul also emails praise him with the live stream, as lots of us do, including me, and he even loved the jazz during the interval.
There's Blatherwick in balls, defended again, no run. Yeah, the chats in the interval, there have been a few different ones on the live stream, I think including Neil Fairbrother. I think I've seen that one a couple of times, and Glenn Chappell I think may have been on during the tea interval just gone.
And he says he enjoyed the shots of the ground and the tower.
Oh, there'll be a shot of the tower anytime soon coming your way, I'm sure. Blatherwick in balls again. It's a good-looking shot. Critchley right on top of the bounds. Oh, he's timed that beautifully. That's 4 runs. He's gone to the left of Josh Bohannon at mid-off. It's a lovely shot for 4. Looked good in the first innings, did Matt Critchley. Got himself 13 runs, but couldn't go on and push that onto a bigger score. Again, he looks good again today. He looks like a man that's got plenty of runs this season. Just a little extra bounce there from Blatherwick. On to him a fraction quicker. Defends, no run.
I think at some stage you must have been talking about the test card on telly. Yes?
It's quite possible. Yes, we were. Yes, we were. Yeah.
Apparently you can still see it on YouTube.
Oh, right, okay. All right. It's turned out towards the leg side by Lawrence, and there's no run.
Which is another quiz question. Who's appeared on television more than anybody else over the years? And the answer is the little girl who appeared on the test card. Worth knowing.
Blatherwick again, forward goes Critchley. And that is the end of the over. 72 for 3. A lead of 209 runs.
Apparently, according to Chris, Cornwall also lay claim to having the longest coastline. And Devon. Well, Devon cheat because they have 2 coastlines.
It's just unfair. Bailey sets off again to Lawrence. Oh, it's gone high towards the leg side. It's gone high enough to clear the rope. And bouncing out towards the wall. That's the perimeter of the ground here that separates the ground from the rest of Stanley Park. In fact, it may well have bounced up and over that wall. It's gone for 6 for Dan Lawrence. It was in the air for a while. 1 or 2 cries of catch as people tried to adjust and work out exactly where that was going. And it became rapidly evident that that was bouncing, not only just well clear of the rope, but ultimately bouncing over the brick wall and in towards Stanley Park. 6 for Lawrence. He moves on to 46. And it's now 81 for 3. And Essex lead by 218 runs. And we need the box of balls, the magic box of balls, to try and find a new one, because that's cleared the ground.
So there's another email from Mike in North London. Wants to know if the Essex cricket ground is near Chelmsford City's football ground. Well, now it's not. At one stage it was next door, and there was considerable disappointment at the time that it came up for sale that Essex didn't buy Chelmsford City Football Club. Instead, a leisure centre did. Thanks, Mike.
the in balls to Lawrence. That's off the back foot and sliced away down to backward point for a single. 47 to Lawrence, 82 for 3. Another a similar question about the location of football grounds compared to cricket grounds, and whether this cricket ground here in Blackpool was near Bloomfield Road, the home of Blackpool Football Club. Well, the answer is yeah. It's only a couple of miles away, that. Probably less than 10 minutes drive down to Bloomfield Road from here. Bailey to Critchley. That's going to be 4. It's a beautifully timed shot off the front foot, just caressing it past the ball through that straight mid-off. Critchley does look in really good touch. Did in the first inning, but wasn't able to go on and get a big contribution with the bat. He's up to 25 now. It's partnership for Essex. Already up to and beyond that 50 mark. 55 in fact now these two have put on together. There's Blatherwick fields at fine leg. Critchley just turns it off his hip for another single. So the partnership now is worth 58. I didn't include that previous 4, so 58-run partnership. Defended by Lawrence away into the offside, and there is no run. De Grandon polishing the ball for Lancashire.
If there's any subject that is almost bound to engender emails, it's about something other than cricket. And now we've got a lot of emails coming in about the longest coastline.
Oh, I can imagine.
Which
yeah.
apparently is always up for debate.
Ah, right. So it's not necessarily nailed down for Essex then.
No.
Lawrence will tickle this one away off his pad through mid-wicket for a single. I think he's nicked the strike as well. Yep, he has. So he's on to 48. It's the end of the over. It's 88 for 3. And it's a lead of 225.
I suppose when a county has lots of rivers, what's the definition of coastline?
Okay. Yeah.
When does the estuary become the coastline, and when does it become part of the river? Such questions have puzzled man throughout time.
I see. Could have different counties claiming stake to have the longest coastline. It's okay because we wanted to know how long the Fylde coast was, wasn't it? That's where we started with that.
Afraid so.
Blatherwick comes over the wicket and bowls. A single for Lawrence here down to deep backward point. Lawrence moves on to 49, albeit the scoreboard to our left on the screen says 49, but looks like inside the ground he's up to 50. So maybe that's just a run behind, but he's just acknowledged a little round of applause, which would suggest that maybe the main scoreboard in the ground, which we can't see, maybe has him on 50 now. There's Blatherwick in and bowls. It's turned up towards mid-on, where Bailey fields, and there is no run. Yeah, well, they're giving out the half-century details for Dan Lawrence. So that last single must have taken him from 49 to 50 rather than 48 to 49. Blatherwick right arm over, bowls, run away to backward point. And we're just working off the score that you can see if you're watching Lanc TV. You don't see the main scoreboard inside the ground. We can't see it.
I'm in a slightly bit better position too. The scoreboard says Critchley's got 25.
Okay. Here comes Blatherwick again. Yeah, Essex batting nicely in their second innings and building quite a strong lead here. 226-run lead as it stands at 89 for 3 with Dan Lawrence on 50 and Matt Critchley on 25. Essex lead by 226 at 89 for 3. Blatherwick balls, and that's turned away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. We think that 50 then, for the details of it. 50 off 71 balls for Dan Lawrence. 5 fours and a 6. It's driven up towards mid-on by Critchley, and there is no run. In fact, it's a no-ball signal by the umpire as well. The score on screen now is reverted to Lawrence and Critchley's scores that are the same as the scoreboard on the ground. Blatherwick in to complete the over again. No ball was signalled from that previous delivery, so he has to come back in, and this time it's a legal ball which is driven straight past Jack Blatherwick. Bailey comes round to complete the fielding, and that is the end of the over. So 89 for 3. Critchley on 25, Lawrence on 50. Lead of 226 runs. Drink being brought out, and towel and maybe a change of gloves here for the batters. Tom Hartley's peeling off his jumper, so we're going to see some left arm spin. Potentially soon. Looks like we're going to see it right now, in fact. Yeah, Hartley replacing Tom Bailey from the south end of the ground. Bailey with a 4-over spell after tea. Not been much need for spin so far in the match. First time we see Hartley in this innings. He bowled 12 in the Essex first innings, and Simon Harmer bowled 3. He's got Lawrence on strike. He uses his feet and comes advancing towards the bowler and works the ball safely along the ground through mid-wicket for 1 run. Critchley picks out Rob Jones at mid-wicket from this next delivery from Hartley. One slip in place as Critchley plays forward. The ball beats him through to Salt. And there is no run in again, and balls and small. Cries of catches. Actually works the ball away to the leg side, but bouncing in front of Rob Jones. Hartley left arm around the wicket, bowls. Again, just nudged away off that front pad. Back comes across the pad, and ball disappears behind square on the leg side for a single. Takes Critchley on to 26, brings Lawrence back on strike. Oh, that's a big shot by Dan Lawrence, down on one knee, down towards the long on boundary. It's gone all the way for 6. That's the end of the over. I mentioned that Lawrence missed out in the first innings with that unfortunate dismissal making up for its second time round. Big hit, down on one knee. A slog sweeping out towards that long on boundary. 6 runs for Dan Lawrence. This is the perfect kind of start after tea for Essex, in truth. They can just score, maybe try and score even just a touch quicker, give them a better chance of declaring a little earlier tomorrow should it come to that situation. Here's Blatherwick to start a fresh over. Played out to backward point by Critchley. Good start by Dan Lawrence. And there is no run.
Interesting question. And one which I've been asked a couple of times, to which I don't know the answer. Given the limited use of the Kookaburra ball, how is it they have a supply of partly used ones? Very good question.
Here comes Blatherwick in and balls, and that's played up to mid-on, and there's no run. Well, I know that before these 2 rounds of championship fixtures where the Kookaburra was used, it was used in second team cricket for at least 1 if not 2 rounds across the country in second team cricket. So they would have had a batch of balls of varying degrees of use after second team cricket. It's defended again, there's no run, and again I guess you can have balls that have been used in practice and in net sessions and such like that in the build up to these 2 rounds. So I suppose with all that combined, it must be a sufficient quantity of Kookaburra balls in various states of condition. Blatherwick to Critchley. It's worked away to backward point, no run. It's 99 for 3. Lead of 236 runs. Critchley has 26 and Dan Lawrence has 57. Up for Tom Latham in the game between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. Latham 50 not out, Surrey 1, 2, 3 for 1. It's a gorgeous shot down the ground for possibly 4. Bell's chasing after it. I think it will be. Yeah, it is 4 runs. It's a lovely straight drive. Critchley played some terrific shots. Bring up 3 figures for Nottinghamshire in their second innings. That's a terrific drive. Straight down the ground for 4. Blatherwick to Critchley. It's taken by the keeper as Critchley tries to rock back and pull it down to fine leg. Through to Phil Salt, and that completes another over. It's 103 for 3. I reckon we've got 28 overs left. If you're watching on Lancs TV, that well, that score definitely isn't correct. I'm sure it will all catch up in due course, but it's 28 overs left. It's 103 for 3. It's a lead of 240. Matt Critch is on 30, and Dan Lawrence is on 57. Hartley sets off again. So, Will Williams at mid-off warming up, so he might be the next bowling change for Lancashire. run here for Lawrence. And just turn to the leg side for a single. Takes him to 58. It's 104 for 3. Let's play back down the pitch and gathered by Hartley off his own bowling, and there's no run. Critchley sends this one down towards the third-man boundary, playing it late. It just slows up towards the edge of the boundary, so Tom Bailey can catch up with the ball. Critchley comes back for 2. It's 32 now to Critchley. 106 for 3. A need of 243. Back to the ball with no run. Essex are on to just to push that run rate up a little bit as well. It was about 3.5 and over, thereabouts, just at tee, but pushed it up to 4 runs and over, just going a little quicker. Critchley takes 1 off the front foot, just squeezing the ball away into the offside. $107 for 3 at the end of that over.
Another email about the proximity of cricket clubs to Premiership clubs points out that nobody will know better than you, Scott, regarding Burnley Football Club and Cricket Club.
Well, yes, they are next door to each other. Burnley Cricket Club and Burnley Football Club basically share the same plot of land. There's one stand between the football pitch finishing and the cricket pitch starting. Turf Moor. This bowling change is about to happen. Blatherwick's 6 overs after tea, going for 29. Mentioned that scoring rate pushing on a little bit for Essex. It's probably forced the captain just to try and get a little bit of control again, and he's gone to his most economical bowler. Will Williams, he's bowled 7 overs for just 7 runs and taken 2 wickets. Critchley defends towards George Bell, who's at mid-off, and there is no run. This will be a quick single. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. Like Critchley, he's gone for overthrows as well. In fact, he's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4. Well, they went for a quick single. There was a possibility, the thought of maybe a run-out chance happening. I think it was Hartley with a throw towards the keeper's end. And all the way down to the boundary for 4, plus they ran 1. The score moves up by 5 to 112 for 3. That leads almost at 250 now. Dan Lawrence safely easing the ball towards mid-on for no run. Williams over the wicket and bowls. Oh, well, that was edged and dropped, I think. I think he's nicked that, Dan Lawrence. I think he's nicked that and been put down by the keeper. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Looking back on the replay. Keaton Jennings at first slip kind of crouched down, thinking that he may have nicked that. Just watching back there in the replay, I'm not sure if he did. It may have just flicked about his thigh pad region. Oh, he's coming down the pitch and hammering Will Williams back over his head for 6. Up and over the media marquee, over the Badger and Coombs broadcasting van. And big old hit for 6 for Dan Lawrence. Lawrence on 64 he may have been put down by Salt in that previous ball. It's the reaction of Jennings at first slip that makes me think that maybe there was bat on that. There's certainly a deflection. One of these where you perhaps need a bit of ultra edge and slow it down and work out whether it was bat or whether it was thigh pad. I think on the replay I've said it's difficult to be certain if he hit it or not. But it was the reaction of Jennings at first slip which makes me think maybe he did nick it. Either way, the next delivery, bang, that was pretty emphatic. The ball's disappeared. It's 118 for 3. So Williams is back in over the wicket and bowling, and Lawrence goes again, but doesn't quite get a hold of it this time. Straight to Bailey at mid-on, no run. Dick's going to have a breather, rest his voice, which is barely working in truth. and Jamie's back alongside me. It's the end of the over. I mean, that over has gone for 11, and he only went for 7 in his in his first 7 overs. So, pretty expensive over that by Will Williams. I'm trying to work out whether he was dropped or not. We've seen one replay. He may have nicked it. I think it's quite difficult to tell off that replay.
The general consensus, I think, from some of our colleagues is that there was a nick.
Right.
Yeah, so, pretty simple chance, really, that's gone down there. And this game has very quickly got away from Lancashire, hasn't it?
It has. Almost as quickly as they kind of brought themselves back into it. Those 3 early wickets, but this partnership has been outstanding. It's a pretty emphatic partnership, and they're looking to clearly try and score quicker here. Try and move this lead further on. They might even be thinking about potentially pulling out tonight, but got themselves a full day, 3 sessions tomorrow to try and bowl Lancashire out.
We've just been saying it's a tough it's a tough game to write about, tough day to write about, because we're not quite sure what's going to happen. you usually have your narrative by about this time, and you can kind of think, but as you say, Essex might make a decision or where they're going to be in an hour's time, because we're going to go on quite late tonight, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got 25 overs left.
The weather's probably the best it has been all day.
Critchley trying to force this ball away through the onside, beats the dive of Rob Jones. Gets a single, moves to 39, 119 for 3. You alluded 256.
I think Lancashire are expecting an onslaught here, aren't they? If you look at the field, they're spread. Men on the boundary.
Yeah, deep point, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg.
And he plays a forward defensive. So that just shows what we know, eh?
So forward defensive to end the over. Dan Lawrence on 64. Matt Critchley on 39. It's 119 for 3, so it's a lead of 256. The partnership is worth 92 from 108 balls. And when they kept together, there was very much a sense of jeopardy, in a sense that maybe things could swing back towards the home side at 27 for 3, but Lead in the bottom right of the corner for those viewers on Lancs TV. 2-5-6 still with 7 wickets left. Williams to Critchley. It's hit down the ground beyond the reach of Williams, and they get through for a single. So 120 for 3. Critchley looked, I thought, in really good nick. Played some lovely straight drives. He looked actually in good touch in the first innings. Just couldn't go on and get a score in the end. Little nick behind off Williams and caught by Salt. Keeper stands up now to Lawrence. It's worked away to square leg. He moves on to 65. 121 for 3.
As you say, it's been a superb effort, given losing both your openers without scoring. I mean, especially when one of those is Sir Alistair Cook, you expect them to kind of set the tone. You'd be worried that panic would kind of seep through that dressing room, but they've come out and really shown a great attitude and scored quickly, which has really helped.
Yeah, they pushed that run rate. It was about 3.5 and over at tea. Now over 4 runs and over. Needs to move that on a little quicker. They're edging towards this century partnership. 94 runs they've put on together so far. Critchley on 40. So Williams in again. It's played away by Critchley off the back foot. One bounce down the pitch towards Will Williams. And plenty of smiles for Lancashire. These two fast bowlers, Bailey and Williams, seem to encourage each other along. Tom Bailey was saying that last night, how much they do enjoy bowling with each other and kind of dig each other out when the going gets a bit tough.
Of course, Matt Critchley, born not far from here. Lancashire lad.
Yep, he is.
Coming back to haunt his home county here, I think Preston. One that slipped through the net.
Well, he's evolved his career, hasn't he, from being kind of leg spinner at Derbyshire at first, who certainly could bat.
Very much so. He was always seen as a sort of bowling all-rounder, wasn't he?
Yeah. It's now the other way around, isn't it? He's defended that final ball of the over. So Critchley on 40, Lawrence on 65. On 21 for 3. He's 40 not out from 71 balls, is Critchley. He's had an excellent year. Pushing up to 600 runs for the season.
Yes, that's outstanding, isn't it? It really is good.
Average of 42. It's Hartley to Lawrence. Trying to cut the ball, playing a miss. Salt flicks off the bails and pops them back on. Hartley again to Lawrence.
Yes, I remember Critchley playing in the Liverpool competition, which I was covering at the time as a teenager, and he was very much seen as a leg spinner back then, who batted a bit. Played for Wigan in the Liverpool competition, and yeah, there was a lot of excitement about him. But yeah, he, as you say, quite a career pivot.
Lawrence takes 1 through extra cover. .122 for 3.
That wind is still blowing, isn't it? Look at the trees behind us. Oh, he's bowled him.
Hartley bowls, Critchley looking to sweep. And a breakthrough for Lancashire. It ends a very, very good partnership worth 95 runs between Matt Critchley and Dan Lawrence, but he's been bowled by Tom Hartley, looking to sweep the ball.
One of those where he's just going for the quick runs, I think, wasn't it? Mr. Straight one, going for the big shot. Done his job. I think that's going to set the tone for the rest of this innings, really. Quick runs, big shots played.
Yeah, look towards the skies there on his way back to the dressing room. Yeah, it's just gone straight on, hasn't it, as he tried to sweep it. But certainly has given Essex a great sense of kind of momentum into their innings here. They've pushed the lead on, and as you say, it gives the likes of Walter, who can certainly give it a bit of a wallop. I've not seen much of Buttleman, but Dick says he's very well thought of at Essex, and then Harmer. Those three in particular, licensed to come out and have a bit of a go. I might even be thinking of declaring maybe tonight. I think it's probably unlikely. More chance maybe of an overnight type declaration, but it's 122 for 4 Essex in their second innings. Lancashire have just taken a wicket. They've just broken the partnership, which was worth 95 runs between Dan Lawrence and Matt Critchley. Critchley out for 40, looking to sweep Tom Hartley, who was bowled, and he departs back towards the dressing room. So a little bit of relief for Lancashire, but Essex in a strong position here. Walter's just joining Dan Lawrence. He's still 66 not out, the England man. And Essex are 122 for 4. They lead by 259 runs. Still got 23 overs left to go today as well. It's 122 for 4. So Jones has strapped the pads on.
Not envious of Rob Jones there, standing there.
No, because if Walter gets hold of it. They're asking for an LBW there as he's playing forward. Steve O'Shaughnessy not interested. And that's the end of the over for Tom Hartley. 1, 2, 2 for 4, lead of 259. 95 run partnership between Lawrence and Critchley comes to an end. It's about this time yesterday where Lancashire got themselves into a nice little groove with the ball, but it was a brand new ball then. And they rattled through the Essex innings, 5 wickets for just 7 runs. Different challenge this time around. A nice shot by Dan Lawrence.
It's one of those strange occasions, though, isn't it, where you...
123 for 4 Essex, and that lead now 260 runs, with Dan Lawrence unbeaten on 67 and Paul Walter having just joined him on noughts. Lancashire have just broken a partnership worth 95 runs between Critchley and Lawrence. Critchley out for 40 but was bowled by Tom Hartley. So 123 for 4 Essex, lead by 260.
No, I was just going to say it's one of those where it may almost help Essex if they are dismissed.
Williams over the wicket to Walter. Punched off the back foot to mid-off.
Would that give them a better chance of winning the game? Takes the decision out of their hands.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they won't be thinking about that. As you say, I think it would be a a daring declaration. I know they're all the rage, but I think they'd hang on a bit longer.
I think so. Yeah. Walter defends. And there is no run. I suppose if maybe the forecast for tomorrow wasn't as good as it is, that might potentially alter things, but it is a pretty clear forecast for tomorrow. No.
Well, 0%. You're
0%.
Yeah, 0%. I like those odds.
I don't think it's changed. Let's have a look. Let's give it a refresh. See if the Met Office has changed their mind. Walter off the front foot defends, no run. It's now gone from 0% to 7%. But only at 11 o'clock and then back down to 0% for the rest of the day. I don't quite understand that. Now a 7% chance it might rain at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. But yeah, it's obviously a good forecast for tomorrow, so that perhaps takes away any sense of, to a degree, urgency. It's a good looking shot. It's a good stop as well by Bailey. He's at mid-off, diving down to his right-hand side. One, 2, 3 for 4.
There'll be some scorers getting excited with that.
Final ball for Williams. Again with the keeper standing up, he has to just ease the ball away into the offside. Tom Hartley sporting some lovely red socks there to complete the fielding. We can see those socks now as he comes dancing in. See a replay of the wicket of Critchley, looking for a big booming sweep. But
I noticed those socks earlier. I was wondering if they're official Lancashire socks with the colour, or are they just? Is it just by chance? Oh, we've got a close-up of them now.
Fishew Club issued socks. I quite like that. Yeah. Little Lancashire red rose on them somewhere. Lawrence waits for Hartley. It's just pushed up to mid-off, and Williams is on the long off boundary, so Lawrence can just jog through for a single. Moves on to 68 not out. So the field changes for Walter. In comes Rob Jones again under the helmet and all the protective gear at short leg. Jennings at slip. Looking to sweep, and Jones crouching down, trying to make himself as small as he possibly could go.
Still not that small. He's a big man, isn't he?
Forward goes Walter, deflects down to Jennings at slip, and there's no run. 1, 2, 4 for 4. Hartley over the wicket, swept, and Bailey at deep backward square leg. Walter gets a single. 125 for 4 now.
Hartley seems to have established himself now, doesn't he, as the main spin threat for Lancashire this season?
He's played in 6 of the matches, hasn't he? This year. Forward in defence goes Lawrence, is no run. He's got 260 runs, has an average of 43. A couple of 50s, 73 not out in that as well, Tom Hartley. It's played back to him by Lawrence, and there's no run. 7 wickets in those games as well. But yes, he probably as much for his batting.
He's really worked on his batting, hasn't he? He's sort of developed himself into an all-rounder. And I've always been impressed with his fielding. He always fields well, doesn't he? Noticeably in the blast, he always seems to be on the boundary, kind of sweeping. Takes some great catches out there. He's turned himself into a really good all-round cricketer for Lancashire.
Yeah, big part of the blast. Probably didn't bowl as much as he maybe thought he would have done during the T20 blast campaign. Luke Wells, for example, was probably bowled more than he did.
Yeah. Yes, it seems to be the trend, isn't it? A lot of these players want to make themselves sort of multifaceted.
Williams to Walter.
Wells is one who's really developed his bowling. And he spoke to us, didn't he, earlier in the season about how he'd been watching videos of bowlers, other bowlers, and developed his technique and built, you know, tried to develop his skills.
Yeah, I think he mentioned Rashid Khan, didn't he?
That's it, yeah, that's the name I was trying. Thank you for I can't remember who it was.
Hartley in, balls to Walter. That's worked up to mid-on, no run. He spent the bit of the winter in studying footage of Rashid Khan and looking out. I think more in particular how he bowled, obviously with the white ball rather than trying to operate that way in red ball cricket. He's not actually bowled that much in the Championship this season, but certainly in T20. Handy extra element to have, isn't it, when you're part of the frontline attack and you're a top order batter. It's left by Walter.
Good keeping there, wasn't it? Great take, standing up. Not easy behind a giant like that. And you know, not quick. I think he enjoyed that take as well. He's grinning about it, isn't he?
In comes Williams. And Walter just find the gap this time through the offside.
Of course, talking of spin bowlers, that's what Essex have up their sleeve, isn't it? Tomorrow, the threat of Simon Harmer. Superb bowler, international bowler, been superb for many years now in the county championship. He's bound to be a threat tomorrow, especially if the weather improves.
Williams to Lawrence. It's turned out to square leg for one run on 28 for 4. Yeah, Harmer with 36 wickets is in the top 3 of wicket takers in Division 1 this season. There's only, in fact, he's joint second on the list. There's only one bowler, which is Chris Rushworth, who's taken more wickets than Simon Harmer this season.
No, he's been superb, hasn't he? The last, it feels quite a long time now, how long he's played.
Yeah. Consistently one of the better overseas players, isn't he, for county cricket. Again, it's a good take by Salt, standing up behind the stumps. End of the over. So wasn't 2-7 for 4.
Wasn't there talk a few, I might be making this up, but wasn't there talk a few years ago before he played international cricket of him becoming an England, nationalised England player? I think there was, wasn't there?
I think that's absolutely right, yeah, I think to remember that. Kind of, had he played for longer in this country, he would have qualified for some kind of passport or something, or a way to become England qualified by living and working and playing in this country. Yeah, I remember that story doing the rounds a little bit. Of course, has since returned, hasn't he, to international cricket for South Africa.
I don't know how realistic a prospect it was.
No,
I don't know if anyone actually asked him what he felt about it. It was more of a wish fulfillment, I think it was, on England's part.
Yeah, probably optimistic England cricket writers.
Yeah.
He's Hartley to Lawrence.
But it is worrying, isn't it, when you do see the dearth of England's spinners. We've had to recall a chap who doesn't play much county cricket, who has, to all intents and purposes, retired from first-class cricket to come back into a Ashes series. It is a worry for those of us who love watching spin bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, he's retired. He had retired, hadn't he, from international cricket or Test cricket?
Yeah, yeah.
Walter off the back foot. De Grandhomme at cover comes round to complete the fielding. 1, 2, 8 for 4.
I think the injury to Jack Leach has really exposed, hasn't it, the sort of issues maybe that England cricket does have at the moment. You know, there don't seem to be a lot of top-level spinners around.
Hartley to Walter,
which seems unfair as we're watching Hartley, because obviously he's a fine operator.
.128 for 4. Big ambitious looking shot by Walter.
I have in my hand a piece of paper, as someone once said.
I know, he's from Ken again. I'm very grateful for Ken's notes, but they come laced with City bias as he's driven away to mid-off and there's no run.
Manchester City headed note paper, and as well as some interesting statistics on there as a reminder of who won the treble last year.
1 ball left of the over. Hartley to Walter. He's adding to the lead here. He's just working the ball for 4 runs. Actually, just in front of square on the offside. A boundary to end the over takes the score to 132 for 4 and the lead to 269. What's the news, Jamie?
So Ken's given us the highest successful run chase at Blackpool.
Okay.
It was Derbyshire against Lancashire, 1992. 301 for 5. Won by 5 wickets. Cruised it. Doesn't say if that was Derbyshire or Lancashire.
Oh, he's by Derbyshire, I think, wasn't it, against Lancashire?
Yeah,
so it was. That's a 301 for 5. Right.
And then we've got the highest 4th innings total at Blackpool. It's 318 all out by Worcestershire against Lancashire, and that's back in 1953.
Excellent. Thanks, Ken. Short ball by it's Bailey that's replaced Williams.
Tell you what, that 1953 game sounds like a cracker. Lancs won it by 18 runs. Bowling Worcestershire out for 318 in the 4th innings. It'd be nice if that happened tomorrow, wouldn't it?
That'd be a good day, wouldn't it? That'd be a good final day, that. Run for Lawrence here. Flicked out towards the leg side for a single.
That's 70 years ago? Yeah, 70 years ago. 1953.
Well, I'd lead a 270 still with 18 overs left to go today, and obviously bat as long as they want. Should they not be bowled out, then there's every chance it perhaps will have to be a record-breaking run chase.
I wonder if there's anyone here who was at that game 70 years ago.
Played into the offside by Walter. Good stop by Tom Hartley at extra cover, no run. Definitely wasn't Ken, he wasn't here then. Might have been Paul Edwards, he could have been around then.
No, you're being unfair.
I know. Being cheeky. Bailey over the wicket. Oh, it's a slower ball again by Bailey. Oh, he's got him. Oh, no, apologies, I thought the umpire raised his finger then for a second. Do apologise. Stand down, everybody. He's not got him. So Peter Hartley just flicker for a moment. I think he's gone for that slower ball again. Yeah, he has that kind of loopy, slower ball.
It's like the one that got... I can't quite see why that wasn't out.
No, well, I can't watch him back on the replay. Do you think he's hit it? I don't know. Not out, says Peter Hartley. I just thought I saw his right arm twitch for a moment.
It did, it certainly did.
Dragged out towards deep backward square leg by Walter for a single.
That looked a good shout if they didn't hit that.
Walter to 7 now. 134 for 4. Here comes Bailey to complete the over. And that's going to be 4 more. Yeah, taken away off the hit by Dan Lawrence out towards deep backward square leg. Lead of 275 now. At 138 for 4.
Hit that boundary over to where there's clearly some Essex fans. There's a flag over there, isn't there?
We had 2 over there at one stage yesterday, so maybe someone decided to pack up and go back to Essex.
Yeah. Might have just wrapped it round them to keep warm.
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, it could be that.
Although saying that, the sun is out at the moment. You can see some shadows coming off the players on the pitch.
Certainly the best part of the day, isn't it?
Still not taking that coat off though, are you?
No. It's got quite a thin shirt on underneath. I'm taking my hood down though. Must be getting warmer. Hartley to Walter. It's a single for Walter to backward square leg. Brings Lawrence back on strike. Walter moves on to 8. 139 for 4. It's 10 to 6 and there's still 17 overs left, so we're in for a late finish this evening, even with a bit of spin from Hartley. Oh, it's a handsome looking shot by Lawrence. He's lifted Hartley out towards the wide long on boundary. Second time he's sent him out there for 6 in this innings. Moves on to 81.
I think that's out the grounds, that one. Straight over the advert for Terry's cut price carpets there.
Is that where he went? Brilliant. Well, there's a few cricket balls knocking around. If you're in and around the Blackpool area and you're out to do a little walk through Stanley Park, and if you walk along the side of the wall that separates the cricket ground to the park.
You want a Kookaburra ball?
You want a Kookaburra ball? Why wouldn't you? Very sought after. Then
could be a collector's item, that, couldn't it? Might not see them again.
Yeah, could be. Then there's at least 2 somewhere in and amongst the trees and the long grass. Dan Lawrence moves to 81. A little subplot to this potentially, Jamie, as well. As Lawrence drives to mid-off for a single, moves on to 82, is that if Lawrence, it would be a very timely knock this for Dan Lawrence as England look for a number 3 to bat in the next Test match.
It would, wouldn't it?
He's in the squad. Runs this week, runs in this game here.
I know Moeen Ali's said he wants to bat free, doesn't he? He's going to have extra nets, I read.
Is he?
Yeah. He doesn't play red ball cricket, does he? So he's going to have to do something.
He is. He's not playing for Warwickshire this week, is he? Yeah. Let's run down to third man for a single.
But no, you're right. I mean, if England wanted to pick someone who's banging form, they don't have to look too far.
No. That's the Essex flag we were referring to a few moments ago. It's tied up in front of the stand. Way to our far side, in front of the little white picket fence in front of it.
Quite menacing, isn't it?
It is a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
The three scimitars, are they called? Maybe I'll just call them swords.
Looks like something from Pirates of the Caribbean, doesn't it? Something that Johnny Depp would be wielding in
if he was from Essex.
In the Pirates films. Jack Sparrow from Essex. Barely fires in a Yorker to Walter. Stopped by Phil Salt. Who was surmising that Essex might be somewhere around about 280 in front by the close of play tonight, potentially, with the way that they were scoring just before tea. But that would be, well, not completely, considerably north of 300 by the close of play tonight. And playing a miss from Walter. Just don't know, do you, how quickly they could get in front. They might just fancy a little
20 minutes,
little 20 minutes with Lancs tonight. Barely over the wicket. Oh, he's beaten Walter again.
There's always that doubt, isn't there, in a team that's just been skittled?
Yes, yeah.
Oh God, goodness, here we go again. It really was a collapse, wasn't it? Seven, was it 7 in a session?
7 in the session, yeah. Yeah, 7 in the session, yeah. Down comes Walter and swats the ball away towards the leg side for 4 runs.
I mean, there's that old adage. I mean, Australia with the team, people, you know, put your foot on the throat and don't take it off. It feels, if they did want to do that, Essex, like, there's a few heads dropped out there, isn't there? A few hands in pockets. And I don't think that's just because there's a cold anymore. I think there's a few teapots.
Cracked away through the offside this time by Walter.
Oh dear.
As Velas has not picked the ball up cleanly. They might run 3. No, just coming back for 2. Well, they've got certainly, well, Lawrence clearly, and Walter. They've got a guy here that can certainly swing a bit here if they want to have a bit of a thrash and even flirt with the idea of pulling out tonight. As he goes for more runs down the ground, that's a really good stop by Bohannon. He's such a good fielder, Josh Bohannon, for Lancashire.
Yeah, he's hurt himself there, I think, as well. He landed on his knee as he dived. I think his knee, one of those where his sort of knee got stuck in the ground as he dived. A bit painful for him, but yeah, he's a fantastic. It's good to see that. Still, despite what is a pretty desperate cause now for Lancashire, they're still diving around in the field, still trying to stop the boundaries.
Which is exactly what Bohannon did just then. If he'd not got to that, that was 4 more. He has picked himself up and appears to have dusted himself down a bit.
Walter's eyeing up that leg side boundary, isn't he? Just had a long stare over there.
Well, there's 2 on that leg side boundary. Well, there's 3. There's a long on, there's a deep mid wicket, and there's a deep square leg, actually.
There we go.
That's exactly where he's walloped it for 6.
Unfortunately, you can't put a fielder over near the nets. So that's pretty much exactly where he wanted to put it, wasn't it? He eyed it up and put it there.
Takes him to 22 not out, so the lead of 297. 160 for 4. A little flatter and a little quicker. And flicked out towards the leg side, but for no run. Oh, it's been a bit of a bruising day, hasn't it, for Lancashire? He's not done yet. Walter finds Balderson, actually. He's on the field. To deep back with square leg. It's where Dane Velas was fielding, so whether Velas has left the field for a moment or two. And George Balderson's replaced him.
Yeah, there was, as I say, I remember chatting to a couple of Lanc supporters in the way in. They were full of hope. Battle day. It's really not turned out like that at all.
Slashed away by Lawrence through the offside for another single. 83 to Dan Lawrence, 162 for 4.
It would be a cruel skipper who pulled out on Dan Lawrence now, wouldn't it?
Yes, he would, yeah.
You'd think.
Is it Atherton? On 99 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. There's a lot of people who say he never recovered from that. Does play on your mind.
This would be, if you can get to it, this would be a very nicely timed century ahead of the 4th Ashes test in which he's in the squad. And they need a number 3, even if Moeen's having extra nets. Walter works it to square leg.
To be honest, it looks like Lawrence is having a net himself at the moment. He's that relaxed, isn't he?
I was listening actually to quite a lot of the ex-pros who were working for either TMS or Sky in the last test match, which run down to short third, but there's no run, saying that actually maybe in the first test match, saying that England looked a little bit undercooked. And why didn't some of the players play a couple of days in that round of championship fixtures, which of course you can do. You can play for a bit and then leave and have a nominated player replace you. I mean, wouldn't Moeen be better to play for Warwickshire as a batter and play a proper game of cricket?
You'd think so.
So lead exactly 300 now.
They seem to prefer going for a round of golf, don't they? Playing another county game. But, anyway, I shouldn't criticise them too much. They're doing pretty well.
So 15 overs left. A lead of 300.
I suppose sometimes, you know, those of us who watch county cricket week in, week out, we do get a bit frustrated, don't we? Sometimes it doesn't seem to get the respect it deserves.
Barely over the wicket. Down the pitch comes Walter. Gives you an indication as to what they're thinking of doing for the next few overs at least.
If we'd been standing up there, we could have had a stumping.
Through to Salt.
Yeah, you wonder if Lawrence does need to get a move on.
Non-strikers in at the minute. Banged in short and wide. The umpires have a look at each other, and that's going to be no balled. Barely knows what Walter's doing. We're right in the firing line.
Get ready to duck.
Here we go. Right in our direction. Who's underneath it? It is Josh Barnum with a terrific catch. And Walter goes for 24. Barnum takes an excellent catch.
Tell you what, that was a brilliant bit of commentary there, Scott. You predicted exactly where it goes. It could have been closer to us. We could have almost reached out and touched Josh Bohannon as he took that catch. Brilliant catch, wasn't it?
It was.
A bit like one of those you see in the Blast where the player's right on the boundary, has to sort of lean over, take the ball over his shoulder before it goes for 6. It was a fantastic catch. As you said a few overs ago, he's a brilliant fielder, Josh Bohannon. Made that look easy, and it was far from it.
Well, the intent here is pretty clear, isn't it, from Essex? Whether it's even with the idea of declaring tonight or not. The idea is, this is now, isn't it? Try and make hay now, and have the majority of tomorrow, if not a little bit of tonight, but at least the majority of tomorrow, if not all of tomorrow, trying to take 10 wickets. But, as you were saying before, Jamie, in this kind of modern world, and certainly when wins are so crucial, because draws don't really get you much.
We're getting a replay of the catch here, look. We're getting a replay of it.
Colin's dropped his walkie-talkie. It's a big hit by Walter, and Bohannon round the boundary and takes the catch.
Cool as you like, wasn't it? Really was.
He went off the field straight away, Josh Bohannon, but there's a bell's on now at mid-off. Notice he kind of ran off straight away, but I'm sure he's okay. Harmer off the back foot to defend, no run.
I think Lawrence is getting a bit twitchy, isn't he? I think he wants to get on.
I think he probably is, yeah.
Get on that, get up the other end and get that 17 runs he needs for his century.
There's Bailey to Harmer. The ground on field's at point and there's no run. Eight wickets in the match for Tom Bailey. Picked up 6 in the first innings, and he's 2 for 60 in this Essex second innings. Oh, we just ducks underneath that next ball. Have a little look around the grounds at the end of this over, because I've not done that for a little while. Game's bouncing along at different stages across Division 1 and Division 2. We've got left. Well, this is the last ball of the over, so we'll see this one through. Slower ball again by Bailey, just nudged away by Harmer for a quick single. So Lawrence won't be on strike again. Harmer gets a single. It's 166 for 5, lead of 303.
It's good, that slower ball, isn't it? He's obviously worked on that.
Okay, let's start with the Division 1 leaders, Surrey, who were 158 for 3 in their second innings, with Dom Sibley 79 not out, and they lead by 119 runs over Nottinghamshire with 7 wickets remaining. Hampshire are batting again, 17 without loss. They've been asked to follow on by Somerset, and they still trail by 153 at 17 without loss. Hampshire in Taunton. Northamptonshire at 300 for 6 in their second innings, and they lead Middlesex by 242. And Kent are 329 for 7 against Warwickshire, and they still trail by 49 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Look at the Division 2 games, where Durham actually are easing towards a 3-day win, it would seem, against Gloucestershire. But here's Hartley for Gus Harmer, and there's no run. Durham are 26 without loss in their second innings, and they require a further 26 runs to win.
Having a fine season, Durham, aren't they?
Harmer plays it to mid-off and through he goes for a sharp single. Does get Lawrence back on strike. 4 wickets for Potts, 4 for 55 in that Gloucestershire second innings, and 2 more wickets for Matt Parkinson. 12 overs, 2 for 34. So it's 5 wickets in the match for Matt Parkinson.
Get him back, some of the supporters will be saying. Much missed by quite a contingent here.
Right, Lawrence back on strike. He's not been on strike for a while. It's chopped out towards point where Bell fields. Takes him to 84, not out. So Durham are well on course for a win. As you say, to continue, they are top, aren't they, at Division 2? So
going well.
A good season. 3 other Division 2 games we'll have a look at in a minute, but let's wait for Hartley. He's got Harmer on strike. Down the pitch he comes. Lawrence wants a single.
He wants to be on strike, doesn't he? He's desperate for it. Could be a run-out opportunity for Lancashire here.
Yeah, I think Keith Jennings had just kind of signalled that a little bit to his fielders close in. Harmer goes up and over mid-off. Williams chasing after it. Harmer comes back for 2. Elsewhere in Division 2, Glamorgan are 380 for 9 in their first innings against Leicestershire. And there's 2 further games. We'll have a look at them in a moment. As Harmer plays it into the offside for no runs. Sussex are 163 for 4. And taking on Derbyshire. And they lead Derbyshire by 158 runs with 6 wickets remaining, and Worcestershire all out for 242 against Yorkshire. Yorkshire lead by 165 runs. We have 13 overs remaining today. That is the Essex second innings scorecard, with Brown out for naught and Cook out for naught, and Wesley following shortly after. A couple of wickets for Bailey, a couple for Williams and 1 for Hartley. Lawrence has held the key. He's batted beautifully here for his side. He's had some very good support by Matt Critchley in particular. He's adding to his total of 84 by moving to 85 as he flicks it away to the leg side for a single.
Lancashire aren't making it easy for him, have they? They put all the men out. He's going to have to either get it in singles or go over the top. All the field comes in for Harmer.
There's Bailey to Harmer. Harmer remains on 4. Bailey scoops up the ball off his own bowling. And 71 for 5. Bailey in balls to Harmer. Slower ball again. She tries to pull out towards mid-wicket.
How many overs would they have to? These are sort of the latest they could declare on to get Essex back, Lancashire back in.
Well, you lose the one that you're in, then 2 more.
Yeah,
so if they were floating,
5 overs left.
Yeah, if they were floating with the idea of giving Lancashire 4 or 5 overs tonight, could be no balled again by Bailey. It is.
I suppose what will be playing on the mind is that it's not the biggest ground, as most outfield grounds are. There's a short boundary on the leg side. You know, if there's some, you know, we know there's some big hitters in Lancashire's side, so they might want that insurance.
Yep. Yep. It's always a tricky balance, isn't it? It beats Harmer. It's gone through to the keeper. And there's no run. .310 run lead for Essex. There's a dozen overs left tonight. Simon Harmer's on 4, Dan Lawrence on 85. It's 173 for 5. The day started at 11:45 this morning with Lancashire batting in their first innings. In fact, they've just picked up another wicket. Harmer's been caught behind by Keaton Jennings for 4. Good catch by Jennings at slip off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Went for a big shot, edged. It's a great catch, one-handed by Jennings. Brilliant left-handed catch by Jennings just at the end of Harmer. So Essex have now lost a 6th wicket. But yeah, the day started with Lancashire batting at 11:45 this morning. They were 37 for 1 in reply to an Essex total of 282. And it all unravelled pretty quickly. Lancashire losing 7 wickets in the morning session, eventually bowled out for 145. So a commanding first innings lead that for Essex over Lancashire. But then Essex lost 2 early wickets in their second innings. Both openers out quickly. Nick Brown for naught, Alistair Cook for naught, and then Tom Wesley followed shortly after. And there were 3 down, and Lancashire were on the brink of potentially bowling themselves back into the match. But then we've seen a wonderful partnership between Dan Lawrence, who's still there, 85 not out. Timely runs for him. He's in the test squad for the next Ashes test match in Manchester next week. He's 85 not out. And Matt Critchley, who eventually was out for 40, but those two adding up together a very significant partnership. I think it was worth 95 in the end. To push Essex back into a position of real strength. So they have lost 6 wickets. Lawrence is still going. There's a possibility they might declare tonight. I don't know. It's always difficult to make these judgment calls. I think there's a chance they'll probably go on and get a few more and maybe look to pull out overnight and give Lancashire 3 sessions to try and chase down whatever it is that they've been set. At the minute, that lead is 310 runs. It's 173 for 6. It's a lovely evening on the Fylde Coast. We're going to get all these 12 overs in tonight. No problems with the weather at the minute. And we'll see just how far Essex get themselves in front. 310 run lead at 173 for 6. Lawrence on 85. And Will Buttleman, the new batter, unbeaten on naught. And that's the end of the over from Bailey. That was an outstanding catch from Jennings at slip.
It was a stunner, wasn't it?
It was.
One-handed. It was almost behind him when he took it. Absolutely brilliant catch from Jennings. Sadly, it's one of those where you sort of think, I could have saved that from maybe a bit more of an important time.
You want all the glory, you don't you, Jamie?
Well,
you don't just want to catch. You want to catch that, you know, wins the match as well.
Yeah,
like
but you're going to take a diving catch. You want it to mean something, don't you? That's one of those where it was like.
There's Lawrence down the pitch to Hartley.
He's in a hurry.
It's 4 more. Well, if Will Butterman's come out with a little message to say the skipper wants you to get on with it because there's a declaration coming, then maybe this is a sign of it. Pushes him on to 89. Oh, he's a little bit frustrated with himself there. Chopped the ball away through the offside for a single. 90 now to Dan Lawrence. 178 for 6. And I must say that for Essex supporters, Dick Davis from BBC Essex is not fighting fit. He's basically lost his voice. So there's quite a few Lancashire voices, I'm afraid, with you over the remainder of the match because, well, Dick can't speak. There's Hartley in to Buttleman.
If it helps, I am a Southerner.
Ah, right, there we go.
I'm only an adopted Lancastrian.
In that case, you can go back to your roots and represent the Essex side of the equation. This is a little paddle sweep by Buttleman. I forgot you're a Chelsea fan, aren't you? Down towards
West London rather than East London.
Okay. Is that the posher side?
Of course.
179 for 6. So Lawrence back on strike. He's 10 away. Let's push back down towards Tom Hartley, and there's no run. .316 in front. Takes a single out to point as Lawrence moves on to 91. Score moves on to 182 for 6. Apologies, I must have missed it. I did. I'd missed the sign of a no signal of the no ball by the umpire there, so there's a no ball in that. 182 for 6. It's worked out through the offside for a single. And it's the end of the overs. So 11 overs remaining tonight, 320 in front. I'm more of the opinion that Essex might declare tonight.
Has Dick gone home, or is he?
I don't know.
Gone to rest his.
He's gone to rest his voice.
Because I will have to.
No, you go whenever you need to.
I will have to write a report at some point.
You're here to do your job. Yeah. No, you go whenever you need to. Man.
You have it easy. This is much better. I've actually got to do some work soon.
Yeah. Well, whenever you need to do that, Jamie, you do
fine.
that. Don't worry.
Another couple of overs, I think.
His Hartley, his Bailey in and bowling. It's a slower ball again.
He's loving that slower ball, isn't he? It may be just because he's so tired.
I spoke to him after the game at Surrey 2 weeks ago, and he bowled 11 overs on the spin. And I said, were you asking the captain, no, just give me one more, give me one more? He said, no, I told the captain I was cooked after 8, and he still got more out of me.
He played in the Blast game as well, didn't he, on Friday?
He did.
So he's had a busy few weeks.
Lawrence is back on strike here as Buttleman just flicks it out towards square leg. So the field spreads. Everybody drops back. Fine leg. There's a deep mid wicket. There's a
it's
long
like one of those school
off.
games, isn't it? When everyone's on the boundary.
The bowler, the keeper, 2 batters, and an umpire. Just one though for Lawrence. He forces the ball through mid-off for a single, so everybody creeps back in again. .322 lead. Play down towards backward point by Buttleman, and there's no run. Durham, by the way, within 12 runs of victory. 40 for 1 in their second innings, need 12 more to win. Yeah, sitting proudly, aren't they, at the top of that Division 2 table. To see them having a good season.
Nice birthday present for our friend Martin. He commentates up there.
Barely in and bowls, it's short. Through to the keeper. No, I didn't know it was his birthday. Was it today?
No, I think it was at the week. I think it was at the weekend. I could be wrong, but I saw him down in. He was tweeting pictures of him down in London watching Blur.
That's right. Because he messaged me to say, "Am I at Wembley watching Blur?" To which I replied, "No." He went, "Oh, there's someone that looks just like you." And I said to him, he's far too old to be watching Blur.
Was it Damon Albarn?
Slow ball again.
It seemed like everyone was at a concert last week. I don't know how you felt. I had one of those, what do the kids call it? FOMO? Fear, is it?
Oh, fear of missing out.
Yeah, well, I did miss out, I felt, last weekend. Everyone seemed to be watching Blur or Bruce Springsteen or Pulp, or there seemed to be gigs all over the country people were at last weekend, and I think I was on the allotment.
That sounds much better, George.
Or I spent Sunday watching the rain come down, hoping to play cricket myself. Yeah. If you're listening, well, you won't be listening, will you? You'll be commentating on Durham winning.
Yeah, they're on the verge.
Happy birthday, Martin.
They've got 131 points, Durham, so it's quite a commanding lead, isn't it, at the top?
Yeah.
She's going to increase this week with a win.
If you look at, they've so many players who are getting international recognition now as well. They really churn them out up there, don't they?
Bottleman on strike, Hartley in bowls. Lawrence just can't seem to get on strike, can he?
He's halfway down the wicket,
Yeah.
isn't he? He's back in. There could be a mancad here if they wanted one.
Hartley to Bottleman. Force the ball away off the back foot. Can't get it away. Playing a miss and taken by the keeper. Chopped away by Bottleman again for no run, so 3 dot balls to start the over.
It's a brave captain who pulls out now, isn't it? I wouldn't want to face Lawrence in the bar afterwards.
LPW appeal there, he's got him. Bottleman's gone for 4. And he has to make his way back towards the dressing room.
He's going off. Are they declared?
Well, Dan Lawrence is he's heading
Was he
towards.
having a meeting?
Yeah, he's walking off. The Lancashire players are looking in that direction too. No, he's just come across for a drink, hasn't he? I think, by the looks of it.
He does look happy, though, does he? I think he wants to get this done. Right, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you and do some writing.
Yeah, so you're going.
It's been a pleasure today.
Job.
I'm sorry. I hope Dick feels better tomorrow. If he doesn't, you know where I am.
Thank you, Jamie. Where are we reading your reports tonight?
Oh, all over the place, I imagine. That's the joy of being a freelancer, isn't it?
Well, we'll he's still in a position. Actually, just from kind of your point of view, I promise I won't get you.
No, it's fine.
He's still quite a difficult one to write up this, isn't it? I suppose.
It is. We sort of need to know what they're going to do, don't we?
Yeah.
And 10 overs left. It's
awkward to.
10 overs, all right?
Yeah, well, 9 after this one. It's off the back foot by Bracewell.
Go on, I'll give it one more over then.
Well, you started this one, so you might have finished it.
Started, so I finished.
Yeah, you've only got 1 ball left.
So I finished.
Could be a wicket maiden, this, for Tom Hartley. All right, everyone's back again. There's a run here for Bracewell if he wants it. He takes it.
Nicks the strike.
Nicks the strike, he does.
Poor old. He's swishing his bat, Lawrence. He's not happy, is he? He's desperate to get on strike.
187 for 7.
Right.
Cheers. Thanks,
All
Jamie.
the best. See you tomorrow.
Cheers, Jamie. Jamie Bowman, cricket writer, who's thankfully joined me for a few hours this afternoon. Otherwise, it would have been a lonely all day. But we, as I say, just for Essex supporters listening and watching, I'm afraid Dick is. Well, he can't speak. There's not a great deal of point in being on commentary. So Jamie just helping me out for a little while. Colin from Badger and Coombs behind the pictures on Lancs TV and sat himself next to me. If he thinks I'm switching that microphone on, he's got another thing coming. There's absolutely no chance. 187 for 7. There's Bailey and bowls, and that's defended by Bracewell. And there's no run. So a lead of 324 for Essex. With well, there's Colin. There's the man who's allegedly in charge of the operation for Lancs TV. I've no idea why he's wearing the headphones. There's Bailey in and bowls to Bracewell. He's off the back foot and defends into the offside. And there is no run. .18747. Bailey with a slower ball again. Only beats the dive of Jones. It's a valiant effort from Jones trying to get across to cut it off, but 4 for Bracewell. Thumped down the ground. And 4 runs. Let's push the lead up to 328. It's 191 for 7. Bailey over the wicket and bowls and beats Bracewell through to Salt, and there is no run. 191 for 7. Will the man to the left of the screen there, Keaton Jennings, have to come out and bat tonight? Two balls left for Bailey. Bracewell off the back foot defends. Mentioned that Durham game, and they have now got over the line. So Durham have beaten Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. Yeah, it's a terrific win. They are having a very, very good season at the top end of Division 2. Final ball for Bailey. It's a good short ball that Bracewell just leans back and fends off. And drops it out into the offside, and there is no run. So 8 overs left. It will be Lawrence on strike for the next over. He's got Hartley bowling to him. That's the stop there by, or the attempted stop there by Rob Jones. It was a decent effort from Jones, but just got underneath his body and down towards the boundary. So Bracewell's on to 5, but it's all eyes on Lawrence now, really. Can he find 8 more runs? Is there a sense of urgency on Essex thinking of a declaration tonight or maybe overnight, and this is his chance? He's got the left arm spin of Tom Hartley and the field well set back. Hartley doesn't release the ball. Just a little bit of gamesmanship between bowler and batter. Into Lawrence. Well, he'll want 2. I don't think he's going to get it. Nope. Bahanan, who's been outstanding in the field today for Lancashire, denies the possibility of a 2, so it's just a single. 93 to Lawrence now. Brings Bracewell back on strike. Everyone coming a little bit nearer in, including Bahanan. Bracewell. There's a big appeal there as Bracewell's hopping back and trying to force the ball away into the offside. Appeal was for pad first. There was definitely a sound of bat on it. Bracewell saying there, I've just edged it into the pad. His runs out towards deep backward point. Just the one. So Bracewell up to 6 now. She's back with Dan Lawrence. 93 not out. 193 for 7, a lead of 330. And it's just a single. There's Rob Jones, the deep backward point. Lawrence to 94. 194 for 7. Bracewell comes back on strike. Jones fields at point, no run. Last ball of the over. Hartley creeps in and stops and goes back to his mark. Just drops his leg side fielders a little deeper. And they do take one, so Bracewell on strike for the start of the next over. End of the 47th over of the Essex second innings. So 7 left tonight. Lead is 332. So we are down into that category of overs left, really, where maybe more likely to carry on. Is there much to gain from declaring? One or two of the Lancashire supporters in Glasgow in the hospitality there. I've got a bowling change here. Jack Blatherwick, he's coming into the attack. It's a Bailey 6 overs, 2 for 26. Blatherwick returns. (3-3-2) the lead. There's Blatherwick over the wicket and bowls. It's a good shot. It's drilled firmly out through the offside. And that's 4 runs for Bracewell. He moves into double figures. It's 199 for 7. Lead of 336. Short, and that's pulled away through the leg side. Bracewell moves on to 12. Brings up the 200, that. 3-3-7 the lead. Just a reminder that Ken Grime and Jamie read this note out a few moments ago in terms of highest successful run chasers at Blackpool. Just to give you a little bit of context, with a lead at 337, that highest successful run chase at Blackpool was by Derbyshire, who got to 301 for 5 in 1992 to win by 5 wickets. Lawrence on strike and trying to engineer a shot here. That's gone through to the keeper. There's no run, and the highest 4th innings total at Blackpool was 318 all out by Worcestershire against Lancashire in 1953. So already now, with a lead of 3-3-7, it will be the highest successful run chase and the highest 4th innings total that Lancashire would have to get. Blatherwick to Lawrence. Step to the leg side and works the ball out through mid-wicket. Takes him to 95 not out. It's 201 for 7. Bracewell trying to flash this one away towards mid-wicket, but the ball just comes back in a little and traps him for room. It just bounces back down the pitch. Field spreads again. Lancashire content to give Bracewell the strike. So there's well, there's a run anywhere he wants here. Everybody on the boundary. Here comes Blatherwick to Bracewell. And he does keep the strike. It's the end of the over. 13 to Bracewell. Lancashire have done really well to deny Dan Lawrence much of the strike, in truth. So might just have taken away the threat or the possibility of Lancashire being asked to bat again tonight, with the way that they've just denied Lawrence much of the strike, and Essex clearly reluctant to pull out at this point with Lawrence on 95. Bracewell down the pitch to Hartley. Nicely timed through mid-on for 4. He's picked up 2 wickets, Tom Hartley, but has gone for 62 in the process. A couple of big sixes off the bat of Dan Lawrence. It's muscled out through the leg side. That's going to be 4 more again. Muscled away to mid-wicket. Bracewell moves to 21. It's the lead pushing up to 350. He's gone down and swings at that one, Bracewell. It bursts through the gloves of the keeper. Anything on it? No, buys. So big swing and a miss from Bracewell. Bursts through the gloves of the keeper. 2 buys added to the total. 212 for 7. That's at 213 for 7. And the lead now at exactly 350 runs. The prospect of Essex batting again tomorrow morning is pretty minute, you would think. Still with 5 overs left tonight if they want to keep going. Here's Lawrence looking for a big hit. Be a wonderful way to reach 3 figures, and he does just that. Outstanding innings from Dan Lawrence. Brilliant way to bring up a century. Another 6 over wide, long on. He's 101 not out. It's his 3rd century of the season. And he gets there in emphatic style. Brilliant shot from Lawrence and a wonderful innings. And a timely innings for the England man, with the 4th Test match just a few days away. It's 219 for 7, the lead of 356. That's an outstanding knock from Dan Lawrence. There's 1 ball left of the over. What will Tom Wesley do at the end of this over? Hartley into Lawrence. It's turned out towards deep backward square leg. It's a good stop by Rob Jones. They get through for a single. Well, with 5 left, maybe just carry on going tonight. The potential of a declaration tomorrow morning. But brilliant knock by Lawrence. 102. 112 balls to his century. 7 4s and 5 6s. And a third century of the summer. His previous highest score was 152. He's now gone past 500 runs for the season as well, so he's enjoyed a very, very good afternoon with the bat, scoring almost a run-a-ball century. These runs here for Lawrence, he's brought that down towards fine leg. Flash of the bat, taking the ball off the hip. It's 106 not out for Dan Lawrence. It's 224 for 7. It's a lead of 361. He's adding to it here with great power. Over long on, another 6. It's in towards the hospitality marquee. Free hitting this basically for Essex. Declaration will be coming, I'm pretty sure, overnight. Chance to have a swing and push that lead further on. 367 run lead. It's 112 now for Dan Lawrence. It's 230 for 7. Huge swing and a miss this time by Lawrence, almost swinging himself off his feet. And the ball through towards the keeper. I mentioned the Durham victory, but our first result through from Division 1 as well, where Warwickshire have beaten Kent by an innings and 46 runs. It's an excellent week for the Bears in Canterbury. Victory by an innings and 46 runs for Warwickshire. Lawrence drives away through the offside for a single. 113 to Lawrence now, 231 for 7. The lead is 368. Bracewell off the back foot, muscled away again to the leg side. Oh, he's gone for 6. Six for Bracewell takes him to 28. It's 237 for 7. Well, if they were to declare at the end of this over, Lancashire would have 2 overs to face tonight. Blatherwick bowls. Bracewell rocks back, pulls the ball again towards square leg. That is the end of the over. No, they're going to keep going for probably now until the close of play with 4 to go. 375 run lead. 238 for 7. That win for Warwickshire pushes them up to 2nd in the Division 1 table. So as it stands, Surrey are top with 129 points. And then Warwickshire, with that win over Kent, have moved to 2nd with 116 points. Essex are 3rd, 106 points. Hampshire are 4th, 103 points. Somerset are 5th with 88 points, and Lancashire are 6th with 87 points. Bracewell off the back foot. 6 more out towards mid-wicket. Bracewell sitting deep on that back foot and muscling the ball away towards the leg side. He's played some big shots in this innings. Moves to 35. That's his second 6. Lead of 381. And it's now 382. Lawrence going again out towards that leg side boundary, out in the deep, and Blatherwick there put the ball down. Well, it's been a bruising day for Lancashire, and these things tend to happen. Situations like this. It's hit back over the bowler's head by Bracewell. Moves on to 37. A lead of 384. Clobbered back over Hartley's head. It's over the sight screen, and it's gone for another 6 to Dan Lawrence. And there's every chance, in fact, it's almost certain that the lead will be north of 400 by the close of play tonight. They'll give Essex a full day to try and bowl Lancashire out tomorrow. Oh, Lawrence is just hitting it wherever he wants at the minute. This time it's flicked away for another 6 out towards square leg. It's disappeared over the wall again. Lawrence moves to 126. Well, it's kind of stand there and I'll hit it where I want to hit it at the minute, by Dan Lawrence and in particular, but by Doug Bracewell as well. 3 6s in that over. The lead of 396. Lawrence moves to 126 not out. That's the 8th 6 for Dan Lawrence, to go with his 8 4s. 11 6s in the innings for Essex. Yet another ball required as it disappears over the wall and into Stanley Park. 3 overs to go tonight. And it is fill your boots time if you're an Essex batter. Tom Hartley's gone for 95 from 14 overs. Blatherwick 8 overs for 54. Hartley 14 overs, 2 for 95. There's still 3 overs left, and Essex won't be wanting to change their approach here. They're 4 away from a 400-run lead. There'll be a 96-day over tomorrow. The forecast is all clear for tomorrow. There won't be any interruptions according to the weather forecast. It's a dry day, so we shall get a full day's play. Luke Wells into the attack. Squirted away to point by Bracewell for a single. De Grandhomme comes up to field, so Bracewell moves on to 38, brings Lawrence back on strike. Just the one down the ground by Lawrence. 127 not out. It's a beautiful lofted drive. 1 bounce and 4 runs. Bailey at long on, can't get round to stop the ball. Doug Bracewell eyeing up a half century here. 42 not out. Goes again, that's 6. That's heading in towards the catering van. 6 for Bracewell, takes him to 48 not out. I think that might be the 400 lead. Yeah, 408 now, the lead. Bracewell 48 not out. I'm losing track of the number of 6s in this Essex innings. And there's another one here out towards the pavilion. Well, it's an exhibition of hitting by Bracewell and by Lawrence. That's a 50 for Bracewell. 29 balls. That's his 4th 6. Lawrence has hit 8 6s. Bracewell's now hit 4. 1 for Walter as well. Wells in, flashed away towards backward square leg. Bracewell moves on to 55. 2 overs left. It's been utterly brutal for Lancashire today. They'll be desperate to get into the dressing room. It's been a bit of a horror day for the Red Rose. It's been an outstanding day for Essex with the ball and with the bat. And Lancashire are going to have to bat well tomorrow to save this match. Porter and Cook and Harmer are the 3 key players tomorrow from an Essex point of view. It's Hartley to Bracewell. Slapped up towards mid-off for a single. Yeah, it's just been stand and deliver stuff by Bracewell and by Lawrence. It's been a real exhibition of clean hitting, powerful hitting. As Lawrence goes again, new ball again, please. Umpires heading towards the pavilion. Another 6 for Lawrence. He stands there and hammers it out towards that leg side boundary. There's cricket balls all over the place on the other side of that brick wall in Stanley Park. I think we've lost 4 now. It's 133 to Dan Lawrence. It took an age to get to 3 figures. He just couldn't get on strike. He was in the 90s for a long while. He just couldn't get himself on strike. But since he's got to 3 figures, as he plays a lovely lofted drive down towards the long off boundary for 1, he has cashed in. He's been absolutely outstanding. As soon as he's got to 3 figures, he's just put the pedal down. Bracewell works this ball out through the offside. He got to his century with 5 6s. So he's hit 4 6s since he's reached 3 figures. Oh, it's a terrific shot by Lawrence down on one knee. It is just kind of free hitting really now for these two. Lead is 4-2-5. Mercifully for Lancashire, they're almost at the last over of the day. Yeah, this will be it. They've got 6 more balls to endure before the close of play tonight. It's 289 for 7. Dan Lawrence 135 not out. At 135 from 124 balls, so it's 9 sixes and 8 fours. So since he's got to 3 figures, he's hit 4 sixes. He got to his 100 off 112 balls. He's now faced 124 balls, and in that period, he's hit 4 sixes. He's stood there and battered it around Stanley Park. So it would be Luke Wells to bring the final over and bring an end to the third day. Bracewell didn't quite get a hold of this one this time. Down towards deep backward square leg. Shuffles back for 2, so Bracewell moves on to 60. .291 for 7. Just takes a single this time, punch through the covers. There's Rob Jones, one of basically 9 players on the boundary edge for Lancashire. Here's Lawrence going again, but straight down the throat of Keaton Jennings. That ends an outstanding innings by Dan Lawrence. And it also brings to an end the day's play. Lawrence out for 135 off 124 balls. That's an absolutely brilliant knock by the Essex and England man. Could not be better timed. The week in which the 4th Ashes Test is taking place next week, and England are still searching for a number 3. Perhaps Lawrence might be the man. He's staked his claim wonderfully there. 135 from 125 balls. Outstanding effort. So it's 292 for 8. That must be the end of the Essex innings. It's the close of play. It's a lead of 429. We'll see whether or not Essex declare overnight. I would think that's almost certain to happen. And yeah, a brutal day for Lancashire. The body language of the Lancashire players reflects just that. It's not particularly pleasant viewing if you're certainly one or two of the members of that bowling attack. It's been a bruising, battering day for Lancashire. It's been an outstanding day for Essex. Firmly in control of this game. Lancashire are going to have to bat well on the final day to save this match. At the minute, the lead is 429. We'll see if Essex declare overnight. You would think that's likely to happen, to set Lancashire 430 to win from 96 overs. Memorable day for Dan Lawrence. 135 from 125 balls, 8 fours and 9 sixes. 292 for 8. It's the close of play on the third day from Stanley Park in Blackpool. We shall see whether Essex declare overnight or whether they come out and bat for a bit longer in the morning. And we'll see what the 4th and final day has in store. We'll bring you coverage of that here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app tomorrow morning. That's it from us. Enjoy the rest of your evening.